secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns. I'll decipher physical clues. Look at that. It's covered with lizard-like scales. And get to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
He operated like a spy master. They lied, they deceived, they cheated.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history, and find out how those stories still resonate today.
3,880.
More and more individuals are still dying from the plague.
Oh my goodness. From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town. Today, I'm in Britain's most Elizabethan town. Secret courtyard.
It's rather like Jeff Bezos living above the Amazon warehouse, you know.
A town that helped forge a brand new, indomitable England and usher in its first golden age. She's absolutely dripping in pearls and gems, isn't she? Home to ruthless pirates who stole millions as England entered the slave trade, but were acclaimed as heroes.
There's this mixture of being patriotic and then also getting rich.
If you really want to understand the Elizabethans in all their crafty, contradictory glory, and the emergence of this new world-encompassing myth of England, then Plymouth is the place to come. '21st century Plymouth is a city that's home to 250,000 people. And it's also a busy, thriving port with regular ferries going across to France and Spain. It has a thriving maritime community. The sea is crucial to the economy here. And Plymouth has always played a pivotal role in this country's defences down the ages. It's home to Devonport, which is the largest naval base in Western Europe. And it's the reason why, in the Second World War, the Luftwaffe flattened half of the city. The naval presence that worried Hitler so much stretches back over 450 years. Tucked away on the south coast of Devon, 16th century Plymouth may have been isolated from the rest of the country, but its position at the gateway to the English Channel made it utterly crucial to Britain's trade and defence, a fact that wasn't lost on the Elizabethans. The Elizabethan era began when the daughter of Henry VIII and his ill-fated second wife Anne Boleyn was crowned Queen of England and Ireland in 1558. Elizabeth's 45-year reign saw England blossom from bankrupt backwater to global player, laying down the foundations for an empire that would soon exploit great swathes of the globe. There are no records of Elizabeth actually ever setting foot in Plymouth, but it's claimed that here on the Hoe is where Francis Drake casually finished his game of bowls before sailing off to destroy the supposedly invincible Spanish Armada. But like many of the best stories, it's not exactly true. But what's certain is that Plymouth was playing a crucial role. It was at the heart of the action during the Elizabethan age. How was it that a small, relatively remote town of just a few thousand people became such a key player? To understand that, first I need to know what kind of kingdom, or indeed queendom, Elizabeth inherited. I'm meeting historian Dr. Miranda Kaufman to find out. When Elizabeth came to the throne, what did she inherit?
A real quagmire of problems. The country was in debt,
It was a religiously divided country. She had enemies abroad, and to make it even worse, she was a woman.
And a single woman?
Yes.
So, you know, presumably with no prospect of marriage, or people
lots of
expecting her to get married?
There was a huge pressure on her to get married immediately. You know, people were looking to her to find a man who could then be their king.
Yeah.
Her sister Mary had been drawn into Spain's war against France, which had been disastrous. Just that January, England had lost Calais, the last English foothold on the continent. She was going to make England Protestant again, which was going to lead to it to being really isolated in Catholic Europe.
So in its stubborn pursuit of sovereignty, England found itself at loggerheads with an all-powerful European neighbour. Sound familiar?
Despite poor foreign relations, England was still trading with Catholic Europe, still exporting to the continent.
Valuable commodities like locally mined tin were very much in demand. And with an array of tidal rivers all ending at Plymouth, the town soon became a key export hub.
As is so often the case, one or two businesses start to do really well, and then a whole load of others take off in their wake. And before you know it, Plymouth is a boom town.
I've entered a prime part of Elizabethan Plymouth, an area today referred to as the Barbican. A few remaining blocks of businesses and houses tucked away down by the waterside. Archaeologist Wyn Scutt knows every inch of this old mercantile district.
It does feel like we're getting into the heart of old Plymouth here.
It is nice. You've got all this lovely granite and slate and the Plymouth limestone as well.
Despite many buildings dating to later centuries, a walk down New Street can still transport you back 450 years.
You see these beautiful Elizabethan doorways.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah?
Is that
the
original?
carvings, that's original.
That's lovely.
Lovely work. And there's a couple here with angels on them.
Original Elizabethan, isn't it?
Yes, look at the angels on the top here. Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah, they're lovely.
So there's lots of Elizabethan Plymouth surviving here in New Street.
Built for prosperous French wine merchant Thomas Yock, Preston House was one of the finest houses in Elizabethan Plymouth.
This would have been the place to live in the 16th century.
Now part of a restaurant, the house is open to the public, but I'm lucky enough to be getting a private tour.
Mind your head. Look at this.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Isn't it fantastic?
Secret courtyard.
Yes. It's just shouting prestige. The merchant here wants to show his affiliation with France, with Venice, with all the great traders of Europe, I think, because he's importing wine, you know. And,
I mean, it feels really Mediterranean.
but this is where all the barrels and all the warehouse is. Essentially, this is rather like Jeff Bezos living above the Amazon warehouse, you know. He's living upstairs, but all the work, he can keep a direct eye, he can come out of those doors and see his staff working or not working, you know, so he can supervise the whole operation.
Surveying his empire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Other successful merchants had their premises in the tight streets of the Old Town.
A lot of work's been done. We've had specialist contractors, and they've come from all over the country.
This restoration really is a work in progress, and Heritage Officer Hannah Pooley's team are still uncovering original Elizabethan features.
Okay, are you ready? Let's go in. Okay, come on in. Welcome to 32 New Street.
Oh, this is great.
Quite lucky with this house because it's the most authentic version of an Elizabethan house left in Plymouth. And that's why it's so special.
Its quayside position made this house a prime location for sea captains and entrepreneurs.
They'd come here to the middle of Plymouth when it was bustling and busy to work and be near their businesses.
So it's office space?
Yeah, and sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some of them would have 2 rooms. They might have an office at the front and a bedroom at the back.
Yeah.
Some people rented 1 room, so they would have done everything in that 1 room.
Among the many exotic goods being traded on Plymouth's quayside was tobacco, which was obviously being sampled right here on site, as these were found under the floorboards.
And they must be some of the earliest clay pipes in England.
Yep, this is the most complete early pipe we found. And this dates again, 17th century, maybe a bit earlier.
Yeah, I don't know an enormous amount about clay pipes, but I do know that the styles vary a lot over time and that they're very dateable.
They do, and you can see the bowl here is much bigger.
Yeah.
And the bowl on the Elizabethan, or slightly later, is smaller, and that's because tobacco costs so much more.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it, to think about these foodstuffs and things like tobacco, which seem quite ordinary now.
Yeah.
But this was the first time that people had seen them, had access to them in Europe. Yeah.
And then for hundreds of years, they smoked them in this house.
Yeah, you can imagine these rooms, can't you, all misty,
Yes.
with the pipe smoke and these kind of
Absolutely.
deals being struck about the next ships coming in. And
Yeah, but at the back it was Castle Street, and Castle Street was renowned for pubs and for sex work as well. So there were lots of women working back there, and it's very possible that the men that were living in these rooms, away from their families, were having a bit of fun of their own.
easy access to all of that,
Yeah.
slightly salacious side of life in a port.
Absolutely. Later on, it would become known as Damnation Alley.
Damnation Alley!
Yeah, so it tells you something about what life was like there.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
So, you know, they've struck a good deal. Off they go out the back.
Yeah.
If sealing a deal Elizabethan style raises an eyebrow, many of the intrepid men who sailed from Plymouth would employ far more morally compromised methods and use them with Elizabeth's blessing.
They'd open up new worlds, create new trading opportunities and protect England from enemy forces, but there weren't any epaulets on the shoulders of these men. They were pirates.
I'm in Plymouth to learn how, during the eventful reign of Elizabeth I, this small town helped change the course of England's history, from being an also-ran nation to becoming a country whose empire would eventually span the globe. I've already seen evidence of an economy based on exotic goods, but there was also a thriving fishing industry here, with sailors crossing the Atlantic to catch cod off the coast of Newfoundland, to be traded back here and in foreign ports. However, not all local sailors were above board. Aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson has launched his drone from the headland across the water to get a better look at why Plymouth was the perfect place to get up to no good.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm getting a brilliant sense here of why this is considered to be one of the finest natural harbours in the world. It's got a wide open mouth to the sea, relatively sheltered but easy to access. I can see all the headlands here, all the outcrops of rock. There's little inlets, there's little bays, there's little beaches, there's reefs, there's rocky outcrops. We've got fishermen, we've got cargo boats, all manner of vessels. So the mariners in this place would have been mixing all sorts of activities together. Perhaps if fishing was a bit quiet, they'd have been doing other things. Perhaps some of these things were a little bit non-legitimate, a little bit nefarious. And if you want places to hide, places to slip under the noses of the authorities, this harbour's got them.
In the 1560s, many of these rogue ships that had sailed from Plymouth returned loaded with valuable treasures stolen from Europe's richest, most powerful nation. Spain had grown rich by plundering the Americas for its wealth and was also Queen Elizabeth's arch-enemy. I've met up with Dr. Elaine Murphy to learn more about the role pirating played in the European power struggle.
Elaine, why was there so much enmity between Spain and England at this point in time?
There's a huge problem for the Spanish, with a lot of English pirates attacking Spanish merchant and fishing fleets in the Channel and the North Sea.
But why are the Spanish in the Channel? I don't understand.
There's a lot of Spanish trade to the Spanish Netherlands, the modern Netherlands and Belgium, because the Spanish rule there, but the Dutch are in revolt against them, so they're trying to gain their freedom.
Yeah.
You also have the problem that Dutch privateers called sea beggars, who are fighting against the Spanish, are using English ports and are being permitted by Elizabeth to sell their goods and get supplies here. So this is really alienating King Philip II of Spain.
Oh, you can see he must have been incredibly frustrated. You know, not only are the English attacking his ships, but they're also supporting these sea beggars as well.
It's really frustrating for Philip.
Two men in particular were really annoying King Philip. Both were from South Devon, they sailed from Plymouth, and they were also cousins. John Hawkins was a master seafarer and arguably England's first ever slave trader. He stole slaves from Portuguese ships and sold them into a life of appalling misery in the West Indies. Actions effectively sanctioned by Queen Elizabeth, who awarded Hawkins a coat of arms with a bound slave at the top. Sailing with him and playing his part in stealing from Spain and Portugal and the rise of the slave trade was Hawkins' cousin, Francis Drake, who also ended up working for his queen. I'm visiting the Box, Plymouth's almost finished new museum and gallery, to see something remarkable.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I know we're here to talk about pirates, Alice, but don't be distracted by the mammoth in the room.
It's a bit difficult not to be distracted by the mammoth in the room, though, isn't it?
It's absolutely amazing. It's really beautiful.
So the galleries we've come through, those will all be open to the public when the museum does open, but this is all behind the scenes
Yes,
now.
this is here in the archival store in the Box, so this bit won't be open to the public.
I'm here to see an incredible piece of evidence
Very careful with it.
that directly connects Drake's actions to the existential needs of his queen and country.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's lovely. Look at that seal.
Absolutely beautiful
That's
Elizabethan.
Elizabeth.
That's Elizabeth on the seal, so it's a really beautiful seal, really, really well preserved.
Yeah. You can make out details of her face and her ruff. And it's on vellum.
Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France and Ireland, defender of the faith, to my loving and faithful subject, Sir Francis Drake.
Drake,
Knight.
there.
Greetings. Yes.
Yeah. And what's she saying in it?
She is ordering him the performance of such matters which have been committed to your charge. So she's not actually giving him a specific commission to do something. She's put him in charge of a fleet to attack the Spanish at Cadiz.
But she's not mentioning Cadiz. She's not mentioning the Spanish. It's all very obscure here.
Yes. This document's all about how he's in charge of the fleet and how everybody must obey him.
And there's kind of a bleak reference to the matters that she's committed to his charge.
To such matters, yeah.
That gives her a bit of a get-out, doesn't it?
A bit of a get-out, and it gives Drake a lot of leeway to do whatever he sees as right.
Yeah.
The Queen gives the Drake some ships to sail with him in this voyage, but most of the ships are privately owned, so they're private men of war. So they're going to attack the King of Spain, but these men are also going to hope to get rich from this. They're going to hope to capture Spanish prizes. So it's both a preemptive strike and a privateering voyage.
Having sailed from Plymouth in 1587, Drake's small fleet attacked the Spanish fleet in port at Cadiz in southern Spain. It was an audacious operation that successfully delayed Spanish preparations to invade England. And as usual, Drake made sure he returned home with his ships full of treasure.
So he's acting privately, but very much under the aegis of Elizabeth.
Yes, the Queen is caught up in everything and will take a share of all the profits these men make.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, it reminds me of, I don't know, stories of espionage today, where, you know, spies are doing things, obviously, with the blessing and with the encouragement of the countries they're acting for, but then the countries can completely deny any connection with it.
I think that's important, the deniability, but also you don't want to say where you're going in this, because what if this fell into Spanish hands, or what if a Spanish spy found it? So there's this mixture of serving the crown, being patriotic, and then also getting rich, which is that lovely combination of privateering that Drake has really learnt over a long time from people like his mentor, Sir John Hawkins.
Drake continued to plunder and harass the galleons of Spain and Portugal, whose empire Spain now controlled. Infuriated, Europe's most powerful nation was ready for war with England. The scene was set for Plymouth's two most notorious sailors to turn from state-sponsored pirates to saviours of their nation.
I'm in Plymouth, a city whose streets were said to have been paved with gold during Elizabeth's golden era, and that gold came from Spain, stolen by Plymouth's famous and globally feared pirates. I think their activities changed the whole mood of England in the 1570s. It began to swagger, it puffed out its chest and strode around the ring of European politics and unashamedly set out to antagonise the Catholic world. England began to believe that it was a contender.
Arguably, the man who was doing the most to create this new confidence was Francis Drake, Plymouth's superstar sailor. Sometimes it seems this town is one great homage to Drake. There's a shopping centre which actually draws parallels with the man himself. In 2006, it was crowned Worst New Building in Britain, but another panel decided it was Shopping Location of the Year. Drake provoked the same sort of reaction. A flawed hero today, Elizabethans simply couldn't ignore his success.
Drake wrote accounts of his adventures, and it's fair to say that he presented an extremely generous portrait of himself. He wanted to describe himself as a heroic maritime genius. But he was hated by Spain and the rest of Catholic Europe. He stole their slaves and their gold. He was also hated by the English court. He thought that he was a jumped-up Plymouth peasant.
But Drake knew that his queen and country were broke, and that if he could change that, he would be accepted into her inner circle. What he needed was the ultimate haul of Spanish treasure. In 1577, Drake set out from Plymouth for the gold-rich Pacific coast of South America, girded by the treacherous Magellan Straits. Once through, Drake had free rein over the undefended ships and ports of the entire west coast of the Americas. In his ship, the Golden Hind, Drake looped up the coast, loading up with unheard-of amounts of Spanish treasure, even claiming what's now California for his queen. He set off for home via the Pacific and the southern tip of Africa. Drake's epic 3-year voyage made him a national hero, but alongside the gold in his cargo, once again, there were slaves. Miranda Kaufman has been studying these voyages.
So was it all as heroic as perhaps we're sometimes led to believe?
Of course not. Something that really shocked me that I don't think many people know about is they captured this African woman called Maria on one of the Spanish ships, and then they abandon her heavily pregnant on an island somewhere in Indonesia with 2 other African men that have also joined the ship on the voyage.
And, do we know what happened to her? Does history record?
No. But I mean, whether she even survived the childbirth in those circumstances is, anyone's bet. And no one knows who the father was either.
So by that time then, by the time they'd abandoned Maria on the island, they're continuing to head west, and eventually they get all the way back to Britain. How much money had he made?
Well, we know that Elizabeth herself pocketed more than her usual annual revenue of 250,000. She got more than that. Yes, from the thing. He takes his cut. And along the way, he's knighted, he's made Mayor of Plymouth, he becomes an MP, he gets his own coat of arms, he's made it.
And he buys this place?
And he buys this place.
Buckland Abbey is a monument to Drake's success. The boy from a small house in Devon had become not only the first Englishman to command a complete circumnavigation of the globe, he was now a firm favourite of his queen and Lord of the Manor.
What a beautiful place.
For Drake, there was a delicious irony in moving into this particular property.
Oh, this is fantastic.
By using intermediaries, he'd tricked his posh local rival, Sir Richard Grenville, into selling it to him.
So is that Elizabethan, that ceiling and the friezes?
Yeah, so this would have been what Grenville put in. The date above the fireplace is 1576.
So Drake didn't need to do much decoration then when he arrived?
Could waltz straight in and start partying.
Yeah.
To honour his achievements, Drake was granted his own coat of arms, a clear symbol of acceptance in the Elizabethan era.
Oh, that's a splendid coat of arms. And then at the bottom it says Sic Parvis Magna. My Latin's a bit rusty. So from small big.
From humble beginnings to greatness.
That sounds better. That's more poetic, isn't it? Yeah.
Alongside a knighthood, Elizabeth gave Drake this astonishing brooch, here being worn by Mrs. Drake in this ostentatious portrait.
So this is Drake's wife?
Yes, who he marries in 1585.
And she is dressed so sumptuously. I mean, she's dripping in pearls. And I must say, there's more than a passing resemblance here, surely, to Elizabeth.
Well, it was the fashion, wasn't it? Elizabeth was dressed in high fashion. This lady, also Elizabeth, dressed in high fashion with the ruff and the pearls and this was the look to go for.
Drake, now bursting with confidence, turned his mind from global adventures to improving his own backyard. With its great inlets of brackish tidal waters, Plymouth badly needed a consistent supply of fresh water. Now, as mayor, Drake used his guile to lobby Parliament for funds to create one. Some of the resulting structures still exist today, and Ben Robinson has taken a trip up onto Dartmoor to take a look.
There we go. Starting to get a bit of height now, and things are suddenly becoming a lot clearer. I can see what I'm looking for starting to emerge. It's a curving earthwork, a channel, a leat. This is Drake's leat, an artificial watercourse. And the idea of this was to bring fresh water down from Dartmoor, where there's an abundance of the stuff. And what it intended to do was to help scour out the harbour with this flow of fresh water, but also to be used for firefighting and to provision the Navy. Very, very important. Can we just get a little bit lower, Max? Yeah, that's good, great. So we're zooming in now. Crikey, we're flying along it. It's a narrow channel. It's only about 6 foot wide. It's fairly shallow, 2 foot deep, but that's all that was needed to carry this water down.
This is a Victorian reservoir, but it would have been the mill pond for one of Drake's mills. There's a flour mill right here. Because you see, the water from the leat never reached the sailors, and instead Drake took full advantage of this new watercourse and built mills along it. It might be the first example of a big public infrastructure project that only ended up benefiting a very small number of people. Something that mayors in Britain and around the world have been working hard to perfect ever since.
Drake brazenly embezzled funds for his own gain and naturally got away with it, a fact that might have been hard to swallow for the less well-off in Elizabethan England. Back then, people without any financial security, especially women, were subject to a harsh system of justice administered by the church court. I've headed to St Andrew's Church, which was used as an informal courtroom. I'm meeting historian Dr. Todd Gray, who's been studying a revealing archive of the trials held here.
These documents from the church court are fantastic because they are the words which are meant to have been spoken in anger or in malice. They're slander cases. So this one here, a group of women over here, one woman being told by a man, Moses Goodyear, to go back to the stairs and to the stable, implying that this woman has been having illicit sex in a number of places, including on the stairs and in the stable.
So it's basically about somebody being called a whore.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
And in this one, it's whore. It could be bobtail, punk, queen, harlot, strumpet. There are about 30 words one can call a woman with immoral ways.
Yeah.
We judge women by their virtue, men by their honesty.
Okay. Doesn't sound particularly fair. So have you got some specific examples of some choice slander here?
Ninny Hammer.
What's that?
Ninny Hammer's a bit of a blockhead, a stubborn man,
Yeah.
a stupid man. whereas a ninny cock
Sounds rude.
yeah, it's a man whose wife has left him sexually redundant.
Oh.
Whereas in this case, we have two women who are arrested for being poor.
Just for being poor?
They're found in a ditch, sleeping. They are thought to be beggars. They can't be begging, and they are pushed back to where they come from. But before that, and as we see in here, they are to be going to the next market day to be whipped about the town as whores and vagabonds.
Oh, my goodness.
And they had their hands tied to the back of a cart, they had their tops taken off, and then whipped until they were bloody going through the streets. And you would have had somebody with a tin pot and a spoon making noise before, and it was this great sort of procession, humiliation, shame, but physical punishment on top.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a spectacle. Nothing like enjoying a good spectacle.
A system of justice that administers such harsh punishment to a simple homeless woman, yet turns a blind eye to Drake's wholesale plunder, begs the question, how did he get away with it?
He's got a moral imperative. You know, he's doing it for the right reasons. He says he's doing it for God.
He's not doing it for money, then?
No.
He happens,
His
happens to be making
justification always is he's doing it as a good Protestant against the Catholics,
money. Yeah.
against the Pope. So he's got moral right on his side.
It seems morality could be quite flexible for the Elizabethans. But the double standards of men like Drake would drive an even deeper wedge between Protestants and Catholics.
So many of the power struggles during the Elizabethan era seem on the surface of it to be about two versions of Christianity pitted against each other. Queen Elizabeth I is Protestant. Mary, Queen of Scots, beheaded in 1587, is Catholic. And then there's this epic battle between Protestant and Catholic forces at sea. But really, that's all about trade, money, and power. After years of suffering not only the indignity, but real financial losses as the trade and military routes of the Catholic Spanish Empire are disrupted by Protestant English pirates, King Philip of Spain finally cracks. Retribution was coming.
I'm in Plymouth to discover why it was the Elizabethan era's most infamous and important town. In the 1560s and 70s, as the home port of Queen Elizabeth's sea dogs, it was teeming with craft and cunning that had been driving Prince Philip of Spain mad with frustration.
The English were constantly stealing goods from the Spanish, and the island of Britain stood in the way, blocking Spanish trade routes to northern Europe. By the late 1500s, Queen Elizabeth and all her advisors knew that Spain would eventually declare war on England. They just didn't know when that was going to happen. They also knew that Spain had the most powerful navy in the world, while all they had was a ragbag collection of old ships and borrowed merchant vessels. But here in Plymouth, what they did have were the most knowledgeable and experienced sailors in the world. And this is where John Hawkins comes back into our story.
Incredibly, Hawkins had risen from slave-trading pirate to become the unrivalled supremo of Elizabeth's navy, tasked with whipping it into shape for the inevitable confrontation with Spain. A typical Tudor warship, such as the Mary Rose, was top-heavy, slow and cumbersome to manoeuvre, qualities that helped her capsize in Portsmouth harbour in 1545. Spanish galleons followed many of the same design principles. Hawkins favoured the ideas of innovative shipwright Matthew Baker, whose designs prioritised speed, mobility and stability. Built in 1763, this covered slipway in Plymouth's Devonport Naval Base is the oldest remaining in the world. It's currently used by Will Sterling, whose team use centuries-old construction methods and who understands the influence of Hawkins on warship design.
You're the latest in a long line of shipwrights that's worked here then?
Maybe so, yeah.
What do you think was the main difference in ship design as we move into the Elizabethan era?
Hawkins was the figurehead of a move to make the boats deeper and made them more stable. They could carry more guns, get your ballast lower down. But also, and more importantly, it meant that they could go closer to the wind.
So Hawkins is designing boats, or at least commissioning boats that were designed with a hull that rode lower in the water. Is that a differently shaped hull?
Maybe so. And it might be easiest to explain that by looking at these two boats here. Both those boats are the same length. Boat on the left, quite a shallow boat, 60 tons. And on the right, you've got quite a deep boat, 160 tons.
In terms of the displacement?
The displacement, yeah. So just because she's that much deeper, she's almost 3 times the weight, yet the same size on top of the water.
All that extra room made space for new, longer-range, rapid-fire cannon, which English armourers had been at the forefront of developing. Manoeuvrability plus firepower meant the small English fleet was suddenly a much more formidable fighting machine. But there were the basics to attend to as well. The shipyards of Plymouth had to make sure these wooden ships were as watertight as possible.
So you're just finishing off this ship then?
Yeah.
Will is showing me a technique employed by Elizabethan shipbuilders. Oakum is a tarred felt that seals the gaps between the planks.
You're sort of bunching it up into the seam, and this is just getting it into the seams.
It seems amazing that that's going to be watertight enough.
No, really watertight and really strong, yeah.
Will makes it look really easy. Definitely something I can have a go at, surely.
All you've got to do is get it in the seam, and then you can tap it in a bit more afterwards. The wages were based on how many feet you caulked in a day.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you think you've been enough?
I'm not going to make enough for dinner, I don't think. Yeah.
Luckily, John Hawkins had far more skilled shipwrights to help build his ships for the new Queen's Navy. And because he was treasurer of the Navy, crucially, he controlled the purse strings.
Hawkins had the access to the funds, so we can all have great ideas, but making those ideas happen, you need to have access to money.
Yeah, so it's not private enterprise and innovation. No. This is state-sponsored R&D.
Yeah.
They're pitted against those European powers.
Yeah, that's it. No, that's it. They're pitted against, and they're trying to make sure that they're the best, and they want to have that edge.
Hawkins got Elizabeth's new navy ready just in time, because in July 1588, the greatest fleet of warships the world had ever seen hove into view just off the coast of Plymouth.
We've been here before. This is the bit where Francis Drake, who by now was Vice Admiral of the English fleet, nonchalantly finishes off his game of bowls on Plymouth Hoe. That takes us into the realms of mythology. We need to wrestle ourselves back to reality and look at what was actually happening out there in Plymouth Harbour over this couple of weeks. Ben Robinson is out on the headland with his state-of-the-art crow's nest to give us the bigger picture of that first great Battle of Britain.
If you could just pan round just to the left a little bit, that would be great. So I can now get the view. This is where the English fleet had to navigate through these waters, out through the Sound and into the open sea. And the tide was against them, the winds were against them. There was a strong southwesterly blowing, much like today. And they literally had to haul themselves out of the harbour. They mustered off Rame Head at the mouth of the Sound, and they knew the Armada was waiting for them. And we've got a view here, a near contemporary view of what was going on. And here we are. Here are the English ships off to meet the Armada, which is in this vast crescent formation, great defensive formation. The ships with the big guns can protect all the lightly armed ships, the cargo ships, the troop carriers in the centre there. The plan of the Armada is to rendezvous on the coast of the Netherlands, pick up a massive invasion force, and the target is London, striking at the capital itself. If that happens, it's all over, game over, the kingdom's lost. The Armada moors up at Calais here, and during the night, Drake sends fire ships. These are ships set on fire, full of incendiary gunpowder, to disrupt the moored Armada. And it works. They're in a complete panic. Some of them slip their anchors and head out to sea. Some of them stay where they are. The English are outgunned, but they've got speed on their side. They've got maneuverability on their side. They can position themselves, get in, attack, and get out again. The Spanish are panicked by this. The English have broken up the fleet. They chase them up the east coast of England. The Spanish have to carry on round Scotland, and they're lashed by ferocious Atlantic storms. They're dispersed, they're wrecked, they've lost. The English have won.
It was an astonishing outcome. The Spanish were so sure that they were just going to romp to victory, that their admiral, Medina Sidonia, has identified Mount Edgecombe House just over there on the hill in Cornwall as his future home. He never got it.
Plymouth's two Knights of the Sea wouldn't enjoy their status as national heroes for long. Unable to resist the rich rewards of long voyages, both Hawkins and Drake returned to the Caribbean, where they both died at sea. But their deeds had already inspired hundreds of others to follow in their wake.
There is another famous son of Devon who we haven't heard much about yet, but he was often here in Plymouth and quite closely linked with Queen Elizabeth, if we're to believe the stories.
He is, of course, Walter Raleigh. I've caught up with Todd Gray again to find out how this iconic English name fits into Plymouth's Elizabethan saga.
Todd, you can't really come to Plymouth and talk about history without mentioning Raleigh.
Well, Raleigh's the flip side to Drake. He's handsome, he's charming, he's an intellectual, he's a writer, born 50 miles away, but his colonization attempts start off from here. He's a very rich figure that we know an awful lot about. And he has this idea of colonization rather than smash and grab.
So he's not a privateer like Drake, then?
He does do some of that, but that's not his main thrust, I think, what his legacy is. His legacy is establishing a New England in the Americas. He wants to colonize the whole of the coast, and he owns 3,000 miles of coastline. Doesn't quite work, and it takes a little while for it to succeed.
Disease and starvation meant Raleigh's colonies all failed, and in 1603, a tired Queen Elizabeth died without an heir. However, the colonising zeal that was pioneered by the Elizabethans would take root in a big way thanks to a certain ship named Mayflower that sailed from right here in Plymouth in 1620.
The only way they can colonize New England is by exporting Puritans.
Yeah.
Religious fundamentalists will bear it. They'll stick it out, the cold, the miserable conditions, the poverty, just so that they have a place to pray in their way. So we get rid of them, they start up New England, and then it turns into a land bonanza.
Yeah.
So more and more people go out there for the land and they change the colony.
It's quite deeply uncomfortable history, isn't it? The idea of going over to another country, another continent, and just seizing it for yourself. There were people there already. I find it quite strange.
I mean, I have ancestors who were on the Mayflower.
Do you?
So we weren't...
You don't?
I do.
You traced it back?
I do. I have Stephen Hopkins, and they weren't religious fundamentalists. They were land grabbers.
Yeah.
So instead of bigots, they were thieves. So I'm slightly better with that.
But look, you're here now. There are the Mayflower steps. Your ancestors stepped off these steps onto those ships and off they went.
Yeah.
And you're back here.
Yeah.
Apart from it wasn't those steps, was it? Because they're Victorian.
They're Victorian.
Yeah.
But never mind. They're like the steps they would have used when they came down.
Yeah. How does that feel?
Well, I think a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know, it's not something to be happy about. It's something that happened in the past.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to look back to the Elizabethan era, Britain's relationship with the world, think about where we are now.
The Puritans called their American colony Plymouth, and just over 150 years later, their descendants were living in a new independent country. But by then, Britain's growing empire was about to enter its most omnipotent global phase. An empire built on momentum gained in the expansionist, sometimes violent, often extraordinary Elizabethan era.
Plymouth was at the heart of it all, its bustling dockside streets bursting with the ideas of entrepreneurs, its intrepid mariners pushing at the envelope of exploration, bringing back a bounty that would save a queen from bankruptcy. And those two men, those second cousins, who went from being pirates to heroes of the nation. This, for me, is why Plymouth is Britain's most Elizabethan town.
Secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet.
And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns.
I'll be deciphering physical clues.
It's like very early animation. And getting to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
He operated like a spy master. They lied, they deceived, they cheated.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history, and find out how those stories still resonate today.
3,880. More and more individuals are still dying from the plague.
It's quite overwhelming.
From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire,
I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town. Today, I'm exploring the Georgian era in a town where living in dark alleys led to an age of enlightenment.
Here you have people of all different ranks really mingling together.
Where a new town with dazzling ambition was built.
This is magnificent!
It's big, isn't it?
And where current events are highlighting a controversial past.
A statue is part of our history. It's my history.
It's a town that once played host to violent rebellion, and then a party that united the kingdom.
This was a way for Scotland to present itself to the world, but that didn't rock the boat too much.
If you really want to understand how the Georgians shaped Britain on both sides of the border, Edinburgh is the place to come.
Edinburgh is Scotland's charismatic capital. Some even call it the Athens of the North. Set among seemingly never-ending hills, this city of 500,000 people is the political and cultural heart of the nation. Tourists flock to Edinburgh, especially when it hosts the world's largest art and comedy festival. And it's no surprise to learn that these ancient streets inspired the setting for the Harry Potter phenomenon. But the real story of Edinburgh starts around 900 BC, when a small settlement was established on the formidable Castle Rock. Situated deep in Scotland's central belt, near the vast Firth of Forth estuary, well-connected Edinburgh grew steadily throughout the Middle Ages until it became the country's capital in the mid-15th century.
Edinburgh, for me, always seems to have this air of prestige and confidence. But during the Georgian period, it was right at the centre of some of the biggest upheavals in British history.
The coronation of King George I in 1714 heralded the start of the Georgian era. German-speaking George may not have had the strongest claim to the throne, but he was Protestant, which made him ideal. The next 123 years saw Great Britain ruled by 5 kings, 4 of whom went by the name of George. This was the time of the first industrial revolution, with new technologies and raw power boosting productivity and extending the global reach of Britain's interests. Just 7 years before George I took to the throne, there'd been a seismic change in the country with the creation of the Kingdom of Great Britain.
Great Britain as a political entity is a relatively recent invention historically. It has only existed for just over 300 years, going back to the Act of Union being voted through here in Edinburgh on the 16th of January 1707. But at that point, rather strangely, the monarch of England and the monarch of Scotland had been one and the same person for more than 100 years.
That came about because in 1603, the childless Queen Elizabeth had died, leaving England without an heir. It fell to her distant relative, King James VI of Scotland, to take the throne, becoming King James I of England. For the first time in history, England and Scotland were united under one monarch.
Over the 80 years that followed, Stuart monarchs would reign over far from peaceful kingdoms. There was civil war, the execution of a king, a republic, and then the restoration of the monarchy. But in 1688, that monarchy was in trouble again. There was tension between the king and his subjects, and eventually that king, King James II of England, the 7th of Scotland, the last Catholic king, was deposed and exiled to Europe.
But a new movement arose that would stop at nothing to see Catholic James back on the throne. Its proponents were known as the Jacobites, and I've come to the mighty Edinburgh Castle to meet Professor Murray Pittock and find out more.
So, Murray, who were the Jacobites?
The Jacobites are the supporters of a restoration of the main Stuart line after James, the 7th of Scotland and 2nd of England, was exiled in 1688.
And why was he exiled?
Because people feared his Catholicism and because they feared other aspects of what was seen as his centralising power. His followers became called Jacobites because Jacobus is the Latin for James.
Right.
But what's important and why they're still so well remembered is because what they wanted went far beyond the restoration of James. They wanted a multi-kingdom monarchy with capitals in London, Dublin and Edinburgh.
Since 1688, there'd been several Jacobite uprisings, but in 1745, they really shook Britain's status quo. James II's son sent his son, who'd grown up in staunchly Catholic France, to Scotland to try and wrestle back the British crown for the Stuart line. His nickname was Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Charles Edward coming back to Scotland, I mean, that's turned into this wonderfully romantic myth of Bonnie Prince Charlie. What's the reality behind it?
Well, the reality is he comes, and of course everyone says, you know, where are your soldiers? And he says, oh, you know, I thought you'd be my soldiers. And they say, you must be absolutely joking. You know how big the British Army is. But he does win people over because he's extremely charismatic and he's able to raise the standard with 1,100 men, move south, and gradually more and more until his army in the end is around about 14,000 strong. And when Charles Edward Stuart enters Edinburgh in 1745, there are a crowd of around 20,000 to greet him.
And then what happened?
Well, Charles Edward, by a single vote, got the agreement of the army to march south into England, and they marched south as far as Derby. At Derby, they vote to retreat. And he doesn't like this because it's, in his view, a very bad strategic decision.
Yeah.
Because The chances of winning if you've gone ahead are slim. The chances of losing if you retreat are total.
Could have so easily gone differently, very differently.
It's a fascinating moment, and it's the greatest military threat faced by Great Britain in aggregate during the 18th century, because it's the only one that's fundamentally existential.
What about Edinburgh Castle itself? Did Charles Edward ever manage to take the castle?
No, Charles never took the castle, because one of the funniest things about this city is it's not built on a river, because this is such a strong defensible position that it was worth making all the sacrifices of not having running water there.
From any angle, Edinburgh's castle looks like a tough nut to crack. Aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson has launched a drone to get an even better look at this formidable fortress.
That's just brilliant. Just to elevate above the ground like that and just see it looming in front of me. The immediately striking thing is the rock that it sits on, this great plug of volcanic rock rising out of the city. So you can see there's the core of the medieval castle here, but there's all these other defences around it. And they were really beefing these up at the time of the Jacobite rebellions. How would the Jacobites take it? Well, there was an attempt in 1715 when a couple of infiltrators on the inside of the garrison attempted to let the Jacobites outside in by lowering a rope ladder, but it was too short. They couldn't actually reach the people outside. So it was a comedy of errors, really, but you'd need some ladder to get into that place. Now, in 1745, Bonnie Prince Charlie and the Jacobites controlled the rest of Edinburgh. They'd marched in without firing a shot. But with these guns mounted on all these batteries, they could fire at any point in the city. And after a few cannon shells had knocked a few houses down, killed a few people, the Jacobites had no response. They had no heavy weapons themselves, and they just had to withdraw, leaving Edinburgh to the garrison.
Bonnie Prince Charlie's Jacobite uprising was ultimately quashed when his army was wiped out at the Battle of Culloden.
The British government wanted to ensure that such a rebellion would never happen again. They stamped down hard. They rounded up the rebels who, if they were lucky, ended up in prison. If they weren't, they were executed. And in the Highlands, land was seized from the clan chiefs and the wearing of Highland dress was banned except for military personnel. For the Highlands, for the culture there, it was an unmitigated disaster.
However, the well-to-do urban population would fare rather better, because in the decades that followed, Edinburgh would undergo a quintessential Georgian makeover. I'm in Edinburgh, the perfect place to get a taste of life in Georgian Britain, and to learn about the complexities of Scotland's young and delicate partnership with England. With the Jacobites defeated and the Union secure, life in Edinburgh could return to normal.
Britain may have been on the cusp of the first industrial revolution, but living conditions for many in towns and cities were fairly basic, to say the least, even positively medieval, and Edinburgh was no exception.
To help me understand the town's layout and the influence it had on life here, I'm meeting historian Alison Duncan in the heart of the old town.
Alison, hi.
Hi, Alice.
This has to be the most iconic bit of Edinburgh, surely, the Royal Mile.
Pretty much, yeah. We're standing here right on the mile itself. When you look down to the east there, it drops away down to the sea, and then west up to the Castle Rock. So this is the Royal Mile, but for citizens, it's just the High Street.
And looking up and down the street here, how much of what we're seeing is Georgian?
Quite a lot of it on the facades, and people improved their interiors over time, but you've got this backbone of the High Street, and off it all these dark alleyways, we call them closes in Scots, winds if they're a little bit wider.
Yeah.
And you have these tenement buildings, they were called lands. There's a good example of a tenement further up the high street at Milnes Court. Should we go and take a look at it?
During the early Georgian period, in many European cities, an age of enlightenment was dawning. This was the vibrant exchange and flourishing of new ideas in science, the arts, and philosophy. Nowhere were these debates more intense than here in Edinburgh's densely packed apartment blocks.
So what kind of class of people would have been living in tenements like this?
All sorts. That was one real feature of Edinburgh, because in other cities where sociability is more controlled in people's houses, here you have people of all different ranks really mingling together. The aristocracy who had apartments here in town would be living on the same stair as lawyers, as students, perhaps as tradespeople. Ideas were exchanged really easily. That said, though, like a lot of cities where life is very crammed, there were the almost invisible demarcations of who lived where and how they lived. Certainly, you lived on the first or the second floors if you were well off.
So the higher you have to go on the stairs, the poorer you are.
Exactly. Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head, because if you imagine everything that needs to come into your house, whether it's water or coal, all your food has to be carried literally up those stairs. And then everything that has to come out of your house, all the rubbish, the coal ash, and the contents of your chamber pots, of course, because there's no plumbing, no toilets.
Yeah.
So what often happened was, late at night, maid servant would just open the shutter, quick check.
Chuck it out.
Whee! Out you go. If you're lucky, she shouts, "Gardez l'eau," which supposedly is from the French, "Prenez garde à l'eau." Watch out for the water. You're very lucky if it's just water.
Yeah.
With streets coated in slippery, organic matter, moving around a town while keeping your boots and hems clean presented a challenge. Door-to-door transport was called for, but the prodigiously steep, narrow alleys meant horse-drawn carts were out of the question, and good old sedan chairs were in.
I've been carried in a chair before, like this, but I haven't tried carrying one. So should we have a go?
Let's give it a go. Okay.
We use these straps?
Yes, they go over the back. See how we do.
Shoulders. And then you just loop them over the poles, do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Ready?
Go.
Lift. Oh, that's not too bad. I reckon I could do this.
All right.
And set it down. Okay. Now look, that was far too easy. So I think we need a volunteer. Georgia?
Adding our production assistant to the payload would make this a bit more realistic.
Now we'll see what we're made of.
Is she brave? Are you brave enough to go in here?
I don't know. I think you're being very brave.
Yeah. Good luck, Georgia.
Thank you. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, lift. No. Whoa, no.
It's really heavy.
What I'm finding is...
This is nothing about Georgia. This is just trying to lift a person.
As you lift at the front, too, it comes back.
Do you want to try lifting first?
We could give it a go.
Right, I'm in position.
Okay, I am lifting at the back.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh. Do you want to try a step?
Left foot forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's okay. Yep.
There's a tree in front of me. I think that's going to be the shortest. So we sit down. The shortest sedan chair trip in history, I think, then, Georgia.
Who was it was saying, I think we should just run up the high street with this?
Yeah, up to the castle. OK, we'll do that, but you can't film it. Oh, right, OK, that's a bit different.
At least the hard-working chairman never had to go far, because as Edinburgh's population boomed in the mid-1700s, this town grew upwards rather than sprawling outwards. Some of its tenements were like skyscrapers, 14 stories tall. People were packed in like sardines. It was noisy, smelly and smoky, earning it the nickname Old Reekie. To keep up with the times, Edinburgh needed to spread its wings, but its geology was holding it back.
Aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson is taking his drone up to get a look at the wider landscape.
I'm looking at Princes Street Gardens here, and they're looking beautiful. This great green lung running right through the heart of the city. Yeah, I can see that what I'm actually looking at is a small valley, and there's the old town, clinging to the side of this valley. Now, this was the site of the Nor Loch. It'd been formed by glaciers tens of thousands of years ago, and the Nor Loch posed a problem because as Edinburgh grew, the loch was a constraint, it was a physical barrier. And worse than that, everything that was produced in the old town, everything noxious and disgusting, ended up in the loch. So it became this filthy, disgusting, horrible place. A few witches were even thrown into it, apparently. So that was a real problem for expanding Edinburgh.
Hemmed in with stinking marshland and with this burgeoning population ever more densely packed into the town, Old Reekie was losing its charm. And eventually, the council decided enough was enough. In 1759, the unloved loch was drained and a bridge built across the valley. This would connect the old town to an undeveloped strip of land just to the north. At the same time, a competition was launched to find a design for the new town that would be built here. The winning layout was by a young local architect named James Craig. To find out how this ambitious project was realised, I've come to the new town to meet historian Tony Lewis.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to see you here in Newtown.
Yeah, Edinburgh's new town.
Yeah.
A new start for the city.
So 250 years ago, before they start building here, this is just field. This is
just field.
Greenfield development.
And you would have had a surveyor surveying the ground to make sure that everything added up. So you find on James Craig plans, it's regularly divided out like a monopoly board into plots of a certain size.
So the council's saying, we're doing this, we're creating this grand scheme for the new town, and you can buy a bit of it.
You can buy as much as you like, but they recommended, you know, kind of a 30 to 40 foot plot.
And what are the key parts of that plan then? This square?
This square, the other square, and the grid of streets. Princess Street to one side, Queen Street to the other.
I think the symbolism in the street names is kind of a physical representation of the politics of the time. It's fascinating.
Absolutely. The Thistle Streets and Rose Streets. There, immediately, you've got this idea of union of Scotland and England.
Yeah.
St Andrew Square and George Street, you've got something that's very Scottish with something that was very British in its street names and its place names.
Let's go and explore some of these other streets.
Okay.
Allowing developers to buy a single plot and build to their own designs has given many of the new town streets a charmingly eclectic character.
What about these? Is this Georgian?
This
that
is
a bit
slightly later.
Yeah.
But there's one area which is much more uniform. 4 impressive terraces surrounding a square.
It's the first time I've actually been allowed in.
Named to honour King George III's wife.
Well, here we are, Alice. Charlotte Square.
Charlotte Square.
In we go.
Oh, this is magnificent.
This is it. It's big, isn't it?
It's huge. Is it bigger than St Andrew's Square?
It's exactly the same size. Everything's about symmetry on Craig's plan.
So this is still part of Craig's plan?
Yes.
But Craig's not the architect of these buildings,
No, this is Robert Adam. The Robert Adam, the King's architect, the nationally prestigious architect, known up and down the country for his work.
So by the time he does this, he's already famous?
Very famous. He was the man to get. This gives it a presence. This gives it a wow factor.
Yeah, I mean, it is wow still today, isn't it?
It is.
It's a decades-long project by the time we reach here.
It's about 30 years to get to this point. And even for the tradesmen, as we see today behind us, there's still people up on scaffolds.
They
and
still
for
haven't finished
tradesmen
it.
up there, back in the 1790s, some of them ended up going to America and helped building the White House. Some of them went to Russia and helped plan out New Moscow after 1812. Edinburgh had got a European and global dynamic to it. So it's not just captured as being a satellite state to England. It's an important international city in an important country.
So as it entered the 19th century, Edinburgh had the elegant streets the town's elite had hankered after. And now its financial and scientific institutions could thrive, with far-reaching consequences, both good and ghoulish. I'm in Edinburgh to learn about Georgian Britain and the crucial role that this town played in shaping the United Kingdom. With the town being expanded and upgraded, Edinburgh was on the up. Of course, transformation doesn't come cheap, and as with almost any commercial activity, a ready source of credit was vital. I've come back to the new town, to the Royal Bank of Scotland's original head office, to get an exclusive look at some evidence that I've been told shows the stereotype of the financially astute Scot may well be founded on fact. Oh, look at these. Now, I've got some treasures from the archives here of the Royal Bank of Scotland, and here are some banknotes. This one, which is really early, 1727. So at this point, banknotes had only been in use for a few decades. So this is a very, very early banknote. And as well as some of the printed material on it, there's a lot of handwriting on it as well. It's wonderful. Now, this is a book of minutes of the directors of the Royal Bank of Scotland, which sounds a bit dry, but actually there's some really important, juicy information in here. And this paragraph is really important. This refers to a Mr. William Hogg, a merchant in Edinburgh. He's got a cash account with the bank, and that he's allowed to make overdrafts on the bank. So in other words, the bank is going to give him cash credit. To find out what this idea of instant cash meant for modern finance,
Ruth, hello.
I'm catching up with archivist Ruth Reid.
Ruth, I've just been looking through the archives and finding the record of that cash credit. What did that mean in terms of what people could do with that money and how easy it was to get money?
Well, in effect, you could call it the world's first overdraft authorisation, because it's the first time that something that we would think of like an overdraft was being offered. And what it meant was, instead of having to take out a loan for a specific amount of money, you could have this arrangement where you could take up to a certain amount, but you'd only be paying interest on what you'd borrowed. So what that meant for a business, for example, is that they could handle their cash flow much more slickly. You could pay suppliers before your customers had paid you.
I saw some of the early banknotes up there from the archive, and they're wonderful. Is this the first time that there were royal portraits on banknotes?
Yes, in fact, we think it's the first time that any portrait, specifically of a person, was on a British banknote. For example, the Bank of England didn't have the Queen on its banknotes until 1960,
Really?
Whereas the Royal Bank started doing it in 1727.
And what did that royal portrait mean on the banknote? Is it just decoration?
It's not just decoration, although it certainly makes the note look impressive and attractive and eye-catching, but also it's a really good anti-forgery measure, because people are really good at faces. So if there's something a little bit wrong on that face, they're going to see it and they'll know it's not a real note.
And the banking industry really took off in Scotland. I mean, it seems to be something that, Scotland is really known for.
Certainly, if you look at some of the oldest banks in London, a number of them were founded and run by Scottish families. And then even if you go out to Canada or Australia or South Africa, if you're looking in the 19th century into the 20th century, an awful lot of their bankers were Scottish trained lads who'd gone out there.
By the early 1800s, innovative banking and healthy competition were turbocharging the economy. Britain's industrial revolution was in full swing, and for the lucky few, a better way of life was becoming a reality. Edinburgh's new town had shown how civil modern urban living could be, and now there was an appetite for even grander designs. Ben Robinson has launched his drone to see how the city was shaping up.
There's the new town development here, this great rectilinear plan, and the rich, the newly wealthy, couldn't get enough of it. And the Earl of Moray had a bit of land adjacent to it, and he thought, right, here's a way to make a lot of cash. But his land was a bit hemmed in by this almost cliff running down here. So he got a very talented architect to come up with a design based on these geometrical shapes. There's a crescent, Randolph Crescent, Ainslie Place, and Moray Place down here. The symmetry is absolutely wonderful. So if we could just take the drone up a bit and get this vertical view, I'm now looking at the centrepiece of the whole design, Moray Place. This, even by the standards of the new town, was impressive stuff. I was going to say these are like mini palaces, but there's nothing mini about them at all. They are palaces.
While new housing vastly improved the lives of wealthy and healthy Georgians, anyone who got ill had a problem, and in many cases would have faced a premature death. Life expectancy had barely improved since the Middle Ages. But in Edinburgh, a growing emphasis on thorough scientific study would help to change that.
I'm an anatomist. I'm fascinated by the structure of the human body. And anatomy is such a fundamental science. It underpins medicine and, of course, surgery. And if you were to choose anywhere to come and learn anatomy in Georgian Britain, it would be here in Edinburgh.
To help me understand how Edinburgh garnered this reputation, I've come to meet Professor Tom Gillingwater at the University of Edinburgh.
And how well respected was the medical school here in Edinburgh, in Britain and even more widely?
Well, it attracted people to come and study here from all four corners of the globe. Perhaps more importantly, it acted as the centre to then send those individuals back to where they'd originally come from to set up similar medical schools. So, for example, graduates from the medical school here in Edinburgh went and set up many of the leading medical schools in North America.
And there were some very famous professors of anatomy here. There was that dynasty of Monroes.
Yes, absolutely. They really ruled over the Edinburgh anatomy scene for nigh on 100 years.
And how were they teaching anatomy? What were their ideas about how this subject should be taught?
They'd learnt from the best of anatomy on the continent, and they'd seen the importance of learning anatomy by experience of a body. You know, you wouldn't trust your car mechanic to service your car after having read a manual. You'd want them to have actually seen an engine and worked on it.
Yeah, even better, strip the engine.
You know, absolutely.
And then at some point we get independent private medical schools setting themselves up almost in competition with the university.
Yes, so there was a proliferation of enterprising individuals who realised that they could set up their own, essentially anatomy demonstration schools where people would pay to come and watch the best of the best demonstrate their wares. So Robert Knox was one of the best. He was a real showman.
Come and see Dr. Knox.
Absolutely.
So this is a poster for one of his lectures, then?
A series of lectures, often over a week. He could only teach for as long as a body would remain fresh.
So this one says, arrangements have been made to secure, as usual, an ample supply of anatomical subjects.
That was what Edinburgh was known for. It was anatomy on the real thing, anatomy on the body.
Yeah.
You're only going to be as good as the bodies you can provide.
And this is where the story really does take a macabre turn.
Tom's brought me to nearby Greyfriars Kirkyard to show me the effects of this insatiable appetite for cadavers to dissect.
To be honest, they couldn't get sufficient bodies from the normal distribution channels, which essentially were executed criminals. So a lot of the bodies were coming from illicit activities, in a large part grave robbing.
So what's this about?
So this is a mortsafe, an example of where essentially an individual who'd been buried would be protected from the grave robbers by placing these iron railings, grills on top of the actual grave.
And then, of course, in Edinburgh, it does take on an even more macabre twist with Knox and with his ample supply of bodies.
Absolutely, yes. So they wanted the freshest bodies, and this is what led to Burke and Hare.
So William Burke and William Hare, who are Irish, come over to Edinburgh looking for work.
Yes, they essentially saw the opportunity and in the end murdered, we know of at least 16 individuals that they murdered to provide to Robert Knox.
I mean, it goes right back there. I mean, you sent me this document, which is written by one of the Monroes.
Yes.
About what you should look for in a cadaver, in a corpse. And it's quite chilling reading. First, make your choice of body of good constitution and habit, not gross with fat, so they don't want to be having to cut through too much fat to get to the organs and the muscles, nor impoverished with leanness, of a middle age and stature, that received death neither by disease nor wound, but choked or strangled.
Yep, so Burke and Hare were just delivering what had been requested.
These gruesome events highlighted the horrors of an unregulated underground trade in cadavers. And to combat that, in 1832, the Anatomy Act was passed.
The Anatomy Act meant that the supply of bodies to medical schools was regulated, and that paved the way for what we have today, where generous-hearted people bequeath their bodies, donate their bodies to medical schools.
So, grave robbing aside, George in Edinburgh was a pioneer in medical science. But it would be an old-fashioned visit from the king that would heal old wounds. With a brand launch like no other, and a new identity for a nation. I'm exploring the grand streets and hidden alleys of Edinburgh, uncovering events from the Georgian era, a period that saw the creation of the United Kingdom we know today. Following the failed Jacobite uprisings, Scotland had slowly been adjusting to the merger with England. However, not since 1633 had a reigning English monarch actually paid a visit here. It was finally time for the royal embrace.
In 1822, King George IV decides that he's going to pay the good people of Scotland a visit. And this is a completely different scenario from almost 80 years before the final Jacobite rebellion, with troops surging from the south into Scotland. This time, Scotland is welcoming a monarch, and he's arriving by sea. He disembarks here at the quayside in Leith. And there's a record of this moment in a really unlikely place. This is a splendid room to find inside a police station, because this used to be the council chamber. But this is the painting I've come to look at. Look at that, it's huge. So this is recording the arrival of George IV in Leith. There he is, look, right in the middle. Looking rather splendid, being greeted by all the great and good. Look at all these crowds of people, very excited to see him. It's a bit of PR, of course it's a bit of PR. You know, he's arriving as this Hanoverian king, but he is monarch of the Union. He's monarch of Great Britain and Ireland. So this is quite something for the people of Scotland. Some nefarious activities as well, though. There's a pickpocket here, taking advantage of the fact that this man's not so interested in the king, actually. He's more interested in this lovely lady. And you start looking, you've got lovely details. People wearing kind of tartan shawls, and I think some heather in the bonnet. And the people with the best views of all are the sailors up there, look, on the yardarms of their ships, all crowded on to see their king arriving. And it is propaganda, obviously. You know, we want to show that he's being greeted, he's being feted, people are delighted to see him. And, you know, thousands of people, but it was a big day.
The ostentatious welcoming ceremony was to be followed by processions and events that would cement Scotland's role at the heart of the Union. The man who ended up organising most of the pageantry was Edinburgh's own literary superstar, the romantic novelist Sir Walter Scott. To find out about his role in these era-defining events, I've travelled an hour south of Edinburgh to Abbotsford and Scott's country retreat in the Scottish borders.
Hi, welcome to Abbotsford.
Its curator is Kirsty Archer-Thompson.
Kirsty, Walter Scott at this point in time is a best-selling novelist, but I still don't understand why that makes him the right man for this job, for planning this huge event.
What happens is a committee is set up. He's part of that committee. It encompasses historians, antiquarians, artists, people who have a stake in the history of Scotland and how it's presented at a ceremonial event. And Scott is brimming with ideas and enthusiasm, all of his research from writing his novels, and ends up taking the reins. I think the rest of the committee are terribly pleased about that because it's a heck of a project management job.
And did he write much about the whole planning process, about how he came up with the ideas, and do you get a feeling for how that evolved over time?
Absolutely. Scott's left us a plethora of letters where he's scratching his head on all manner of things. And, you know, one of the key things that he does in the run-up to the King's visit is he calls the clans, just like you would have done of old. He sends out a missive to all of the Highland chiefs to bring their clans down to Edinburgh in this incredible ceremonial act.
What do the clan chiefs, do we know what they really thought about it? Because this is kind of saying, yes, we are Britain, isn't it?
So Scott gets quite a mixed response from the clans. Some are very supportive and turn out in their droves. Others don't turn up at all. What he does manage to do is get them to turn out in numbers that really show Edinburgh that Scotland is more than just the lowlands. But of course you can pivot that round and say that almost through inviting the clans, he over sort of Celtifies the image of Scotland, and that's often an accusation people make.
And it must have been spectacular.
Absolutely. I mean, don't forget that 14% of Scotland's population, 300,000 people, according to the newspapers, flock to the city. People hanging out of windows, hanging off lampposts, all to get a view of the King. Scott wanted everybody to be able to see him, and it caused a sensation. It's completely unprecedented.
The centrepiece of Scott's plans to honour the King was a splendidly choreographed Highland ball. All the male guests were instructed to wear the ancient Highland dress, creating a mad scramble among the town's tailors, with the fashionable but corpulent King George donning his own kilt, albeit one that was a little short, a fact that was famously mocked at the time.
It's quite complicated when you look at their footwork.
Yeah.
Brilliant! Thank you. Transported us back 200 years.
Scott's achievement in gaining royal approval for Highland costume, in particular the kilt, was a key moment for this garment, the country and the Union.
It's so weird because it starts off being this symbol almost of a kind of free and independent Scotland, and then that is outlawed, and then ends up being a symbol of a Scotland which is very much part of a union and very much part of Britain. And then it's acceptable again.
It's a fascinating tale, and I think also this is something that Scott is working on in his novels as well, which is all bound up in the same enthusiasms and appetites of the age. It was the history of Scotland and the traditions of Scotland in a safe space. This was a way for Scotland to present itself to the world, but that didn't rock the boat too much. I do think if Scott were alive today, he would be absolutely fascinated with just how far that legacy has taken us.
I bet he'd be delighted to see this. He'd be delighted to see people dressed in Highland tartan and doing Scottish dancing. He'd love it.
Might be looking out the window now.
Yeah, he might be.
Love or loathe Scott's cunning blend of traditions and costume, as a package, it worked a treat. And it's now part of the indelible image of Scottishness that keeps the tourists spending.
There are other aspects of Georgian history that are less visible, or at least they're hidden in plain sight. And we're really only just starting to talk about them now.
I'm back in the heart of Edinburgh's New Town, where a huge column looms over St Andrew's Square. To find out more about this statue and the controversy it's created, I'm meeting campaigner Sir Jeff Palmer.
Jeff, hello.
Oh, hi.
Who is this man up on top of that very grand column?
Well, that's Henry Dundas, but he's also known as the First Lord Melville. He was Home Secretary, he was Treasurer of the Navy, Secretary of State for War, his sort of nickname was the uncrowned King of Scotland.
Really?
Now, he is important because he is the man that stopped Wilberforce from abolishing the slave trade for 15 years.
So William Wilberforce is in Parliament. He's trying to get this bill passed to abolish the slave trade, and Dundas actively opposes that?
What he did, Wilberforce said the slave trade should be immediately abolished. Dundas said it should be gradually abolished.
Why did he want to delay it?
Well, this is a very important point of debate because on the slave plantations in the West Indies at that time, a slave didn't live longer than about 10 years. In fact, it was less than that.
Yeah.
And therefore, if people were dying at that rate, then to replace them, you needed a trade.
You needed more people coming in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the horror of the slave trade.
The monument's original plaque makes no reference to any role Dundas had in delaying the abolition of slave trading, and there are many who have challenged that accusation. 4 years ago, a new plaque was proposed, but a fractious committee couldn't reach a decision on its wording.
So the committee's disbanded, no more discussion about a plaque, until spring 2020.
Yes, with the death of George Floyd, with the general reaction to that horrific killing, the council responded to the public and myself. I was sort of saying, you know, we've got to do something. And the leader of Edinburgh Council convened a committee. And within 5 days, we had a narrative with slavery on it. During all that, I was recorded as saying, I don't want statues down, because people are saying, this one should come down.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because statues have come down. You know, Colston came down in Bristol.
Yes.
And, you know, some historians say we should take them down. They're about celebrating figures. And you think he should stay there?
Of course. I think that a statue is part of our history. It's my history, because the statue is put up in the centre of Edinburgh, and therefore this is its context. If you remove it, you're removing the context of our history.
This saga exemplifies Britain's ongoing struggle to reinterpret its darkest Georgian legacies. Another example of why Edinburgh so powerfully encapsulates this fascinating age. It's a city where what is now a monument to the shifting perceptions of history stands among timeless, luxurious architecture, where modern banking was given life and medical science thrived, despite having a brush with death. A place that saw a bitter, rebellious war, but then hosted a royal reconciliation, becoming a key player in uniting a kingdom.
That's why Edinburgh will always be associated with that most contradictory of periods, the Georgian era. The secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns.
I'll decipher physical clues.
Look at that. It's covered with lizard-like scales. And get to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
He operated like a spy master. They lied, they deceived, they cheated.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history, and find out how those stories still resonate today.
3,880. More and more individuals are still dying from the plague.
Oh my goodness.
From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town.
Today I'm in a town that was the white-hot centre of Britain's steam-driven industrial revolution.
Whoa!
A town whose boom was fuelled by the transatlantic slave trade and its workforce by the commodities of empire.
Tea and sugar gave them the energy to keep forging forward. That's what really kept the Industrial Revolution going.
A place where colossal public works alleviated the misery of a new and desperate class of urban poor.
92% of those who lived in one-roomed houses had to share a privy, not a flushing toilet, just a bucket.
And where revolutionary leaps in engineering brought magnificent architecture, vast wealth, and the confidence to take on the world.
On the eve of the First World War, 18% of all ships launched in the world that year were launched on the Clyde.
That is astonishing. If you really want to understand how the explosion of steam power transformed Britain forever, Glasgow is the place to come.
Glasgow has always struck me as European, a place with a vision that goes far beyond the British Isles. It's Scotland's largest and most ethnically diverse city, home to two of the world's top universities. There's lavish architecture here, alongside dense urban sprawl. Music and enterprise, the fine arts and media thrive in this city beside the River Clyde. But you don't have to look far for clues of a time when Glasgow was one of the most powerful industrial centres on Earth. It was a manufacturing heyday that lasted long into the 20th century. I'm concentrating on a period of revolutionary innovation and vast expansion that began around 1850 and lasted until the 1930s. This was Glasgow's age of steam, when it became world famous for its ships and trains, earning the titles the Second City and the Workshop of the British Empire.
The first steam-powered industrial revolution lasts from around 1760 through to 1840, with a subsequent wave of development with steel production, chemical production and shipbuilding transforming many of Britain's cities. There's a shift from a largely agricultural economy to an industrial one based in cities with a huge growth of urban population. Nowhere was the pace of change felt more keenly than in this city. But of course, it's not the start of Glasgow's story.
Evidence shows the present site of Glasgow on a natural, shallow crossing point on the River Clyde has been settled since prehistoric times. The Romans made camp here, and the deep physical roots of the city we know today can be traced back to the 6th century.
Over the centuries, Glasgow grew in size and importance, and by the mid-1700s, business was booming. The economy was dominated by products pouring in from Britain's expanding empire: tea, tobacco, sugar. And this means that Glasgow's success is inextricably linked to the slave trade, because that provided the workforce, enslaved Africans on plantations in the Caribbean and the Americas. Glasgow, like many other British cities of empire, like London and Liverpool and Bristol, is now facing up to this difficult period in its past, this shameful period. When it came to exploiting the spoils of empire, Glasgow found itself at a distinct disadvantage.
To find out why, aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson is taking his drone 20 miles from Glasgow to the point where the River Clyde begins to open out into the sea.
It's a gorgeous day and I've got a spectacular view right down the River Clyde. I'm looking out towards the Firth of Clyde. It's just round that corner there. And if you sail out there, past the Isle of Arran, around Ireland, suddenly you're trading with the New World. You're out into the Atlantic. Tobacco, all sorts of stuff was coming in from the New World and landing here at Port Glasgow, because this was the premier port on the Clyde. Right back into the 17th century, this was where all the action was happening, not further down the river at Glasgow at all. I can just see now, yeah, if you pan now, I'm looking inland, and this settlement was laid out on a grid plan in the 17th century. There's still a bit of shipbuilding and ship fitting out going on here as well. But as we look round, there was a problem. Large ships couldn't get down the Clyde as far as Glasgow. The Clyde looks wide and mighty, but it's full of shallows, sandbanks. And that meant that the cargoes had to be taken off here and hauled overland with carts. If Glasgow was to grow and prosper, something had to be done to the Clyde.
And something was most certainly done, and done on an enormous scale. I've come to what's now a beautiful salt marsh nature reserve, just 15 miles from the centre of Glasgow. Today, it's a second home to migratory birds who've crossed the Atlantic for the muddy banks of the Clyde. Locally, it retains an unusual name that links it right back to the heroic foundation of Glasgow's rise to wealth and worldwide recognition. It's called New Shot Island Graveyard. I've come here to meet coastal archaeologist Ellie Graham.
There are lots of remains of boats around here. We've just walked over a couple of old carcasses of boats back there. What are we actually looking at?
It's where there's the last known survivors of the dredging fleet that in the 19th and 20th centuries worked to deepen the Clyde.
So the Clyde really needed to be dredged to get ships into Glasgow, but who was funding that?
There was a huge amount of impetus from the wealthy merchants who were trading with the colonies in the 18th century, who were bringing in tobacco and sugar, so slavery products essentially, but money was the driver to improve the navigability of the river so they could get their ships up here, really allow trade to flow.
How shallow was it?
It was incredibly shallow in its natural state. The engineer James Watt actually did a survey before any deepening work was carried out, and his work recorded depths of as little as 15 to 18 inches at low water.
So James Watt did this survey, but presumably also his invention of steam engines, and that would have helped things along.
I mean, his invention of the condensation cylinder obviously massively improved steam engines.
Is this a steamboat? I mean, it's got a stack there.
This is not one of the steam dredgers. This is the remains of a diving bell barge. So essentially, a diving bell is just an open-bottomed box, and it's had a pumped air supply, and essentially just through displacement, it created a bubble of air and a workable environment underwater.
So we're standing here in the chamber that the diving bell would have sat in and then descended down to the riverbed?
Absolutely. So there would have been two workers in here, initially with picks and shovels to hack away at the hard, rocky areas of the riverbed, and it was all operated from this support vessel. It was constructed in 1852, and as far as we know, it's a completely unique survivor, the oldest dive support vessel that we know of anywhere.
And part of that story is this work that was done by hand. I mean, it sounds like a brutal job to have done, to have gone down in these diving bells, to hack away at the riverbed.
So we do have records of some really quite nasty accidents.
We talk almost in heroic terms of Victorian ingenuity and moulding nature to human will and that kind of underpinning then the success of Glasgow as a city. I think the heroism is here, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is where the sacrifice was made. So people saw the Clyde, despite its natural condition, they saw it as an opportunity to really connect Glasgow to the world. And they transformed it as people working here who allowed Glasgow to develop into the centre and the major city that it became.
That heroic labour went on through the 1800s. Between 1844 and 1894, over 45 million tonnes of rock and sediment were removed from the bed of the Clyde.
The Clyde was now deep enough for large ships to make their way right into the heart of Glasgow, paving the way for the industry that would change the city forever.
I've come to Glasgow, the centre of Britain's steam-powered industrial revolution and the ship and train-building capital of the British Empire. A place that exploded with scientific and industrial innovation in the late 18th and 19th centuries. I've learned how the River Clyde was dug out by hand to make way for cargo ships bearing tobacco, sugar and tea, the staple commodities of empire at the height of the transatlantic slave trade.
The next industry to spring up along the banks of the Clyde would shape Glasgow for generations to come. But this time, it wasn't about the cargo that was being transported, it was about the ships themselves.
I've come to the vast engine shop of a Clydeside shipyard built in 1870. It's now home to the Scottish Maritime Museum. And it's where I'm meeting Professor Richard Finlay aboard a Clyde-built steam puffer called the Spartan.
Richard.
Alice,
Hi.
how are you?
Right.
I'm glad you did that bit, not me.
So I wanted to talk to you about shipbuilding here on the Clyde. Why did shipbuilding take off to such a huge extent?
What you have is you have access to scientists, technicians, innovators, entrepreneurs who are able to exploit steam propulsion. That's very important. Secondly, you have the ideas, but you also have the workers who can then put those ideas into reality.
So we're not talking about mass production here, we're talking about actually quite skilled craftsmanship.
Because each ship is unique, you have to have the skilled workers who can fit the boilers, fit the pipes, the plates, the rivets, the whole kit and caboodle. It really sort of kind of gets into its kind of apex in the second half of the 19th century. In 1914, on the eve of the First World War, 18% of all ships launched in the world that year were launched on the Clyde.
That is astonishing.
One of the key things is the sobriquet Clyde built, because it becomes an emblem of sort of kind of quality, design, craftsmanship.
And why does Glasgow become successful in the locomotive industry as well?
Largely because it's the same skills that you require in shipbuilding. Locomotives are very much sort of kind of complicated engineering products. It's worth remembering that sort of kind of different railways around the world use different gauges, so there's a degree of specificity. It's not that they are sort of kind of mass-produced in the same way that they are, like trains are today.
At its height, Glasgow's biggest locomotive company, North British, was building more than 500 locomotives per year. And as early as 1876, 50,000 people were employed in Glasgow shipbuilding. By the Second World War, Scotland was producing 5 ships a week, the majority being launched from shipyards crowded along the banks of the Clyde, all owned by a new class of wealthy and influential British industrialists.
Are there any big names that still echo down through the centuries?
You have these kind of great industrial magnates that emerge all along the Clyde. Napier's, Laidlaw, Denny, Beardsmore. One statistic that sort of kind of demonstrates how successful that they are is that on a per capita basis, there are more millionaires in the Clyde conurbation than anywhere else in Britain except London.
And what about the contribution of the Scottish economy and Glasgow's economy to the wider economy of Britain at the time?
Just before the First World War, Scotland accounts, with about 10% of the population, for just over 17% of all manufacturing output. So it is majorly over-contributing to the British economy.
Today, the giant 174-foot Finniston crane is the last great reminder of the days when the banks of the Clyde resounded with heavy industry. That explosion on the Clyde began when the father of Glasgow shipbuilding, Robert Napier, started producing the world's most advanced steamships in 1842. His workers produced what was then the world's largest ship, the Persia, in 1855. And the Clyde went on to produce a third of all ships built during the First World War. In 1934, over 250,000 Glaswegians cheered the first ever 1,000-foot ocean liner, the Queen Mary, just one of the 30,000 ships launched during the great era of shipbuilding on the Clyde. banks of the Clyde are so quiet today compared with what they would have been like in the 19th century. But I'm standing here in Garvel's dry dock, which is the only remaining operational dry dock on the Clyde, and it's still repairing ships. But imagine what it was like here in the 19th century with furnaces going and the air thick with smoke and the sound of riveting ringing out. It took over 1 million rivets to hold an average-sized steamship together. I've come to see the work it takes to make just one with industrial boilermaker Alistair McEwen. So for the whole of the 19th century, this is how you make a ship?
Absolutely, yeah. So hand riveting.
Would there have been teams of riveters working on a ship at any one time?
Yeah, they work in gangs, so you basically had the rivet warmer, the holder-upper, and then the riveters themselves.
I was going to ask you what the holder-upper does, but I presume they hold things up?
Yeah, so basically they're going to jam the rivet and stop it being able to fly out the hole once they start trying to knock the rivet down.
Yeah.
So they've got a very important job.
And this is hot riveting?
Hot riveting.
You're heating the rivet up before it gets anywhere near the steel plates?
Yes.
And how hot?
We're talking white hot.
And was it dangerous work?
Very dangerous.
Right. Should we have a go?
Yeah,
I might
absolutely.
watch you first. I think it's always best to watch one before you actually attempt one.
The first step is to, we're going to heat the rivet. We'll light the burner.
You're using gas, they would have used coal-fired
so
furnaces.
It would have been coke back in the day, but this is gas.
Whoa! Glad I was standing back.
Yes, we're getting up now to the temperature which we're ready to go.
Wow, it's almost too bright to look at. That's amazing. Look at that, glowing. It's quite beautiful. Of that must have been absolutely deafening in these 19th century shipyards.
Very, and that's what most people would have suffered with.
So that's it, that creates enough of a seal, pulling those two sheets of steel together. Then you do a bit of hammering along the side of here, and that's it, you're watertight.
Yeah.
Amazing. Can I have a go?
Of course you
can I do the hammering?
Yep.
Okay.
Get you up there. Okay, it's all yours. How's the arms?
Good, but I don't think I gave it enough welly, did I?
Maybe a little bit more practice.
Yeah. It's not as flat as Mick's. God, imagine doing that all day. I'm very early on in my apprenticeship. I might be doing the holding upping for a bit longer.
Effort. For a first time, it's a great effort.
Thank you.
By the late 1800s, shipyards on the Clyde employed around 100,000 workers. And like Birmingham, London, and many other British cities of the period, Glasgow was undergoing turbulent social change.
Around the world, wherever we see rapid industrialisation happening in less developed countries, we see this phenomenon of cities hugely expanding and sucking in that population from the countryside. And it's easy to forget that that's exactly what was happening right here in Glasgow in the 19th century.
Stunning evidence of the living conditions of Glasgow's workers was captured by photographer Thomas Annan when he produced the earliest records of life in an urban slum. In 1821, Glasgow's population was 147,000. In 1868, when these pictures were commissioned, it had grown to over 400,000, making it 7 times more overcrowded than any other city in Britain. Today, around 73% of the homes in Glasgow are flats, and the buildings that give the city its unique character are tenements. But in the mid-1800s, housing couldn't keep up with the population explosion.
Inside tenement buildings, extended families of up to 15 lived in 1 or 2 rooms with no running water, washing or toilet facilities. The average age of death for women living in these homes was 40, and for men, it was 38. To understand the effect this would have on the health of a new class of British urban poor, I'm meeting Professor Richard Rodger in Glasgow's East End.
As well as these overcrowded conditions, were they also unsanitary?
Yes, in Glasgow, for example, 92% of those who lived in one-roomed houses had to share a privy, not a flushing toilet, a privy. It would be on the landing, just a bucket. The bucket with all the human excrement in it might remain there for days, though it was often a daily chore for some child to take this down, dispose of it. So this is a really, really hostile place.
And presumably there were regular outbreaks of the kinds of diseases that we'd associate with such unsanitary conditions, things like cholera, typhus and typhoid.
Yes, very serious epidemics.
It's quite sobering to think of Glasgow, 100, 150 years ago, suffering the kinds of diseases that we associate today with slums in developing countries.
Yes, that's exactly the situation. But of course, from their perspective, that was the norm. Because if you were living in one of those flats, that was what you knew.
It's hard to imagine the strain that Glasgow is under, bursting at the seams with this increase in population, deeply mired in unsanitary conditions. Change was long overdue, and top of the list was a dependable supply of clean drinking water. Ben Robinson has taken his drone some 40 miles out of the city to look at the mammoth task that would provide the solution.
I'm at Loch Katrine in the Trossachs, north of Glasgow, and it is absolutely stunning. And as we get higher, I can see the whole view opening out before me. What I love is something of such immense natural beauty is also so useful to Glasgow. Now, Scotland doesn't lack a little bit of fresh water. It's renowned for having quite a lot of it, but it's not always in the right place. And nature often needs a bit of a helping hand. So did the city of Glasgow. It was growing enormously, but it was gasping for good, clean, fresh water. The problem is Glasgow's 40 miles in that direction. But Victorian engineers weren't daunted. I've got some wonderful pictures here, contemporary views of the huge efforts that they made. I mean, look at this, massive, gargantuan pipelines. There, tunnelling through solid rock, all with hand tools. Not much mechanical assistance for them. And here we have an aqueduct to span the low points, of which there were many. So trenches, tunnels, aqueducts, just extraordinary. And this is my favourite photo of the whole lot. This is the completion of the inlet works in 1876. And here are the commissioners proudly standing and celebrating their achievement. And as we fly over, I can still see that same structure here today. That's absolutely extraordinary.
Clean water was a massive step forward for public health, for the health of working men and women in Glasgow. But it didn't stop there, because this city was home to some extraordinary individuals whose pioneering work would pave the way for modern medicine and surgery.
I'm in Glasgow to understand how the steam age revolutionised British industry and led to a population explosion in towns across the country. I've already learned how a boom in ship and train building attracted migrants who worked and lived in appalling conditions. Monumental Victorian public works brought clean drinking water and helped relieve some of the misery. That alone wouldn't solve the problems facing Glasgow's working class. But help would come from within the great Gothic revival halls of the University of Glasgow. It's the fourth oldest university in the English-speaking world, but in the late 19th century, it was the world's most progressive, a hotbed of radical ideas that would have a lasting impact on British industry and health.
This is the University of Glasgow's famous Hunterian Museum, and it's packed full of reminders of Glasgow's industrial past. We've got scientific instruments and engineering models.
The most priceless and truly revolutionary item on display is also one of the most unassuming.
You can almost walk past this without noticing it, but this is a small but very, very important model with a crucial role to play in the Industrial Revolution. When he was at Glasgow University and tinkering with this model, James Watt came up with a crucial improvement in the design of the steam engine.
By changing how the cylinder was heated and cooled, Watt doubled the efficiency of the steam engine, paving the way for steam locomotion. It's an artefact that changed the course of British industrial history. But Glasgow didn't only produce revolutionary engineering. I'm here to meet medical historian Dr. Laura Kelly.
Laura, Glasgow played such a key role in the Industrial Revolution. We think of the kind of engineering advances that happened here, but there was a lot going on in medicine and surgery as well. So who was coming here to Glasgow University to study medicine?
Glasgow University, the medical school at the time, was really accepting students from a range of social backgrounds. So you've got people like James McCune Smith, for example, who was the first African-American medical graduate. He comes over from the States to study medicine at Glasgow in the 1830s.
That's astonishing, because presumably he couldn't have studied medicine in the States.
None of the medical schools were open to black students, so he really found Glasgow to be a much more open and welcoming place at the time.
Although, not that progressive, because this was a time when women were not admitted to medical schools.
So women don't come into medical schools in the UK until much later in the 19th century. So it's really quite a male-dominated, masculine, boisterous environment.
And some quite famous doctors emerging from that environment.
One of the key examples would be Joseph Lister. He really revolutionised surgery in the 19th century. So he developed something called antiseptic surgery. When you think about the past, surgeons used to do operations in really dirty aprons. They didn't wash their hands, they didn't wear gloves, they didn't clean their instruments. So Lister comes along and really changes all of that.
What other kind of advances were happening here in Glasgow?
John McIntyre sets up the first radiology department in Glasgow, and that's in 1896.
And it's so quick. X-rays are discovered the year before. The following year, you've got the first radiology department set up.
Yeah, exactly. So he really seizes on that technology, and he's an important pioneer. There was also James Byrne Russell. He introduces the system of compulsory notification. So, you see that today with COVID and the track and trace system. So that was kind of the precursor to that, really.
And that compulsory notification, that means if a doctor sees a case of a certain disease, they have to report that.
So it enables the medical profession then to kind of keep a track of where these outbreaks are happening and really monitor and kind of effectively control them.
And these are advances that when we think about them today, it's hard to imagine medicine and surgery without X-rays, without radiology. It's hard to imagine public health without those kind of ideas about sanitation. It's hard to imagine operating on somebody without doing it in an antiseptic environment.
Exactly. So all of these advances really start out in Glasgow, and Glasgow really pioneers medicine and healthcare as we know it today.
With public health back at the top of the agenda, it's fascinating to see how a single town contributed so much towards our understanding of sanitation and basic medical procedures.
Of course, the public health crisis in Glasgow in the 19th century was largely down to overcrowding, itself the result of mass migration into the city. And there was one particular group of migrants who really would leave their mark on Glasgow: the Irish.
During Glasgow's industrial boom, unprecedented numbers of Irish migrants deluged the city. And their experience established a pattern of mistrust that persists in Britain to the present day. I'm meeting historian Dr. Martin Mitchell outside a stadium that dominates Glasgow's East End to learn more.
So Martin, when did the Irish start arriving in Glasgow?
Well, the Irish first arrived in significant numbers at the turn of the 19th century.
Yeah.
So Irish workers came over and they found work in the cotton mills, as handloom weavers. Irish men worked as labourers. So they were coming over for economic reasons. But there was another type of immigration that occurred in the 1840s, and that was the immigration of the famine Irish.
Yeah, that potato famine was absolutely devastating, wasn't it?
It was, and in terms of Glasgow, it's been estimated that in 1847 alone, 50,000 Irish people arrived in the city, and Irish tended to locate in the poorest parts of the city.
And how were they received within Glasgow? Because, you know, obviously we're aware that with more recent rapid migration, you can end up with a lot of difficulty between different populations and cities.
The middle class saw the Irish, and in particular the Catholic Irish, as the cause of most of the social problems affecting Glasgow. Disease, drunkenness, crime, prostitution, etc. And also the poor Irish were seen as a burden on the public purse, so they had to be provided for. Also, the religious factor was important. For example, in 1840, there were only 2 chapels in Glasgow for the Catholic community, and by 1900 there were 24. There were attempts actually to try and convert the Catholic Irish. So the churches would actually send missionaries into poor districts of Glasgow, but it never made much of a difference anyway.
Where does this link in to Celtic, though? Because you asked me to meet you here for a reason, presumably, Martin.
Yes. Well, that's to do with the foundation of Celtic Football Club. This is Brother Walfrid, who was one of the founding fathers. Football became incredibly popular in Britain from the 1870s onwards. It was a working class sport. So in 1887, a meeting that he helped organise resulted in the formation of Celtic Football Club. And the purpose of the club was to raise funds for the poor and needy Catholic school children of the East End of the city. And Celtic quickly became one of Scotland's most successful football clubs. And in 1967, Celtic, a club founded by Irish immigrants, for Irish immigrants in Glasgow, became the first British football team to win the European Cup.
And I love the fact that somebody's climbed up to Brother Wilfrid here and tied a tartan scarf around his neck, and that kind of says, well, yeah, you're an Irishman, but you're Scottish.
Again, very opposite, linking Scotland and Ireland, as he wanted.
Of course, football is like a religion today in Glasgow, with that enduring rivalry between Rangers and Celtic. But in the late 19th century, even the beautiful game would face some stiff competition when it came to entertainment for the masses. I'm on Glasgow Green, in the centre of the city, where in 1891 and 92, the workers of Glasgow came to briefly escape their gruelling lives. They came to see a gruesome spectacle that had been touring the world and was inspired by the brutal colonisation of Native American heartlands. It was called Buffalo Bill's Wild West. Professor Willie Malley has uncovered photos that tell a shocking story. Buffalo Bill himself, who was he?
Well, no, he was a scout for the United States Army, and he was present at the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. After that, he gets this idea to be an entertainer, and for about 1883 onwards, he starts this, basically a world tour, a 30-year, never-ending tour till he finally went bankrupt.
I mean, it must have created a real buzz in the city.
An enormous buzz in the city. Poverty and entertainment have always gone together in Glasgow. There was enormous appetite for novelty, and this was for all the family. And it had all these different elements, kind of battle reenactment, a sort of history of the West, really the invention of the Wild West. That's what Buffalo Bill was doing.
So there were Native Americans in this show as well?
Yeah, the estimates are that there were 60 at least Native Americans.
Wow.
And they were supposedly a mixture of prisoners captured after the massacre at Wounded Knee, which took place in December 1890.
So he's bringing these Native Americans over who are essentially prisoners of war and then getting them to reenact the massacre that they survived.
Yeah, getting them to basically take part in a history that damns their own people.
And a supposedly primitive culture that was being extensively wiped out.
Yeah, then they have it presented as a story and a narrative that's about the triumph of the white man.
Buffalo Bill claims that Glasgow was where he did his best business anywhere in the world outside of Chicago. Contemporary photographs of the Glasgow performances have recently been discovered.
So this is a family photo album?
The family photo album of Thomas Lindsay, who was a professional photographer. There are some remarkable images of the performances, real live action footage, as it were.
Wow,
These two
yeah.
photographs here, you can actually see these, they're a bit faded tenements in the background. This is a spectacular photograph because it is an action shot. They were reconstructing things like the ambush, circling the wagons. We know this from Western movies, but this was really setting up the structure of what became the Western film. You've got wild animals here. You've got another image of a Native American just walking down the street.
I think this is such an astonishing, extraordinary image, this Native American person walking down a 19th century Glasgow street.
Thanks to these recently discovered images, Glasgow will never forget the tragic story of the Native Americans. The photographs also paint a picture of a working-class town where a week of hard graft in the shipyards and railway workshops was followed by a weekend of raucous entertainment.
But for Glasgow's burgeoning middle classes, life was very different.
I'm in Glasgow, the boomtown of the British steam age. I've learned about the harsh living conditions endured by the industrial workforce, but a small minority were to have a very different experience, one of fabulous wealth and ostentatious living. By 1870, Glasgow had become one of the richest cities in Europe, so it splashed out on this place, the City Chambers. It's the most grandiose council office ever constructed. Absolutely no expense was spared. The glass in the windows is Venetian, and there's more Italian marble here than there is in the Vatican. Just a fraction of it forms the largest marble staircase in Western Europe. The Royal Albert Hall in London was built around the same time. It cost £200,000. Glasgow City Chambers cost £552,028.
You can't imagine a modern council spending this much money on a building. I mean, it's so opulent. It is dripping with wealth. And it reflects the fortunes that were made by the lucky few who were in a position to benefit from Glasgow's extraordinary economic growth in the 19th century. Ben Robinson is taking his drone up over the West End to see how the wealthy elite were also investing in their own private homes.
I'm in Glasgow's Park District and looking at the centrepiece, Park Circus. This was the place to be. It's in a new development in the middle of the 19th century. They've physically got away from the rest of the city here. It's on a very elevated position and all arranged around this oval garden. There are curving terraces, great wide streets. We've got a bit closer in here and I can start to see some of the detail. Lovely sweeping terraces of houses, all very regular, very Italianate design, the height of fashion. I can see it's not just the housing that makes this place, it's the surrounding parkland. This is Kelvin Grove Park, and it was laid out at about the same time, mid-19th century, all based around the River Kelvin here, which is meandering through. Wonderful green space, a place to walk out into. Forget all the troubles and hubbub of the city. Really very elegant. If you had money, you had a good life.
Glasgow's middle classes may have been extremely comfortable at home, but there were also now institutions popping up in the city where they could socialise in comfortable, elegant surroundings. This is where an enterprising businesswoman named Kate Cranston comes into the story. In 1903, she created this, the Willow Tea Rooms, the last and greatest of her 4 quietly revolutionary Glasgow cafes. It's recently been restored to the way it would have looked the day that architect and designer Charles Rennie Mackintosh completed his radical Art Nouveau overhaul of the interior. And it had a customer policy that was radical too. Men and women were segregated, and it wasn't just aimed at the middle class.
The working class were allowed in, although only to the bottom floor, while middle-class businessmen could play billiards and do deals at the top. Which is where I'm heading, to meet culinary historian Peggy Brunache.
I've just walked up through the different levels of the tea rooms, and they're beautifully decorated. Would they have been that beautiful back in Kate Cranston's day?
Kate Cranston was a patron of the arts, and somehow she came up with the clever idea of having a space where people could dine and socialize, but it also be aesthetically pleasing. That could bring in more clientele, that could bring in more women into that space, and therefore higher profits.
And it creates such a brand as well for her.
Oh, absolutely. Within, I'd say, 10, 15 years, with Mackintosh's unique Art Nouveau style became known not just throughout Glasgow, but probably all of Britain.
I did notice, coming up the stairs and looking at the room for the women, that there was a very definite colour scheme there, which was green, white and purple. I presume that is a political statement.
Those were the colours that represented the suffragette movement.
It kind of suggests that women are coming here perhaps not just to gossip, but to, have some political discussions as well.
Exactly. This undermines the idea that these are women who have very little to do, but lots of money to spend.
Kate Cranston was a woman ahead of her time, a patron of the arts and an activist for women's and workers' rights. The Willow Tea Rooms embodied all her ideals, and crucially for Cranston, it was strictly teetotal.
She sets up this business with people coming here to drink tea as part of the temperance movement in Glasgow. Where does that come from?
In Britain, the temperance movement really took off around the late 1820s, but its roots lie with the Quakers in the late 1700s, when the Quakers chose to not consume products that were using slave labor. But by the time we get to the 1820s, it expands to not consuming alcohol.
It's fascinating that it, to begin with, is part of an anti-slavery movement, because, of course, a lot of what Glasgow is making its money out of at the time was completely dependent on slave labor.
Absolutely. The tobacco, the sugar, all of these that end up being consumed at the same time here in a tea room, that was what kept workers going. They weren't allowed to be drinking alcohol, although I'm sure some did, but tea and sugar gave them the energy and the caffeine to keep going, to keep forging forward. And so that's what really kept the Industrial Revolution going in the way that it did.
The Willow Tea Rooms serves as a reminder of the extraordinary journey Glasgow had undertaken during the 19th century, as it became the sophisticated second city of empire. The ultimate statement of that rise to prominence would be the international exhibitions staged in Kelvingrove, where 73 acres of parkland were covered in vast halls bursting with examples of Glasgow's industrial and commercial output, alongside exotic produce from around the world. 6 million people attended the first exhibition in 1888, which was almost twice the population of Scotland. Profits from that helped build the Kelvingrove Museum. It was opened to inaugurate the second exhibition in 1901. And for me, this building is Glasgow's finest moment. Reflecting the city's unstinting pursuit of excellence, it unsurprisingly went way over budget. It's Glasgow's greatest people's palace, a place where workers could briefly enjoy the physical trappings of the lifestyle of their employers. It's ostentatious, it's generous, and it's world-class. But then, in Glasgow during the Steam Age, everything was world-class.
Glasgow's success as a centre for manufacturing and shipbuilding in particular would continue right into the 20th century, but the foundations for those industries were laid in the glory years
of the 19th century.
When hard-working men and women, drawn from across Scotland and overseas, toiled to create the ships and trains that changed the world. When terrible hardship brought about extraordinary breakthroughs in public health. A time when the institutions that remain to this day were established.
Glasgow is a city built on coal, iron and steel, and transformed in the age of steam. The secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns.
I'll decipher physical clues.
Look at that. It's covered with lizard-like scales. And get to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
He operated like a spy master. They lied, they deceived, they cheated.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history, and find out how those stories still resonate today.
3,880. More and more individuals are still dying from the plague.
Oh my goodness. From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town.
Today, I'm in the town that for a century provided the brutal force that created the British Empire.
It really is sort of a thriving war machine.
And launched Britain's most celebrated hero into an epic battle with Europe's greatest powers.
By the time we get to Trafalgar, Nelson has attained this semi-godhood status.
A town that epitomised the unimaginably cruel treatment of the poor.
There's an 8-year-old that gets put on one of the prison hulks and he gets 7 years for stealing 12 shillings worth of copper.
And where the Empire's figurehead formed a relationship that scandalised the royal family.
Victoria is not going to be silenced or bullied. You are all racist. She calls them racialist.
Does she? If you want to understand Britain's relationship with its navy, its monarchy, its empire, Portsmouth is the place to come.
When I come to Portsmouth, I'm always struck by its energetic sprawl. It is the most densely populated city in the UK outside London, with over 200,000 inhabitants speaking 100 different languages, all concentrated on and around Portsea Island. The city's new high-tech beacon is the glorious sail-like Spinnaker Tower.
But it's the ocean and ships which still dominate the view.
Every year, millions of travellers pass through this city en route to its ports. Ships set off to France and Spain, hovercraft to the Isle of Wight, and smaller craft sail off to who knows where.
But the biggest ships here belong to the institution which has shaped this city through the centuries. Portsmouth is every inch a navy town.
There's been a settlement on the southwest corner of Portsea Island since the late 12th century. But it was the Tudors who decided that the large protected harbour at the mouth of the Solent was the perfect location for a naval base.
But it was over a roughly 100-year time span from the Napoleonic Wars through to the First World War that Portsmouth really gained its status as
the most important naval port in the world.
It was the powerhouse of the British Empire. From here, the Royal Navy spearheaded Britain's mission to become the most powerful nation on Earth. And astonishingly, from the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805 through Queen Victoria's 60-year reign, up to the shocking birth of the modern era in 1914, it succeeded. This island became the greatest modern superpower, violently establishing an empire that encompassed nearly a quarter of the world's total land area and population. It brought obscene wealth to a few and unimaginable misery to millions.
We're at a point in time where we're re-evaluating empire and coming to terms with some deeply uncomfortable truths about what our country did in the 19th century. Today, if we see a country exploiting, even invading another, we see that as deeply objectionable, and yet that is part of our history. Now, the Navy was crucial to that empire-building business. And aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson is taking a look at why the Navy chose Portsmouth as its base.
I've got a great view of old Portsmouth here and the harbour, a wonderful natural harbour based on a drowned river valley with deep channels running into it. But the real secret to this place is just coming up now, the Isle of Wight, there on the horizon. This creates a magnificent natural barrier, and it prevents the worst of the weather, the wind and the waves crashing into this embayment area, the Solent. This is a perfect place to base your Navy.
Geography may have made Portsmouth a natural choice as the home of the Royal Navy, but global politics brought Portsmouth centre stage in the 19th century. I'm meeting historian Dr. Carl Bell to understand the forces that stood between Britain and world domination.
Carl, what was Britain's place in the world at the beginning of the 19th century?
So Britain is in the middle of a 25-year war with France. France is its major rival as both of them emerge as the dominant imperial powers of the age. And the Napoleonic Wars leads to a very strange situation whereby you have Napoleon's mighty armies controlling the continent, and yet very weak at sea. And you have Britain with this massive naval power, but very weak army.
If you're trying to maintain an increasingly globalised empire, surely naval power is where it's at.
Right. I mean, that's vital to Britain's expansion as an empire after its loss of the American colonies. Britain's interest is fending off invasion from Napoleon and then also using their naval supremacy to start expanding their empire in new directions, developing their holdings in India, newly discovered Australia and places like that.
If the Royal Navy was the chosen vehicle of British empire building, Portsmouth Dockyard was its engine. And by 1800, this had become the largest, most advanced industrial complex in the world.
Presumably 19th century Portsmouth docks would have been even louder than it is today.
Yes, it really is a sort of a thriving war machine. You've got about 4,000 people working here.
And that must have been a fascinating time because having had shipbuilding going on here for centuries, it's now being utterly transformed by the Industrial Revolution.
You have got the development of steam-powered mass production in Mark Isambard Brunel's blockhouse mill.
But that's not the more famous Isambard Kingdom Brunel.
No, it's his dad.
Right.
Mark Isambard Brunel was a French royalist who had to leave France during the French Revolution.
Oh, he's Brunel.
And while he was working on this, Isambard Kingdom Brunel was born in Portsmouth.
And as well as this manufacturing, there's R&D going on.
Yeah, you've also got the introduction of steam pumps to remove water from the dry docks that we're in at the moment. And then you also have circular saws being used so that they can cut timber faster as well.
The result of all this industrious innovation was a mighty fleet led by one of history's most iconic warships, HMS Victory. Launched in 1765, she was reconstructed in 1803, making her one of the most technologically advanced warships in the vast fleet of the Royal Navy. And at her helm was one of history's greatest if least likely, naval commanders.
He's 5'4", he's blind in one eye, he's missing an arm, and perhaps most surprisingly, he suffers from crippling seasickness. I refer, of course, to Admiral Horatio Nelson.
But both ship and commander were to become icons of the British Empire after the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805. I'm meeting historian Dr. Ryan Hanley on board HMS Victory to find out a little more about the reality of the man behind the myth.
The Nelson we know is this commander of the fleet. He's famous, but what's his background? How does he get there?
Throughout the 1790s, he's increasingly being seen as a bit of a rising star in the Royal Navy. But it's only after the Battle of the Nile in 1798 that it took it to another level. So by the time we get to Trafalgar, Nelson has attained this kind of semi-godhood status.
And here we are talking about the Battle of Trafalgar, sitting on the deck of HMS Victory. And I think it's one of those moments where you just feel that kind of physicality of history. And of course, Victory left from here, left from Portsmouth.
Absolutely, and when Nelson was making his way to HMS Victory, there were reports that crowds were lining the streets. There were people dropping to their knees and saying prayers of thanks that, Britain had this legendary tactical genius going out and defending them from the horrors of a French invasion.
What was so crucial about Trafalgar? What did that victory mean for Britain?
It really secures Britain's sort of international supremacy in naval combat. It wouldn't be challenged seriously for maybe 100 years.
The Battle of Trafalgar became an imperial foundation myth. But, as schoolchildren learn by heart, Nelson died at Trafalgar, ensuring his status as a martyr of the British Empire.
With this martyrdom at the Battle of Trafalgar, you can understand why we still know his name so well today. But of course, there is another side to him. He wasn't a fan of the abolitionists, was he?
No, absolutely not. Slavery at the time was seen as something that was very beneficial to the Royal Navy, partly because it was known as the nursery of the Royal Navy, where a lot of young sailors on their first voyages would take part in the transatlantic slaving expeditions, and those sailors then could be fed into the Royal Navy. But secondly, because Britain's trade policy at the time meant that British ships needed to be protected by the Royal Navy, and that the profits that were generated could feed into tax revenue, which of course helped to support the war effort. But there's another reason that Nelson may have felt sort of supportive towards the slave system. His wife, Frances Nisbet, he met her in the Caribbean island of Nevis. He married Frances on a slaveholding estate.
So he was completely part of that plantation-owning, slave-holding slice of British society.
Absolutely. That was his social circle.
And he wasn't exemplary in his own personal life either, was he?
Now, we used to think that his wife was cold and unfeeling and uncaring.
Of course it's her fault.
Of course
it's her fault.
Of course it was her fault. But in the past sort of 10 years or so, new documentary evidence has come to light that suggests that actually Nelson treated his wife very, very shoddily indeed.
How do you feel about him?
I think that we are mature enough now to perhaps dispense with the idea of a national hero. And for me, as somebody who spends a lot of time looking at the transatlantic slave trade, his connections are too many and too deeply held for us to continue to celebrate him straightforwardly as a national military hero.
I do think it's curious that history quite often feels as though it gets boiled down to this essence where we just remember a few important names, and if we're to learn anything from history, I think we need to take a more rounded approach. And that also involves looking away from just those heroes. So it's undeniable that Nelson had a decisive victory that paved the way for further expansion of the British Empire, however you feel about that. But what about everybody else? What about those ordinary British sailors?
I'm in Portsmouth to learn about the astonishing period when Britain became the world's greatest superpower. From Nelson's victory at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805 to the start of World War I in 1914. I've heard how Trafalgar secured a naval domination that drove the expansion of the empire. Now I'm keen to learn what life and death would have been like aboard the ships of the Royal Navy for regular sailors. I've actually driven quite a way out of Portsmouth to an outpost of Cranfield University's Ordnance Testing and Evaluation Centre, but there's a very good reason for being here, because this is one of the few places in the country where I can really get to see the harsh realities of life in the 19th century Navy. I'm meeting Nick Hall of the Royal Armouries. He's got his hands on a brutal-looking example of 19th century firepower. Tell me about this gun. This is a similar gun to the ones that would have been on the Victory then.
It's a replica that fires exactly the same weight of shot as the 34 12-pounders on HMS Victory at the Battle of Trafalgar. But we're very lucky today because no one's firing back at us.
Yeah.
And it's difficult, really, to make the leap of imagination, knowing that cannonballs just the same are flying in from the enemy. And
terrifying,
so
yeah.
you'll be next to a crewmate who's suddenly blown to bits, and you carry on.
So hopefully what we're going to experience is the firing of a cannon like this, as would have happened on board the Victory, with all of the... How many cannons did it have on board?
Just over 100.
100 of them. So we're just going to get a glimpse of that, and we've got a fragment of potentially a warship that we're coming alongside over there. The fragment of warship is 50 metres away and made of oak timbers that replicate the density of an early 19th century ship's hull. And actually we've got our amazing high-speed camera over there, so we'll capture it and we'll be able to slow it down as well. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to retreat to a safe distance.
Load!
British gun crews at Trafalgar could load and fire their cannons every 90 seconds. They were the fastest gun crews in the world. Their speed and accuracy were vital. Defeat at Trafalgar would have meant French control of the Channel and the inevitable invasion of England by Napoleon's Grande Armée. But the weight of the shot fired by Victory in its first broadside alone was 1¼ tons.
Okay, all stations, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
Oh. I was ready for that and it still freaked me out. This thunderous bombardment would continue for 5 hours. By the end of the battle, 4,408 French and Spanish sailors were killed and 2,500 wounded. 19 French and Spanish ships were lost. The British lost none. Director of Operations Trevor Lawrence is going to talk me through the damage cannonball fire did to ships and sailors on both sides. Oh, Trevor, it looks a bit different on the back here.
It certainly does.
So that's the exit wound.
This is very typical of what you see at the back of any sort of armour. Nice symmetrical hole at the back, much more broken up, and this spalling effect, these splinters flying off at high speed, and you can see we've got some on the ground here and also all over our witness screen.
So those impacts all over that's the wood that's thrown off
Yes, that's the wood that's come off here. I mean, the thing is with a cannonball, it's great for punching holes in things, but it's not too dangerous to people unless you get a direct hit from it. These would cause horrendous injuries all over the body.
It's enough to put anyone off, isn't it? But, you know, if Empire was going to continue expanding, there was a constant need for fresh recruits into the Navy. During the Napoleonic Wars, the Royal Navy recorded the deaths of 103,000 sailors but only 6,000 of them died in battle. The majority were lost to various forms of disease, and quite a lot of those could be picked up in any of Britain's sailors' ghettos during the 19th century. Places where sexually transmitted diseases also destroyed the lives of destitute women for whom sex work was a means of survival. I'm meeting historian Dr. Melanie Bassett in what used to be Portsmouth's sailor town.
So what would this road have been like?
Both sides, there would have been pubs, lodging houses, there's a brewery over that side, and Sailor Town spanned all the way from the Dockyard Gates right on the waterfront all the way up to the centre of town.
So a lot busier, actually, noisier than it is today.
Oh, yes.
In the 1850s, around 3,500 sailors were living in Sailor Town, an area that also housed 300 brothels.
That looks like a completely modern building.
Yes, so this is now the Royal Maritime Club. It's still a place where the Royal Navy would stay, but back in 1851, this was built as a dedicated lodgings for sailors.
So it's on the same site?
Yes, yes. Yeah. So this was set up as a way to stem the tide of the immorality. But what was interesting about it is that it became a landmark where prostitutes would then congregate to catch the men as they were coming out of an evening.
But the grim reality of life in all of Britain's ports was a million miles from the cartoonish images of drunken sailors and bawdy wenches in 19th century prints and movies we still watch today.
This is a time where you've got no contraception, safe sex doesn't really exist, and sexually transmitted diseases must have been absolutely rife.
So Portsmouth was identified as one of the areas to bring under the Contagious Diseases Act in the first of the acts in 1864.
So these acts are really motivated by trying to protect the health of sailors. What do they mean?
Well, they actually meant incarcerating women. Women in Portsmouth were incarcerated on average for 50 days.
50 days?
Yeah.
And presumably this act was designed as a deterrent to prostitution. Did it work?
What was found was that the women, once they had a clean certificate, they were able to go out onto the streets with their certificate and use it as a unique selling point to attract business over other prostitutes.
By the late 1800s, work in the new factories of the Industrial Revolution was providing a far more attractive alternative to a life at sea for the British poor. But the Naval Defence Act required the Royal Navy to be at least the size of the combined fleets of its two major rivals. That meant the Navy needed even more sailors, and help came from a brand new form of public relations created in Portsmouth.
This is Portsmouth New Theatre Royal, and I'm here for a very special performance. I can't wait.
What I'm watching is a magic lantern show.
It's really lovely.
Projected from a machine that was the most advanced of its kind in the 1890s.
Oh, this is fantastic. It's like very early animation. Oh, yes, so the power of images to transport you.
This is the IMAX of the Victorian era.
These are brilliant.
It's essentially just a bright light in a box with slides passed in front of it. But it creates astonishingly beautiful effects.
Oh, and it's blown up. And Nelson himself, he's almost saying your country needs you. Oh, and there's Nelson on his deathbed. So this is the creation of the Nelson myth. Really beautiful.
Jeremy Brooker is the man who's been treating me to this wonderful show.
Oh, Jeremy, that was amazing. I loved it. And I loved the live aspect of that. I knew that you were doing that back here.
The sophistication of this comes from the fact that all these three images converge on one point. So you're building up one composite picture on the screen.
I mean, for Victorians to go and see these places that you were showing me, you know, places that they wouldn't even dream of going to.
Typically, people probably didn't travel more than 50 miles from their birthplace in their whole life. So to see these pictures must have been more extraordinary than we can really imagine.
I thought the images of Nelson were fascinating. There's Nelson's death, and I think that was most powerfully represented in that slide where his dead body is being carried off, I think in the arms of victory, is that right?
Yes, it's a sort of allegorical scene.
Yeah, which is very much bound up with the idea of Britannia and Britannia ruling the waves.
Well, absolutely, and I think all these themes come together, particularly if you think of Alfred West, who was based in Portsmouth, and he developed this entertainment which came to be called Our Navy. He had access to the Navy and naval ships, and people would allow him to take initially photographs, later on films, very much what we would call propaganda.
But of course we still have Navy recruitment adverts. This is still going on. But even if they didn't sign up, even if they didn't join the Navy, perhaps they're going to go away from watching that with a sense of pride in the empire.
That was absolutely his intention, and in his lifetime he was compared to Kipling, and the way that Kipling, with literature, he was doing the same thing in a different medium, but serving very much the same purpose. And it's a little uncomfortable perhaps today in the same way that some aspects of Kipling are uncomfortable for us.
I think it's a great interest to have. I think if I was going to collect anything, it might be magic lanterns. It's hard to think of anything more quintessentially Victorian than the magic lantern. Except that is perhaps for the person who gave the era her name. There is one British monarch who's practically synonymous with the idea of empire, and that's, of course, Queen Victoria. And she was particularly fond of Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight. I'm in Portsmouth, the town whose story is inextricably linked to that of the Royal Navy and the expansion of the British Empire in the 19th century. If the British Empire had a poster girl, then it is Queen Victoria. She's practically synonymous with that myth, that image of Britannia. It's extraordinary to think that this one woman ruled nearly a quarter of the world's population, and her 63-year rule encompassed the apogee of Britain's interests overseas. But when it came to holidaying, she chose a staycation. She would have done this so many times, taking a trip from Portsmouth across the Solent to the Isle of Wight, just as I am now. What drew her back was this place, Osborne House, the magnificent property her husband Albert designed himself in the classical form of an Italian palazzo, a style which belies a rather surprising interior. Wow, look at that ceiling. It's extraordinary, it's so ornate. This is all based on Indian architecture. There's just so much decoration everywhere, and it's kind of every Indian influence you could imagine, lots of different styles all kind of crammed together. I think that's Ganesh up there, that elephant-headed god. It's quite overwhelming. The Durbar Room certainly reflects a passion for India, and it might also reflect another kind of passion. It was begun in 1890, just 3 years after Victoria met an Indian servant called Abdul Karim. I'm meeting historian and author Shrabani Basu in the magnificent public gardens of Osborne House. Her study of the private papers of the Queen's household revealed amazing new information about Victoria and Abdul's relationship. Tell me more about Abdul Karim. You've studied him, you found these amazing diaries that nobody'd really looked at before. What was that relationship about? How did they come to meet?
He was sent as a Jubilee present. And this is
he himself?
He and there's another servant as well. So 2 of them are sent. And their only job is to stand behind her at table, look grand, and sort of represent empire. Very quickly we know, it's Abdul that's her chosen one.
He caught her eye.
And absolutely did. Charmed her, clearly. And within weeks, her world has changed. He makes her a curry. She eats her first authentic Indian curry and describes it as delicious. And guess what? Her favorite was chicken curry and dal. And so nothing's changed, really. It is interesting that she becomes very politicized and aware of Indian politics, thanks to Abdul Karim. You know, the household, Victoria's own family, her son and heir, Bertie, Edward VII, then hates Abdul. They've done everything to get rid of him. He even tries to get rid of her on grounds of insanity, saying we might ask you to step down, which is
really
absolutely. I found this
over Abdul.
Because of Abdul.
Yeah.
And this is a little note in her doctor's diary, and nobody had seen it. You know, I just found it, and I said, "This is incredible."
As a historian, finding something like that, I mean, that's amazing. You've just suddenly opened a window onto the past that nobody's been aware of before.
It is. It's those moments you get goosebumps and you think, how could they do this? And they do. And then, of course, Victoria is not going to be silenced or bullied by her son or anybody else. So she gives them a earful, sends them a 30-page memo and says, you know,
He's staying.
Abdul is staying, you are all racist. She calls them racialist.
Does she? And so when she dies, what happens to Abdul then?
Within hours of her funeral, there's a knock on his door, and they take everything that she's written, postcards, little notes saying, come and say goodnight to me, with little crosses for kisses. Take everything, and they make a big fire outside, and they burn it. He's treated like a common criminal. Not just him, all the other Indians are all sent back. I think Edward didn't want to see a turban anymore in this place. He didn't want to smell curries. They used to call them the Black Brigade. So anyway, that is the start of the Edwardian era then.
And this very intimate story of Victoria and Abdul, what does that tell us about the British Raj? What does it tell us about Britain and India?
Well, it tells us that it was a pretty racist setup because he faced real racism, so much racism. I think Abdul has got his place back because he was always painted as such a rogue. At the end of it is also a story about two human beings, a very lonely elderly woman who relates to a young man who, you know, just gives her a new sense of life, a sense of joy and friendship.
Osborne House gives us this incredible insight into Queen Victoria's relationship with India, and it's such a gorgeous, small palace. I can see why she loved coming here so much. Now, Ben Robinson is looking for clues as to how the royal family got here in style.
We've just launched a drone here in Gosport, just across the harbour from Portsmouth, and I'm on the hunt for a railway. And here you can see the blue line coming down. That's the main railway line, and it terminates here at Gosport Station. Intriguingly, there's another line running from it. That's the line I'm interested in. Queen Victoria had this little extension of a line here running out to a private jetty. Could any evidence of this survive in the modern landscape? I think the drone's in about the right position now, so I'll have a look. Oh, there we go, they've got it. That is definitely the old station. There's two parallel buildings there, the arches, and you can see where the track used to run through. Now, I've lost it in the trees there, but wait a second, there it is again. There's still sleepers and rail lines there. And the car's just crossing a sort of speed bump, which is also on the line of the track. But here, this margin, this grassy margin, that is definitely the line of the track, and it's never been built on. Where does it go? That's it, spin round, and then it seems to terminate there. But according to the map, it's at this point that it went off. Yep, that's the jetty, that's the shape I saw on the map. So the Royal Station somewhere in here, the Royal Waiting Room. It's incredible to think that the route still survives. And people walk by this every day and maybe are not aware of its royal association.
The royals may have arrived in style, but theirs was a lifestyle far removed from that of the British working class, for whom basic survival was a struggle. Poverty would often lead to petty crime, but falling foul of the law was something best avoided. I'm heading to Burrow Island, also known as Rat Island, which lies on the entrance to Portsmouth Harbour. I've come to meet an old friend, archaeologist Richard Osgood.
Richard, I know you've been digging here for quite a few years. I'm really excited to be here, and it is completely different from what I expected, actually. So why are you here?
This island is owned by the Ministry of Defence, and I had a phone call from the Defence Police saying, can you come and deal with the human remains that are visible on the island?
Yeah.
So I went there expecting to find, I don't know, part of a sheep or a cow or something.
Yeah.
But they gave me a very obviously human skull in an evidence bag, and I had a quick look round the island, and you could see that there were skeletons eroding from this cliff face.
Seems a bit of a weird place to have a cemetery.
It is odd, because it's not consecrated ground either, so this isn't a kind of religious area. But the question is, why put them here?
Do you have an answer?
Well, I think it's very difficult to tell because the diseases don't remain on the human bones, but I think these probably are people that have died of the diseases of the time.
Can I get a closer look then?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Human remains were first uncovered here by heavy storms in 2014. So far, Richard and his team have recovered the skeletons of 22 individuals, including the remains of one child.
There we go. So this is an adult, and you can see there's quite a lot of wear on those incisors in the front, but it's quite a robust-looking jaw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a prominent chin.
Early indications from the labs suggest that the burials took place in the mid to late 1800s and that none of those buried here were over 40 years old.
Safely take our masks off now we're away from the dig. So that mandible, I'm pleased with that. So that's nearly completed the skeleton. I would go for a probable male, so I think he's a young man.
They've all been males so far.
So who are they, Richard?
I think these are prisoners that were on these big prison hulks in the harbour in the late 18th, early 19th century. These are people that knew what Portsmouth was like when the Victory was an active ship. And I think these are local people that are committed, I mean, often very, very small crimes. For example, there's an 8-year-old that gets put on one of the prison hulks, and he gets 7 years for stealing 12 shillings worth of copper. I mean, it's just such a brutal side of that part of British history.
Yeah, if you were in the wrong layer of society.
That this could be your fate.
I imagine there must have been infectious diseases, outbreaks all the time on those ships.
It's a real petri dish in many ways. You've got so many people in an enclosed space with these diseases that are absolutely virulent. It's probably the worst possible environment to have been based.
I think what you're doing is really respectful with these remains. I mean, these are people who probably had difficult lives, who probably suffered a lot, have ended up lost to history. So at least you're finding them and they're individuals again before they're reburied here.
They're a big part of the story of Portsmouth, I think.
Yeah.
The gruesome archaeological finds on Burrow Island act as a stark reminder that the riches of empire were enjoyed by only a privileged few, whilst life at the bottom remained bleak in Victorian Britain.
But the empire continued to expand, with the navy becoming ever more crucial. But what if an envious foreign power were to attack and strike right at the heart of Britain, at the home of the navy? It was time for Portsmouth to muscle up.
I'm in Portsmouth, the town that launched Nelson off to victory at Trafalgar and maintained a navy that ruled the waves with a ferocity that forged the biggest empire in history.
But other international powers were looking on enviously, and the paranoia was growing that Britain would come under attack. When the French developed impressive new steamships, that paranoia reached fever pitch. Britain needed new defences, and as home of the Royal Navy, Portsmouth was top of the list.
Ben has launched his drone to look for evidence of the fortification of Portsmouth, carried out after Prime Minister Lord Palmerston sank £10 million, an absolute fortune in the 1860s, into a line of monumental coastal defences.
Now, this is Southsea Castle. Here they used an existing castle as the centre point for the new defences. This square keep dates right back to the times of Henry VIII. But they didn't just use existing forts, they also built entirely new ones from scratch. And some of these were even out at sea. And here's Spitbank Fort. This was state of the art in the middle of the 19th century. And they've actually found a purpose in the modern world as well. This one's a luxury hotel. Wait a minute, that looks like a swimming pool. Now we've got the drone a bit lower, I can see on the horizon there are 2 more forts. There's a great arc of forts going round right onto the Isle of Wight. And here at Fort Brockhurst, we've got forts well inland, a whole chain of defences. This must have been one of the most heavily defended places on the planet.
I've come to perhaps the grandest of all the Palmerston forts, Fort Nelson on Portsdown Hill, overlooking the Solent. And I'm meeting custodian Marcus Harrison on the highest point of this monumental 6-sided structure, one of the biggest forts ever built in 19th century Britain.
Amazing position for this fort. I mean, what a view. That is fantastic. But it does seem to be a very long way away from the harbour to be of any practical use, really.
It does, but the whole idea was to deny the French the high ground. Portsmouth Harbour is just under 4 miles away from here. If the French had landed either east or west of us, they could have taken this hill and then bombarded Portsmouth, denying the Empire its greatest naval base. Britain was defending its navy by holding this hill.
So these forts form a kind of protective backup for the navy,
Very much so, very much so.
Where does this idea come from, building what is effectively a big castle?
These are based on what they call the Prussian design, a continental system that laid down fire that ensured the enemy couldn't pass between them.
Right.
Because many people would argue, why on earth would you just not go round them?
So the firepower in these big forts
Yes.
was enough to basically cover the gaps between them?
Absolutely. So they would have flanking fire. These were massive guns. I mean, these 68-pound smoothbore cannon.
That is enormous. You know, when you compare that to the 12-pound cannon on the Victory.
Absolutely.
This fort was vital to the defence of Portsmouth and the Royal Navy, so it needed to be secure. Had any French forces evaded the crossfire from neighbouring forts, they were in for a nasty surprise.
What's this? Is it a training ground?
A little too small for that, but certainly large enough to accommodate the French, should they be daft enough to have come in at this point. These gates at each corner would have been locked, and open fire would have happened from these gun loops here and here.
So it's a trap?
It's a trap. The killing fields is what they're known as, and a nasty spot indeed.
But of course, this is all completely theoretical. Because it never happened. The French never invaded.
They never invaded.
Is this a folly?
No, and Palmerston's follies are what they are known as by many, principally because of the huge expenditure of the state at the time to ensure that these were built and never used in anger. But the preventative measure, of course, should be considered.
You know, we still have these discussions about our defences today and say, you know, is it totally unnecessary expenditure?
Absolutely. I mean, you only need look at Trident. These were maybe the Trident of their day.
So I don't know if we'll ever actually really know if these Palmerston forts were necessary, but what is for sure is that the British Empire was now under threat.
By the time the Victorian age came to an end in 1901 with the death of the Queen, nations around the world were building sea forces to rival that of the Royal Navy. The immediate threat came from Germany, led by Victoria's grandson, Kaiser Wilhelm II.
But then, a man called Jackie Fisher enters our story.
To find out more about this intriguing character, I'm meeting Nick Hewitt, Head of Collections and Research at the Museum of the Royal Navy.
And who is Jackie Fisher?
So Jackie Fisher is the first Sea Lord. He's the operational head of the Navy. What he is a technocrat. He's an innovator, and he does a root and branch reform of the Navy. He tears it all up and starts again, and perhaps the most visible way he does that is in the design of the battleships.
Including this one.
Including Dreadnought.
This is amazing.
Dreadnought is a game changer for naval warfare. She's a completely new design, and she's built here. She's built literally just over there underneath the
Yeah.
infrastructure for the aircraft carriers.
And these are the photographs from building Dreadnought herself, so 1905.
Yeah, so they photographed every stage. These things are the most complex piece of technology anywhere in the world at this
Yeah.
time. And dreadnoughts become the currency by which nations measure their worth. They're the nuclear weapons of their day.
So does Germany start building essentially copies of this?
So what Fisher predicts happens exactly as planned. The Germans then start building their own dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
They are constantly a bit behind.
So because Jackie Fisher took that risk, because he decided to invest in this new technology, we were slightly ahead of the game.
Yeah. So at the end of the First World War, there is no naval power to rival Britain.
And despite that victory and naval superiority, by the end of the First World War, Britain is bankrupt.
That's why they embraced the arms limitation treaties in the interwar period. There's just a huge sigh of relief that they're not going to have to keep up this pace of construction and development forever.
Is that really the end of empire then?
It's the start of it. It's that realisation that Britain can't really afford to be a world power anymore.
Yeah. And I think, you know, when we look at where we are now, we can look back at all this history and we wouldn't want to be that again.
It's the ebb and flow of world power status, isn't it?
The days of empire are long gone, but Portsmouth is still the home of the Royal Navy, of course, and will always be associated with that particular period of history, from the Battle of Trafalgar up to the outbreak of World War I.
In just over 100 years, Portsmouth would launch the fleet that would lay the platform for the biggest empire in history. See its streets awash with the drunken sailors who'd helped Britannia rule the waves. Welcome an iconic queen. Become one of the most fortified towns on the planet. And build the ship that changed the world.
Empire has become an uncomfortable truth as we try to come to terms with the human cost and the exploitation of that incredibly rapacious, expansionist period of Britain's past. But we cannot ignore history. We must face it. We must try to understand it. And that empire wouldn't have been possible without the Royal Navy, a navy that has long called Portsmouth its home. The secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns.
I'll decipher physical clues.
Look at that. It's covered with lizard-like scales. And get to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked. She sounds like an extraordinary woman.
Nicola really was an Iron Lady of her day.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history and find out how those stories still resonate today. If the French had won this battle, history would have played out very differently.
Yes, we would have had a French monarchy.
Oh my goodness. From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town.
Today, I've come to the heart of the epic drama that was Britain's restoration.
It changed the world, and it happened here.
A place where a new king created a boom in science, economics, and put women on the stage.
This was an incredibly erotic proposal for the men of London town.
but also helped build a slave trade of brutal efficiency.
And everybody's doing it, so you have to?
Yes, but you have to do it better.
It's a metropolis that was at war, would be engulfed in fire, and devastated by a plague, with chilling echoes for today.
And having, as it were, got master of us all, made a most terrible slaughter.
If you really want to understand the political, economic, cultural revolution that was the Restoration, London is the place to come. Century London is a city that's always changing, always in flux. There are constantly new buildings going up. And it's always been this magnet for people and for ideas going back through the centuries. And so many projects, creative, scientific, industrial, have started off right here. Love it or loathe it, it's our capital.
2,000 years ago, the Romans established Londinium on the banks of the Thames, right where today's city stands. After the Romans, a few centuries of decline were reversed as the Normans made London England's centre of trade, government and crown, a role it's never relinquished. London is brimming with evidence of the powerful empire that Britain once controlled. But these days, it represents a culturally rich, high-tech modern age. A modern age that begs a simple question. Where did all this start?
And I think we have the answers here in London. Not just London, actually, but this nucleus between Tower Bridge to the east and St Paul's to the west.
It's here, in this few square miles, that the seeds of global dominance were sown in an astonishing quarter of a century. The white-hot years of the Restoration. The Restoration refers to the period between 1660 and 1688, when the monarchy was restored to the throne following the collapse of Cromwell's Republic. Cromwell's short-lived Commonwealth had been created after a bloody civil war had ended with the capture and execution of Charles I. It was a tumultuous era for England as the new King Charles II removed the shackles of Puritanism.
So it's 1660, Oliver Cromwell's deeply unpopular son Richard has been deposed and Parliament is in disarray. It was a year of frantic politics with Republicans and Royalists vying for power. And meanwhile, Charles I's son, also very originally called Charles, is in exile in the Netherlands, planning his return.
To find out what happened next, I'm meeting historian Professor Kate Williams on the way to Westminster Abbey, the crowning place of British kings and queens since 1066.
It seems that Charles II achieves what should have been impossible. His father was executed, and then he comes back as king. How does he do it?
It's incredible, isn't it? 11 years after his father's executed, and really, he's always waiting for the moment he can come back and be king. He's got the faith. He thinks one day he'll come back. And when Oliver Cromwell, he dies, his son Richard is very unpopular, and people are saying, well, why are we passing it down between father and son? There's a great series of instability. And essentially, there is this moment in which everyone says, why don't we just invite the king back? But the king can't come back before he's essentially signed a job contract, because we can't have the king back in the old way. We can't have divine right. We can't have him chopping off heads of whoever he wants. So what he signs is the Declaration of Breda, named after where he is at the point in the Netherlands. And this is a declaration in which Charles says, I am going to introduce religious toleration, so whatever religion you want to be. I'm not going to have vengeance on those who attacked my father, and also people who got their property from royalists who lost property can keep it. So these key things that Parliament wants, Charles agrees to, and once he agrees to, it's like a trigger. That is when everyone says, he can come back. And that is when Charles II sets off to be king.
Almost a full year since arriving back on English soil, Charles entered Westminster Abbey to be adorned with new crown jewels, the previous ones having been melted down by Cromwell.
Kate, what would it have been like if we were here in that year, in 1661, for the coronation? What would you have seen?
Charles II's coronation was completely mind-blowing. This was the biggest coronation people had seen since Elizabeth I, almost 100 years earlier. It was the biggest royal PR setup you can imagine. This was the first coronation they actually had tiered seating to cram everyone in because it was so popular.
There's this incredible show of status, of wealth and power, but what did it mean? What was this about?
Every monarch is the beginning of a new era, none so much as Charles II. Everyone knew that society would be different. Entertainments, theatres, sports, everything that had not been allowed under Cromwell is now suddenly permitted. And we start to see in the coronation the beginning of the mythology of Charles II as popular, as the merry monarch.
Among those who witnessed the overblown coronation was a certain diarist.
Samuel Pepys, who, by the way, seemed to be everywhere in Restoration London, saw it all and was incredibly impressed. His diary entry for the 23rd of April, 1661, read, "I may now shut my eyes against any other objects or for the future trouble myself to see things of state and show, as being sure never to see the like again in this world." He thought he was witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. And of course, this tradition would continue down through the centuries. I mean, what new monarch is going to pass up the PR opportunity offered by a coronation, the chance to dazzle people, the chance, some might say, to distract? Don't ask awkward questions about the Constitution and where power lies in Britain. Look at the shiny things.
The pomp and ceremony was a fresh start for a king who'd already shown his teeth. Charles had returned to the English throne with an assurance to those who'd signed off on the execution of his father, who was beheaded here at Banqueting House in 1649. In the Declaration of Breda, Charles had promised clemency.
But the wording was vague, it was open to interpretation. So the final decision would rest with a future parliament as to who was punished and how. And it soon became clear that for those directly involved with the execution, there would be no clemency.
The regicides were a group of 59 men who'd signed Charles's death warrant, plus the judges who'd presided over them. For those that declined to flee, a brutal fate awaited.
Thomas Harrison was the first to be executed, and he was hanged right here at Charing Cross, where this equestrian statue of Charles I now stands. And of course, Samuel Pepys was there, displaying his flair for dark humour. "I went out to Charing Cross," he wrote, "to see Major General Harrison hanged, drawn and quartered, he looking as cheerful as any man could do in that condition."
5 more of the 59 signatories were executed in the same thorough manner in 1660. Historian Dr. Onyeka Nubia has studied the fates of the regicides.
At some point, something seems to have gone wrong, or it's been misinterpreted, because Charles II starts off by saying, if I'm put on the throne, everything's forgiven, and that doesn't seem to be quite what happened.
Well, we presume that when he says what he says, he means what he says.
You don't think he meant it?
Because kings in these days are politicians. Everybody who writes on court politics would say, look, do not allow the murderers of your father to live.
So then we have this situation where the regicides are hunted down,
Yes.
but presumably a lot of them had already made themselves scarce. I mean, they would have known what was coming.
Well, some of these regicides are in fact dead already. Oliver Cromwell, for example, was dug up, hung, and then his head was put through a spike at Whitehall in London, and it was left there to rot.
He's dead already. This
He's
is all
dead
about
already. He's dead already.
telling other people.
Yeah, it's about telling other people. It's sending a message, a sign.
So what about the ones who had fled the country then?
Right.
I mean, how were they found?
Well, people turned and changed sides. People like George Downing, they hunted them down. And they knew how to hunt them down because they were their old friends.
So George Downing was basically turning his old friends over.
He's a remarkable individual, someone who raises himself from quite a low position. And he uses the Civil War to become a Republican and to be an ardent member of that faction that wants to kill the king. As soon as that's done, he then becomes a supporter of Oliver Cromwell. And then, when Oliver Cromwell dies, he switches sides again and says, look, in fact, we need to invite the king back. We need the stability of the king.
So he's someone who's politically expedient, but also willing to sacrifice his friends.
Yes. He operated like a spy master. He had a ring of agents that worked for him. They lied, they deceived, they cheated, so that they could make sure that all the regicides were captured. And then seeing that they are dispatched.
Downing's operation ensured 3 more of the regicides were tracked down and brought back to London to be publicly tortured and dissected. The surviving fugitives lived out their lives abroad, terrified of the king's revenge. Well, you won't be surprised to hear that Pepys had something to say about George Downing. He called him a perfidious rogue, but the king had an entirely different opinion, rewarded him handsomely with a plot of land on which Downing built a terrace of houses. And if you ever thought, will Britain turn into a republic at some point, well, just reflect on the fact that our leaders live on Downing Street. I'm in London, the best place to understand Restoration Britain. Charles II had been crowned in a lavish ceremony at Westminster Abbey, but had shown his steel by wreaking bloody vengeance on those who'd executed his father. Revenge is one thing, but what Charles II really needed was to create political stability. He needed popular appeal, and he set out to win hearts and minds by rolling back some of the severe restrictions that had been placed on society during Cromwell's Commonwealth. Top of his list, reopening the theatres. Puritanism was out, entertainment was in. I've come to London's West End to meet theatre historian Dr. Lucy Powell, who can help me understand how bringing plays back to the stage transformed the city's cultural life. So was it just a question of taking the theatres out of mothballs then and just picking up where they'd left off?
Not at all. So in Shakespeare's day, theatres had been these huge open-air arenas, and they were in these seedy backwaters like Southwark on the other side of the river, which in those days was where the leather tanneries of London were happening, so they were incredibly stinky. And what happens when Charles arrives back in London is he issues 2 patents to 2 of his followers to build these big, fashionable, closed theatres, which were also incredibly large, right here in Covent Garden, so in the middle of what was becoming the fashionable area of town.
So is this really the beginning of West End theatre in London?
Yes.
Was Charles II actually coming out to the public theatre?
Indeed, he was. And he had done this on the continent, in France and in places like Italy, where women were allowed on stage. In this country, that wasn't the case. And one of the first things Charles does when he comes back to the throne in 1660 is he issues a patent which says that from this time forth, all female parts must be played by women. And the reason he said that this law was necessary was to suppress obscene and scurrilous passages in plays being spoken by boys pretending to be women, in an effort, he says, to suppress unnatural vice, is the euphemistic phrase. Now, what happens is exactly the opposite of this attempt to kind of make theatre more morally respectable.
Yeah.
It becomes a place of incredibly sort of sexual freight. People go to the theatre in order to look at this new draw of these handsome young women in various states of undress, and you can actually see it in the fabric of the plays that are written for them. So this new form of part for women, called the breeches role, became immensely popular in the Restoration period. So walking around the streets of London, cleavage and breasts, 10 a penny, they were everywhere on show. So you have these incredibly low-cut dresses. But the bit of women that you would never normally see would be hips, thighs, and buttocks. So if a woman actress is wearing a man's clothing, a breeches part, you would be able to make out the shape of her hips and her thighs and her bum. And this was an incredibly erotic proposal for the men of London town, who would flock to go and see women in these states of theatrical undress.
They have legs.
They have legs and bums, yeah. It was thrilling for the male populace.
The fun-loving merry monarch was a successful PR image for Charles, but he also had serious ambitions for Britain to become a major player on the world stage. He knew cutting-edge technology and new scientific ideas would lead the way. This is now the site of Tower 42, but in 1660, some of the country's most brilliant minds gathered right here.
They'd come to hear a lecture by Christopher Wren, and then they held the very first meeting of what would become the most widely respected and influential scientific society in the world.
With Charles's blessing, they called it the Royal Society. Former presidents include Sir Isaac Newton, Sir Christopher Wren, Samuel Pepys, of course, and Nobel Prize-winning geneticist Sir Paul Nurse, who I'm meeting in the City of London.
Well, what was the purpose of the Royal Society? I mean, was it just a club of scientists?
Well, it was a club. It was called the Invisible College, and they met regularly to talk about scientific issues. And the motto of the Royal Society in Latin, nullius et in verbia, or something like that, means don't take everybody's word for it.
Yeah.
And that had some critical consequences, actually, because it meant that you had to show that you'd really thought about it, you'd really made the observations, made the experiments, done the calculation, and demonstrate it to others.
Yeah.
And that led to something we call peer review, which is that if you provide evidence, then others should look at it to see if it looks good. And if it's good, then it would be worth publishing.
Talking about the Royal Society, why are we here by the monument?
Well, it was designed by Robert Hooke and Christopher Wren to celebrate the Fire of London, or at least to remember it. But actually, it was also a scientific instrument.
Really?
And it's a telescope. So at the top, they had a lens, a big lens.
Yeah.
And then that focused the light down into the basement below it, where they could look up. And what they wanted to do was to make very precise measurements of the stars at opposite sides of the Earth's orbit.
Did it work?
No.
Oh.
Now, why didn't it work? It didn't work because there was so much traffic going past all the time over cobblestones, so you can imagine. And it wobbled, so they couldn't get precise enough measurements.
But Hooke, I mean, he made some amazing discoveries. He worked with lenses at the other extreme as well, didn't he? Microscopy.
Hooke was more of an artisan. He did all these drawings. There's a magnificent book called Micrographia.
I know, we've got a version of it at the University of Birmingham, and it's huge. It's about that big.
It's massive.
Gorgeous book.
Massive.
It's got the details of a flea under the microscope.
A wonderful flea. And can you imagine? Nobody had ever seen this before, and it must have looked like some monster. And the second thing that really excites me is that he used a razor and cut a thin slice of a plant and looked at it underneath the microscope, and he discovered cells. And cells are the basic unit of life, and I've spent all my life studying them. So
Yeah.
that's why I particularly like Robert Hooke and micrographia.
sometimes I can overuse the word world-changing, but this did change the world then. This really did.
It changed the world, and it happened here.
Yeah.
It happened in here, in London, in the 1660s, and it dominated science, which of course has dominated many other things ever since over those 350 or more years.
Those brilliant scientists were crucial to King Charles getting what he wanted more than anything: a booming economy. The key to that was having a navy that could command the oceans, protecting trade and battling for new territories. The problem was, sailing on the open seas was still a haphazard, treacherous task.
Navigating the globe relied on knowledge of the heavens. Aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson is in Greenwich to find out about the founding of the Royal Observatory.
There we go, just a bit more height. Wow. And that's all spread out before me. This is one of the most recognisable views of the most recognisable city in the world. There's the Isle of Dogs, the Thames snaking round. But I've got to sweep all of that away and think back to the 17th century. And this is what I'm interested in: Greenwich Park. Back in the 17th century, this was Kent. This was the countryside. It was away from the smog, from the clutter. There were clear skies. And that's why they chose this spot for this observatory. This is what Christopher Wren was tasked with building. And in effect, it was a house for the Astronomer Royal, a new post that Charles had created. And that Astronomer Royal was John Flamsteed. So this is Flamsteed's house. And his purpose was to make accurate star charts and try and capture this elusive way of understanding longitude. If they could work out longitude and latitude, then they'd got accurate navigation. And if you've got accurate navigation, you rule the world. But he didn't manage it. It would take decades before they did that. And it was decades after that that finally Greenwich was fixed as the point of the prime meridian. And thereafter, Greenwich became the centre of world time, Greenwich Mean Time. And the foundations for all that were laid in the Restoration period.
The scientific breakthroughs that happened during the Restoration period allowed ships to travel much further into what was still a largely uncharted world. So that in itself necessitated another revolution, because where do you get the money to go on such risky ventures, to buy new ships and to insure yourself against disaster, against potential loss of those ships on the high seas? And rather strangely, the answer lay with a warm beverage.
I'm in England's capital, London, trying to take in the cascade of era-defining events that made Restoration Britain a unique melting pot of innovation that changed the world. With this new vibrancy in London came a need for more places for the movers and shakers to discuss deals and debate ideas.
You had official but exclusive institutions like the Royal Society, but there were places where people were starting to come together in a much less formal way, where ideas could bubble up and propagate, and they were being drawn into those places by the lure of a powerful new drug. In 1652, a man called Pasquale Rosé started pushing that drug here on St Michael's Alley. That created an instant high, and the city boys just couldn't get enough of it. But it may not be what you think. It was coffee, but it was very potent.
I've ventured deep into the labyrinth of the financial district to meet Dr. Matthew Green, who has studied the impact of Restoration London's coffee house scene.
So Matthew, if we'd have been here in the middle of the 17th century, we would have been able to buy a coffee from Pasquale.
That's absolutely right. On this site was the coffee shack, I would call it, because it didn't really have tables and chairs. It was shrouded in smoke, sometimes actually on fire. But if we were to drink the coffee now, you'd be horrified. I don't know if you're like a flat white kind of person, but...
I like an Americano.
You like an Americano? Yeah, me too. If you're used to, beautifully filtered, delicious Epicurean coffee, the taste of the 17th century stuff would have you heading for the nearest vomit bucket.
Presumably it was the effect of it rather than the taste of it then.
It was the effect. Now, remember, until the arrival of coffee, most people in the city were either slightly or very drunk all day long. The habitual drink would be ale, watered-down ale. So the arrival of coffee would trigger a dawn of sobriety.
Imagine these people kind of emerging from this, haze, this alcoholic fog.
Exactly,
and then
yes.
turning to coffee and suddenly... full of ideas.
Exactly, and it all can be traced to the impact of this disgustingly bitter black drink.
And would there be different coffee houses for different groups of people? I mean, when I was at university, there was one pub where the lawyers used to go and another pub where all the medical students used to go. Was it that kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly right. In the heart of the city, there was a triptych of monumentally significant coffee houses. For example, Jonathan's Coffee House, which was the birthplace of the stock markets. You had Garraway's, which is just around the corner from that, which was the birthplace of international auctioneering. So you could bid for rotten boroughs or a nice mansion in Edmonton or Tottenham.
So that business was happening in the coffee house?
It was happening inside, yes, with a face-to-face interaction. And perhaps most strikingly, there was a place called Lloyd's that opened in the 1690s by a boy called Edward Lloyd, who had cultivated excellent links with the maritime community. And this meant that it was a natural meeting place for people involved in overseas trade. At the time, the British economy was expanding. The tentacles of the overseas trading empire are reaching ever further afield. They need to find a way of financing these voyages without facing ruin. So you need to mitigate against the risk. And that meant almost organically, the insurance industry coalesced within the smoky candlelit forum that was Lloyd's. And we still have Lloyd's today.
That comes from the coffee house?
It began as a direct link, yes. The porters are still called waiters in an allusion to its caffeinated origins. But even though the original buildings have long since crumbled or were burnt down, the capitalist concoctions that took place there are still with us.
Caffeine-powered innovations in business, banking and marine insurance meant that Britain would soon be nosing ahead of her European competitors in the race to trade and exploit commodities on a global scale.
There was one business that was really taking off in the second half of the 17th century, and Charles II and his aristocratic friends wanted a piece of the action. But it was the cruelest and most inhumane business imaginable. It was slavery, and the British establishment was right at the heart of it.
I've come to the National Maritime Museum at Greenwich to find out just how complicit the British establishment was in the enslavement of Africans.
This is one of those times where I feel really privileged, because this is a print which has been taken out of the archives in the museum. It's not normally on display to the public, and I'm lucky enough to be able to see it up close. It's quite chilling, actually. What this is depicting is some of the forts that dotted the coast of West Africa in the 17th century. And in the dungeons of these castles are African prisoners, and those African prisoners are going to become slaves. They're going to be transported across the Atlantic to what develop into the plantations. So this is the beginnings of the slave trade. And it's with it's not even the collusion of the state, it's state-sponsored. And we see that so clearly when Charles II comes to the throne. So what I've got here are photographs of a document which is a patent for the company that will have the monopoly over this West African trade, the slave trade. So this is Charles II, by the grace of God, King of England, and he is granting this patent to his dearest brother, James, Duke of York. So James is effectively the chief executive of what was then the Company of Royal Adventurers of England trading into Africa. That's what would become the Royal Africa Company. And he's granting the patent for 1,000 years. And here are some of the other beneficiaries of it. The Royal Consort, Queen Catherine. Mary, the Queen Mother. And dearest sister Henrietta. It just goes on and on and on. 20 of the 66 beneficiaries listed here are members of the royal family. To try to interpret that shocking evidence, I'm catching up with Dr. Onyeka Nubia again. I've just been looking at these remarkable documents from the archive, and it seems as though what Charles II was essentially saying, you know, this is where we make money, and we need to regulate that, we need to govern it. I need to be in control, or at least my brother needs to be in control of it.
I don't know if it's Charles II saying that. I think it's the people that are advising him that are saying that. I think that he's advised, look, this is what Spain has done, this is what Portugal has done, this is what we can do. And if we don't do it, they will do it, and they'll become too powerful and they'll conquer us.
So it's about the balance of power in Europe and getting rich at the same time.
It is 100% about the balance of power in Europe.
And everybody's doing it, so you have to?
Yes, but you have to do it better.
And England would end up doing it very well.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the point. Not only does that well, but then does colonialism and imperialism better than any other nation. And does the exploitation better than any other nation. Because it's coming in a way after the other nations. And so it learns from their mistakes. And because it's a very good student, it doesn't make the same mistakes that Spain made or Portugal made.
I know that you don't like to put numbers on it because the numbers are actually impossible to get at.
Yeah.
But is there some kind of idea of the scale of this?
Okay, well, that's an impossible figure to give. I'll tell you why. Because the figure that I would give you would be wrong. It would only ever be a gross underestimation. It does not give account to the millions of people who would have died en route, the millions of people who died as a result of civil war and civil conflict, the millions of people that died of starvation and hunger, the millions of people that died of disease and malnutrition as a result of the conflict. We just don't know the number. But what we do know is that by 1884 and 1885, the entire continent of Africa did not have, with the exception of Ethiopia, one single unitary African state run by African people.
What?
That we do know. So whatever went on was continuously systematic over several hundreds of years, resulting in the destabilization of an entire continent.
In the 1660s, that royal family firm set out to profit both by enslaving Africans and through the global trade that would enable. Control of shipping routes was crucial, but to achieve that control, Britain would have to fight.
War always gets in the way of making money, and throughout the middle of the 1600s, Britain's upstart empire had been battling it out with a much richer country, the Dutch Republic.
This was a naval war. To understand how much was at stake, Ben Robinson has taken his drone downriver to Tilbury.
That's a great view down the Thames towards the estuary here. And this was the gateway to the world in the Restoration period. But like any gateway, it could let in trouble. And in 1667, the Dutch sailed into the Thames estuary down to Chatham. They burnt the English fleet at anchor. They trashed the dockyard there. They towed away the Royal Charles, the pride of the English fleet. This was an utter humiliation, an embarrassment unparalleled in British military history. Something had to be done. And this is what they came up with. Tilbury Fort. You can see how it utterly controls the Thames. The gun batteries could fire across the river here. No Dutch ship would be able to get through this. But also, the Dutch fleet might have moored further up the river here, disembarked troops, and they could have come round and attacked the fort from the land side. So they had an answer to that. These wide moats here, an inner one and an outer moat. And these were controlled by sluices, so in times of trouble you could flood them quickly. And these spearhead bastions, look at its symmetrical shape. They allow covering fire of every square inch of ground. This was a complete defensible island, utterly impregnable.
Fortification helped Britain defend itself against the Dutch, but London was about to face a much deadlier enemy.
I'm in London uncovering what happened during the restoration of the 1660s, the moment that innovations in science, business and brutal human exploitation combined to elevate England to the top tier of the world's power players. By the start of the Restoration period, London was experiencing rapid growth. Its population had doubled since 1600. These new residents almost all moved into outer areas near the city's Roman walls. The poorest were crammed into damp, overcrowded, filthy housing. Ideal conditions for the return of a deadly disease, the bubonic plague. In 1664, people started to die.
But really that was unremarkable. London's poor were dying all the time and the authorities could afford to turn a blind eye to it. But in the summer of 1665, the plague really took off. Mortality was rising week on week. Thousands of people were dying, and there was no cure in sight. It all sounds chillingly familiar.
Part of our pandemic experience has been to witness health workers risking their lives to treat the ill. But during the Restoration's epidemic, almost everyone who could fled for the countryside. One of the few brave doctors who remained in London also uniquely recorded his experience. I've come to London's Wellcome Collection to meet Pooja Swali, who studies ancient pathogens. The book she's retrieved from the archive is by Dr. Nathaniel Hodges.
This is his accounts then, is it?
Yeah, of the spread of the plague, and he notes how it changes.
And it's called loimologia, so that actually means study of the plague. So he says there, in the months of August and September, the contagion changed its former flow and languid pace, and having, as it were, got master of us all, made a most terrible slaughter, so that 3, 4 or 5,000 died in a week, and once 8,000. It's just horrendous, isn't it?
And actually, there's an account of who it affected the most. He goes, but it is incredible to think how the plague raged amongst the common people, in so much that it came by some to be called the Poor's Plague.
Really?
And we start to see a lot of parallels with today in terms of how coronavirus is having an effect on the working class, in that they don't have the option of having someone cover their work. They don't have the opportunity of self-isolation. They just don't have the access to a lot of these things.
What was his idea? What was he trying to do?
So a lot of his book, he does put an emphasis on social isolation and quarantine as a way of slowing down the actual spread of the disease.
I think it's really easy to look back to the 17th century and to think that they're all kind of, you know, just, they don't really know what's going on. They're reaching out in the dark, but actually there's a lot of evidence-based thinking going on.
Nathaniel Hodges' courage and thorough methods epitomised an empirical approach to medicine, leaving medieval quackery behind.
In this city of statues, there surely should be one to him.
Despite the plague having killed over 70,000 Londoners, around 100,000 remained, still living within the ancient city walls in houses made largely of wood and thatch.
It was a disaster waiting to happen, and on Sunday, the 2nd of September, 1666, a fire broke out in the house and bakery of Thomas Fariner on Pudding Lane. The Mayor of London, Thomas Bloodworth, woke up, saw the fire, and famously claimed,
a woman could piss it out. And then, obviously exhausted by this hilarious witticism, went back to bed. Samuel Pepys obviously saw the fire as well, and also thought it was insignificant, and went back to bed. How wrong can two men be? To start with, the fire spread east towards the Tower of London, but then the wind changed, fanning the flames westwards, pushing it remorselessly 1.5 miles as far as Fleet Street. By day 4, although only 6 people had died, 436 acres, the very heart of medieval London, had been turned to ash. Most powerfully of all, it had completely destroyed London's single greatest building, St Paul's Cathedral, just as Christopher Wren had started a comprehensive renovation. I'm meeting Dr. Hannah Dawson to see how an architectural phoenix arose from the ashes. So the previous cathedral is basically razed to the ground and they demolish it. So Wren has got a very different prospect then. Rather than renovating an existing building, he's basically building a completely new one.
That's right. The entire project becomes a completely different, enormous one. Wren is now engaged not just to rebuild St Paul's Cathedral, but actually to rethink the whole of London. It takes him 9 years in the planning. It's an unbelievably complicated back and forth process. But then finally, they agree on his plan with his dome and the scaffolding goes up. But even then, once the scaffolding is up, Wren actually takes the opportunity behind the secrecy of the scaffolding to slightly do his own thing again against the orders of Charles.
Just adjusts it back. Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually, this is what I
just
wanted to do.
barocks it up a bit.
Yeah. Alongside designing 50 new churches for London, Wren collaborated with his friend Robert Hooke to create the new St Paul's. At 365 feet high, its dome would be taller than any other building in London for over 250 years. How far is he pushing this design? Because that is a huge dome to build.
It's so enormous, and because they wanted it to look beautiful from the outside as well as from the inside, they had to therefore make 2 domes. And so to work out how to connect them such that they wouldn't fall in, they'd never done it before. And so in keeping with the spirit of the scientific revolution, which was all about experiment and empiricism and trial and error, this was really a case of, let's see if this is going to work.
Yeah.
It was very much an experiment, which they pulled off.
In St Paul's, Charles II and Christopher Wren had created an indestructible stone phoenix, rising from the devastation of civil war, regicide, and cataclysmic fire. An unmissable statement that a new age had been born, with Britain at its centre. This building is the greatest physical symbol of the Restoration, but our story of Restoration London doesn't finish here. It ends over there at the building affectionately known as the cheese grater. This is 122 Leadenhall Street. The giant slanting steels of this glass monolith stand astride an area that was just beyond the reach of the Great Fire. With most of London in tatters, deal-hungry businessmen flocked here, creating a vibrant new financial district as London was rebuilt, fit for the modern age. It's quite strange, really, isn't it, to think that the foundations of this building, Leadenhall, go right back to the Restoration. It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that supernova that ignited down there and lit up the world. It was a few short years when this city exploded with the ideas and innovations that changed the course of humanity, often for the better, sometimes for the worse. An era that didn't just help create modern Britain, but forged the way our whole world is today.
That's why London is the city at the centre of Britain's world-changing restoration. The secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns.
I'll decipher physical clues.
You can make out details of her face and her ruff, and get to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
He operated like a spy master. They lied, they deceived, they cheated.
With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history, and find out how those stories still resonate today.
3,880. More and more individuals are still dying from the plague.
It's quite overwhelming. From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town.
Today, I'm in Britain's most medieval town. A town that found itself at the centre of an era-defining battle.
I think I'm holding my breath.
Where powerful merchants stylishly challenged the status quo.
So I'm regal.
Or a merchant wife who's breaking rules.
Oh, I like that.
Home to a stunning cathedral and an awesome castle, the site of one of the most decisive battles in English history.
If the French had won this battle, history would have played out very differently.
Yes, we would have had a French monarchy.
If you want to understand the power and the politics, the cut and thrust of medieval England, Lincoln is the place to come. Modern Lincoln is a picturesque university town where the medieval period is very much still on show, and its 100,000 residents get used to rubbing shoulders with 4 million tourists every year.
It's not hard to see the draw. Beyond the cathedral walls, there's a wealth of history woven into the very fabric of a beautifully preserved old town that perches on top of quite a hill.
Lincolnshire is fairly flat, so a vantage point like this with clear lines of sight for miles in every direction makes it a prime location for a military stronghold. And there's no doubt that Lincoln Castle saw plenty of action during the Middle Ages.
I'm focusing on the medieval period, from the explosive Norman invasion in 1066 until the catastrophic arrival of bubonic plague in 1348. Through almost 3 centuries, conflicts between the crown and the people reshaped England and laid the foundations of identity that are still being built upon today. Worshippers thought an all-powerful church held the keys to heaven, but an evil king could make everyday life a living hell. War, rebellion, and stark inequality put huge strains on the population. But despite the hardship, many in England somehow thrived until that lethal, cataclysmic plague which rocked the pillars of society.
Lincoln was witness to so many pivotal moments during this medieval period, but why was the town established here in the first place?
150 miles north of London and 70 miles to the south of York, it was the Romans who put Lindum, as they called it, on the map. As well as lying on a major Roman road, Lincoln was also bisected and connected by major waterways that flowed from the rich farmland out to the North Sea. After the Roman army withdrew from Britain in the 5th century, Lincoln would become a Saxon town that changed very little until William the Conqueror's invading Norman army arrived in 1067. Recognising the strengths of the old Roman fortress, William decided this would be home to one of several huge new cathedrals across England that would become the linchpins of a new Roman Catholic Church. Lincoln's would be one of the finest.
In 1072, the Normans begin building their cathedral on the site of a pre-existing Anglo-Saxon church. It was ravaged by fire, almost completely demolished by an earthquake, but it kept coming back, and we can just imagine it teeming with activity, labourers and stonemasons, and then when they paused, worshippers and pilgrims here. Lincoln Cathedral was the beating heart of medieval Lincoln.
It's impossible to resist the magnetism of a structure that stood as the world's tallest building for over 200 years, until its spire fell in the 1500s. Medieval expert Dr. Antonella Lucia Scorpo wants to show me how the cathedral transformed Lincoln from a simple Anglo-Saxon settlement.
It is a magnificent cathedral, and the oldest bits of it are Norman?
They are.
Yeah.
And in this case, William I, I think, is actually using it to make a very clear statement about controlling the north.
Yeah.
That's the start of really Lincoln booming as a center, not just as an ecclesiastical center, a center of power, administration, but also a center of trade and commerce that will continue actually throughout.
Really booming medieval economy.
Indeed.
The busy cathedral boosted footfall to the area. Add to that the security provided by a powerful garrison of soldiers in the castle, and it wasn't long before Lincoln had a bustling high street, complete with merchants' houses.
This is the Norman house from
lovely.
1170s.
And
So
that's Norman up there, is it?
The window is. This means that people must have lived on at least the first floor, while the downstairs would have been used for a commercial activity or transaction.
Yeah. Oh, it's lovely that we've got these bits of Norman Lincoln
It is, and it's still there.
I love the fact they've still got this market here, and there's still trades going on that would have been here in the Middle Ages. It's brilliant. Yeah. Lots of people of Lincoln and the surrounding countryside pouring into the city.
Foreign merchants would have been here as well, trading different goods, different products. It's a place of gossip, of sharing news, information.
It must have been really lively, really colourful.
Think about the languages, the sounds, the colours, as you said, the textures as well.
There are loads of tourists here, and there would have been lots of people coming from further afield centuries ago.
And already with the Normans, coming over, and obviously that brings already a lot of new communities. We know that the Jewish community, for example, massively, increased, and the marketplace really was the place where you could see a lot of them.
Lincoln's markets really flourished from the late 11th century, with people coming from right across Northern Europe to trade crafts and goods. And the locals here played to their strengths, using the surrounding fertile grazing land to produce much sought-after sheep's wool.
And the producers of the wool, these are your sheep?
These are my sheep, yeah. They'll be clipped in sometime around early June.
Yeah.
And then we package it all, roll it up, and we'll be selling it. There'll be about 2.5 kilos of wool from that sheep. My sheep actually graze around an abbey, which was built upon the wool trade initially.
Really?
Yeah, there's a few around the area.
Indeed, and obviously wool was one of the main products that was even exported and made Lincoln a key centre of trade internationally.
Space-hungry sheep and their produce were crucial to Lincoln's medieval economy, and the Normans recognised the need to grease the wheels of commerce with advances in infrastructure. Aerial archaeologist Ben Robinson is using his eye in the sky to get a better look at the transport links that helped Lincoln prosper.
Sailing into the sky now. There we go. That's the view I wanted. Now, Lincoln was at the junction of major Roman roads, and these were still in use. But It also had crucial waterway connections. And if you're trying to move around bulky goods like wool, it's the waterways that are more important than the roads. And this is the Foss Dyke. I can see it's ruler straight. This is an artificial watercourse. It was probably built by the Romans, and in medieval times it was extended, it was widened, it was redug. Now the Trent is in that direction. Once you're into the Trent River system, it goes up into the Humber estuary, so you've got access to the North Sea ports there, up into the Ouse system, you've got the whole of Yorkshire opening up to you as well. It goes south down into the Midlands, and all ending up in the Brayford Pool, right at the foot of the hill in Lincoln. Transport systems, communications, our network, our infrastructure is absolutely vital to economic development. It was then, and it is now.
Lincoln was developing into a thriving economic hub with cash pouring into the city, filling up the coffers of not only its increasingly rich merchants, but also the crown.
To get his cut, the king needed a local tax office. Lincoln Guildhall stands on the site of the medieval town's administrative centre. Many merchants, traders and kings would have passed under the archway here. But it's the ancient documents which are now held above it that dictate how costly or profitable their visit would have been.
Oh, you've got these lovely documents out. Aren't they beautiful?
They're amazing.
The mayor's officer, Richard Story, has retrieved some of the town's most historic archive from under lock and key.
Thank you for getting these documents out for me to have a look at, and at such close quarters as well. This is fantastic. So that's the oldest document you've got
The
here in
oldest
Lincoln.
one that survives, yes.
When does that date to?
That dates to 1157, that's Henry II. It confirms previous privileges as far back as the time of Edward the Confessor, which compels all the merchants of the county of Lincolnshire to come to the city of Lincoln to trade. So if you want to conduct your business, you have to come to Lincoln to do that.
You've got to come here.
You've got to come here. It increases the revenue in the city, and thereby it increases revenue to the crown.
The city paid the king directly for the monopoly on trade in the area. This was always a flat rate of tax regardless of profits, a privilege granted to only the most important trading and financial centres in England.
So we pay £180 at this stage to the Crown to hold the city of the King-in-Chief. We account for our own revenue at the Exchequer, and anything we make over and above £180 is for the purse of the city, the common purse.
And was Lincoln making money over and above that rent?
Yes, substantially at that period, we believe, yes. But there was no doubt that the money that formed the additional purse did go to make the ruling elite even wealthier than they had been for years.
The peasants weren't doing very well.
No, not really.
These ancient documents and subsequent royal charters laid the foundations upon which Lincoln's elite built their most profitable trade.
So throughout this period, how important is wool? Is it the kind of primary trade?
It does start to develop certainly after 1262, when a man called John de Blyton, about 1307, he exported the equivalent of 33,000 kilos of wool through the city of Lincoln.
That sounds fairly impressive.
It's hugely impressive.
Yeah.
The Crown's trust in Lincoln is obvious from the impressive relics here at the Guildhall. By the time King Richard II gifted this sword to the mayor, the senior townsmen were reaping healthy profits. And as Lincoln's wool trade grew, so did traffic to the city, demanding improvements in the road network serving the town.
And we're just coming up to this very beautiful bridge. Is that medieval?
Yeah. It is 1160 the High Bridge was built.
The River Witham runs right through the town and joins the Foss Dyke Canal at Brayford Pool. This bridge replaced an archaic ford, propelling the city towards a more permanent, prosperous future.
It was as important as the water networks to one extent. So those people who didn't have enough goods to move them by boat along the river could still bring them in and access the city markets, and the commerce could continue.
And building bridges like this, that's part of reinvesting that wealth that's coming to the city.
Absolutely.
I think I'm holding my breath.
With its farmland, transport networks and thriving commercial hub, Lincoln in the 12th century was a key player in England's economy and was poised to become one of the nation's 5 most populous towns.
But then King John arrived on the throne, greedy, rapacious, not the best liked of kings, and trouble was brewing on the horizon.
I'm in Lincoln, exploring the advances that revamped medieval England in the 11th to 14th centuries. A wool-fueled economic boom placed this cathedral town firmly within the Crown's favour, but the good times weren't to last. Relations between Norman kings and the wealthy barons who actually controlled places like Lincoln had always been strained, but outright conflict had been avoided.
When Richard the Lionheart died in 1199, the barons accepted his brother as king. It was a decision they would come to regret.
A hapless military leader, early in his reign, John lost Normandy and its huge revenues to the King of France. To try to compensate, he waged expensive and largely unsuccessful campaigns in Ireland and Wales, mercilessly taxing his barons, making ever more enemies along the way.
In 1208, John managed to fall out with the Pope over who should be Archbishop of Canterbury, and the result was a papal interdict. This was a colossal price to pay. Religion was so important in people's lives, and this interdict meant that people couldn't be buried in consecrated ground. John had effectively locked his subjects out of heaven. Matthew Parris, the chronicler of St Albans, gives us a bit of an insight into just how unpopular John had become. He wrote, "Foul as it is, hell itself is defiled by the foulness of John."
Within 5 years, his dominance had faltered. King John was forced to agree to Magna Carta, limiting the power of the Crown for the first time in English history, guaranteeing many rights to his angry barons.
For a while, it seemed like things would proceed on an even keel. But then he started to flout the terms of the Magna Carta, and the political situation became dangerously unstable.
John's rebel barons turned to France's Prince Louis to challenge the English throne, and key parts of the country soon became war zones. By 1217, huge swathes of England lay in rebel hands, and things were looking bleak for the future of the Norman dynasty. Professor Louise Wilkinson has studied this critical moment and how the fate of England would come to be decided at Lincoln.
So what was Lincoln's role in this? What was the official position here? Were they supporting John or supporting the French claim to the throne?
Within the castle, they were very, very firmly royalist. But in the city, I think they were definitely more sympathetic towards the rebels.
But who was in charge here at the castle?
Here at the castle, there was a brilliant noblewoman, then in her 60s, called Nicola de la Haye. She governed the royal castle on behalf of the king.
Right.
So she presided over the prison, over the life of the castle and its garrison.
Yeah.
So she was the leading royal figure in the locality.
She sounds like an extraordinary woman.
Yeah, I think Nicola really was an Iron Lady of her day. When the rebels occupied the city early in 1217. When Prince Louis came and visited in February, she held the garrison very loyally.
Oh my goodness, so he's here.
So
he's here, presumably expecting to take the castle, to
I think he was very
take the north.
Yeah, hoping to take the castle, being the operative word. He didn't.
But she's kind of holed up in here, and there are, if not French forces, then French sympathisers out there in the town.
Yeah, a whole sea of danger just out in the town. So it must have been really incredibly stressful for her.
Yeah.
Outnumbered more than 3 to 1, Nicola de la Haye and her besieged forces were almost defeated. This battle for Lincoln was the last throw of the dice, and the Royalists were depending on a 70-year-old knight, William Marshall, and his scratch army approaching from the west.
Ben Robinson is poised to show us the field of battle and demonstrate William Marshall's strategy as it played out on the 20th of May, 1217.
I can see why this is one of the great castles of England. The town walls ran in a circuit enclosing the cathedral. So it's a fort within a fort. We've got Nicolas de la Haye in there, stoutly defending the castle. We've got the rebel barons and the French surrounding the castle. Now, William Marshal knew that if they came round from the northwest, they would find a weak spot. What happens is he splits his force into three. Nicolas de la Haye let the force of crossbowmen through that gate, and they charge across the bailey to the east wall there, popped up on the battlements and start letting loose their crossbow bolts on the French and rebel army in the square there. Meanwhile, Marshal is coming round this side of the castle. At exactly the same time, through the north, another force is forcing their way down this street. So all these forces are now converging onto the east side of the castle. Suddenly, the defenders of the town, the rebels, are caught in a trap. And what had been a safe haven was now a death trap for them.
So it all comes to a climax here, just outside the castle.
It does. The royalists pushed out towards the cathedral, and there was dramatic hand-to-hand fighting in the city streets. In the meantime, the crossbowmen were raining down their bolts on the rebel barons and the knights below them. It was brutal.
So what happens at the end?
By the middle of the afternoon on the day of the battle, the French just turned around. And they referred to the battle actually as the Fair of Lincoln, really largely just to taunt Louis and the French for losing such a dramatic battle.
If the French had won this battle, history would have played out very differently.
Yes, we would have had a French monarchy. So really, it's probably the second most important battle in English history after Hastings.
The weapon that had tipped the battle in Nicolas de Haye's favour was the crossbow. Expert medieval armourer Todd Todeschini is showing me just why the royalist crossbowmen, with their weapons of choice, were so lethally effective.
Todd! Hi!
How you doing?
Hello! That's a crossbow.
It's a crossbow,
I
yeah.
can recognise that. And that looks more like an ordinary longbow.
You know, we think of the English always using the longbow, but that's not at all the case. So sieges, particularly, crossbows are very well suited to.
What were the advantages of a crossbow compared with a longbow?
We've got a crenellation here. With the crossbow, you can shoot from here, so you're well covered. What I can also do, and I can't do with the longbow, is I can get right out, and I can shoot here. But also, I can shoot down, and I can shoot left, and I can shoot right. When I'm shooting this one, I have to shoot from back here, because what I can't have is I can't have the bow limbs hitting the wall or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's great for an open field where you've got all the room you need, but where you're tight, it just doesn't work.
Crossbows may have been around for centuries, but it was the streamlined version of the 11th century that allowed the royalists to defend Lincoln Castle. Under Todd's expert guidance, I'm going to see if I've got what it takes to be a medieval sharpshooter.
Aim it down, because you're quite high at the moment, I think. So aim it down a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Try that. So left arm down.
Whoa!
Unlucky.
The melon survived.
The melon survived another day.
I think I'd need a bit more training before I was able to defend a medieval castle.
Yes, but actually, don't forget, look at that. I mean, all of those would fit within the torso of a person. So, yes, you might not have got their heart, but they're not having a good day.
The Battle of Lincoln turned around the fortunes of Marshal, de la Haye and the Royalists. With King John now dead and his 9-year-old son on the throne, there was hope for a second chance at the Magna Carta's steadying powers. But while the powerful men of England found new confidence, it was the common people that continued to suffer from neglect and, for one minority, devastating demonisation. I'm in Lincoln, discovering how some aspects of medieval life in England still resonate today. This vibrant cathedral town had become a flourishing centre of trade and commerce, lining the pockets of the crown and local merchants. New buildings, bridges and waterways ensured that even more wealth was flowing through the urban community. But outside the city walls, for most people, simply surviving was still a struggle.
Ben is looking at the evidence for what life was like for the rural population out in the countryside around medieval Lincoln.
Now, at ground level, it's a little bit difficult to make out what's going on, but from above, all these shapes, all these patterns start to make sense. And this is absolutely thrilling because I can see the layout of an entire lost medieval village. I can see individual streets here, these slightly sunken areas with raised banks on either side, and you can really pick out the plan of the village. And the cottagers would have had animals in the backyard. You've got barns, so obviously they're farming the land. Those little circles, these are probably dovecots. In order to keep doves or pigeons for their eggs and their meat, you had to have a licence, and the only people that would get licences were the lords of the manor. So if I've got a couple of dovecots in there, I've probably found the site of the manor house. I think the fact of the matter for a lot of these deserted settlements was a combination of things, a combination of environmental factors, economic factors that just conspired against them. And then you've got landlords turning vast areas over to sheep farming. You've got deteriorating weather conditions, wet summers, wet winters. You can't grow much, so people are literally starving. Put all this together and you get formerly thriving communities just disappearing, not necessarily overnight, but over a period of time.
Whether it was ruined harvests or rebel barons, in 1217 the King of England had a lot on his plate. The fact that he was 9 years old hardly helped. But his guardians, the Knight William Marshal among them, knew what to do to calm the population down.
Sealed inside the castle is Lincoln's own Magna Carta. Now, John, and in fact the barons, would go on to renege on the terms of that charter. So it was edited and reissued under the boy king, Henry III. But alongside Magna Carta, Henry III issues this document, this charter, and I think it deserves much more recognition than it usually gets. This is the Charter of the Forest.
It's essentially a piece of legislation that would have a huge impact on the lives of ordinary people, that enormous sector of society that led a hand-to-mouth existence and could easily find themselves starving after a poor harvest. While just out of grasp in the vast royal forests lay a potentially life-saving source of food and fuel. I've met up with Dr. Claire Kennan in the ancient woodland of Lincolnshire's Doddington Hall to discover why the Charter of the Forest was necessary.
William the Conqueror makes large areas of the country royal forest.
Yeah.
And then by the time we get to King John's reign, a third of England is royal forest.
So this disquiet had been brewing for a couple of hundred years then?
For a long time, yeah.
The royals essentially locked out the common people from forest lands and the rich natural bounty that was found there. Grazing pastures, wild game and forest fruits were strictly out of bounds.
Previously, there were really harsh penalties in place for things such as felling trees for firewood. If you were caught poaching a boar or a deer, you could be mutilated, blinded, or even executed. The foresters as well would often fine entire villages if perpetrators couldn't be found.
Really?
So they were really severe penalties. But under the Charter of the Forest, a lot of these restrictive rules and regulations are removed.
I mean, it must have made a massive difference to people, you know, just being able to use land, freed them up to, to do this.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Chop down trees, make a fire.
Forage for ingredients for soup, definitely.
I did not forage for these ingredients.
No.
Somebody else foraged for them in a supermarket, I imagine.
While the Magna Carta has hogged the limelight, the lesser-known Charter of the Forest was arguably more important for ordinary people. Landowner at Doddington Hall, Claire Birch, honours her duty to provide public access to the woodlands.
I think it's incredibly important. There's a lot of research, isn't there, about how access to the countryside and to nature is so important for mental and physical health. And, you know, as landowners, we've got a huge asset here, and it's a massive opportunity to do stuff along those lines.
What sort of things do people come and do in your
We have
woodlands
lots
here?
of people who walk, and they come and pick blackberries. And more recently, we tarmacked over a big farm track, and it actually joins the village to one of the Sustrans cycle routes.
Oh, yeah.
So you can basically get the whole way into Lincoln without having to be anywhere near cars.
I'm sure that many people's lives in medieval England were absolutely miserable, but this Charter of the Forest meant that for some of the common people, their lives were set to improve somewhat. But there was a section of society in medieval Lincoln that was absolutely thriving, and that was the Jewish community.
A small number of Jewish people arrived in England with the Normans from northern France in the later 11th century. One of the most successful Jewish communities was established here in Lincoln, second in importance only to London. And Professor Anthony Bale is showing me why this community flourished here.
We're walking down a hill called Steep Hill, very steep hill, which runs down from the cathedral and the castle. And we know that the Jews, they actually lived throughout Lincoln, but they were concentrated on this street. And Aaron of Lincoln, one of the richest Jews, he owned the property on the west side of the street.
I mean, this must have been very high-value property. We're right, you know, we're very close to the cathedral. You can hear the bells clearly.
But it's also the safest place to live because it's right next to the castle. And that's where the Jews would go to if they were in danger, because technically the Jews were the king's property, and so attacking the Jews was to attack the king.
The building of Norman England, including Lincoln's own cathedral, had in part been bankrolled by Jewish financiers. While Christians were forbidden from money lending for profit, Jews were not. In return, the Crown's protection allowed a lively Jewish community to become well established and largely integrated here by the mid-12th century.
That's a beautiful building.
But only similar to the kinds of buildings that wealthy Normans were building.
And what about what the Jews were doing here? Was there a specific trade or a specific function in society that they were performing?
We know that some Jews, like Aaron of Lincoln, could become phenomenally wealthy, but most Jews weren't. Most Jews had very little, and they relied on the normal kind of crafts and trades that medieval people did in a city like this. Jews in medieval England couldn't be full citizens. So they were able to live individual lives, but their property, technically, was part of the king's treasury.
It's almost like they're sort of permitted to exist in a largely Christian society, but within very strict rules.
In somewhere like Lincoln, where the church, the crown, the Jews, and other groups like Flemings, Lombards, Templars, merchants are all rubbing up against each other. Sometimes it's very, very harmonious and that people can prosper there.
Yeah.
But at other times, then those frictions come to a head.
Following strong anti-Jewish guidance from the Pope in the early 1200s, the English crown started relying more on alternative funds, reducing their protection of the Jews and imposing hefty taxes upon them. Forced into claiming back the money they'd lent, the Jews of medieval England were ostracised and became desperately unpopular amongst a largely Christian society. The disharmony in Lincoln came to a head in 1255, when the body of an 8-year-old boy was said to have been found in a well near the town. It was the Jewish community that was accused of his murder. His remains were supposedly entombed in the cathedral, in a shrine that once stood here.
This was the shrine that pilgrims came to from the 13th century to celebrate the memory of little St. Hugh. About 90 Jews were taken from Lincoln to the Tower of London, and 18 or 19 of those were put to death.
And was there any evidence that it was the Jews that had killed this little boy?
Not what we'd call evidence. Already by this point, this was the 4th or 5th time this allegation had been made against the Jews. This was really a kind of what we'd now perhaps call an urban myth. All these allegations take place in big Norman cathedral cities where
Right.
Benedictine abbeys are developing shrines to these boy saints.
Yeah.
And so there are actual kind of benefits to making this allegation.
The death of a child is a terrible thing, but then what it turns into is persecution of the Jewish communities.
But one way the Normans are perhaps able to redefine themselves as English is then by defining the Jews as not being part of them. You see in France, Germany, England, various laws about the way Jews have to dress. In Germany, sometimes it's through the hat, but in England, Jews have to wear a yellow badge made out of felt.
Yeah.
So this is really a very chilling and very public way of marking the Jews out as a
Yeah.
people apart.
Yeah, it echoes down the centuries.
Absolutely.
After becoming entirely marginalised, the Jews were ultimately expelled from England in 1290, not to return for over 350 years.
I find this story of little Hugh so distressing. It seems dreadfully familiar, this idea of a community being scapegoated for a crime, a minority being persecuted. It rattles down the centuries. The Holocaust of the 20th century has extremely deep roots. Jews being marked out, being made to wear yellow stars. And I think we still see some of that today. We see minorities being othered, being persecuted in apparently enlightened, developed countries. It is medieval.
Today, the city's cathedral welcomes all faiths and none to commemorate its medieval heritage, to be uplifted by its architectural grandeur and aesthetic pleasure. But in 1348, the faith of Lincoln's medieval congregation would be sorely tested by the arrival of a disease that ripped through the population and shocked society to its core.
I'm in Lincoln, where I'm immersing myself in the Middle Ages, looking at architecture and economy, politics and prejudice.
I've seen how power struggles between medieval England's elite sowed the seeds of democracy, but did little to reduce vast inequality between social classes. In the eyes of the Church, all people were subjects of a greater power, a message that needed to be constantly reinforced. And nowhere were these mind games more evident than in Lincoln's magnificent cathedral.
This architecture is designed to be awesome, to give you a real sense of the sublime, of being a small part of something much, much bigger. But there are also some tiny, intricate details to be found here, hidden messages among the stonemasonry. There's some really, really curious images. There's a man's face up there, his hands are curling over the parapet, and his hair is flowing back as though it were a lion's mane. I like this jovial fellow with his cap and his prodigious sideburns. I wonder if he's one of the stonemasons. This one's really weird, look at that. A woman playing a fiddle, but she has the hindquarters of a cow? And then there's a man behind her. He has wings. You think he might be an angel, but then look at his body. It's covered with lizard-like scales. This is the kind of medieval imagination gone wild.
For the Church to remain all-powerful in a time of deep superstition, notions of the afterlife, whether heaven or hell, had to be omnipresent. For a largely illiterate congregation, imagery like this was worth far more than 1,000 words.
Art has the potential to let us into the medieval mind. So I'm headed to the Cathedral Library to look at a very special 700-year-old book.
Commissioned by wealthy landowner Sir Geoffrey Luttrell, this celebrated manuscript favourably depicts everyday life in 14th century Lincolnshire.
It contains 150 Psalms of the Old Testament, but presented in this kind of mind-bending framework of images.
Medieval art historian Professor Alex Bovey is helping me decipher the images in this beautiful facsimile of the book.
Like this lady who's been spinning and she's interrupted her activity to go out and feed her chickens.
So that looks quite normal. That's like a kind of normal domestic scene. And then you've got a fish with a man's head with a beard.
Right, and these kind of jarring pivots between everyday life and natural world. And then, yeah, these mad creatures.
He's just, I might have a go at drawing him, actually.
Between the 13th and 14th centuries, English illuminated manuscripts abound with inventive and perplexing imagery. But Sir Luttrell's text, completed by around 1340, is surely one of the most intricate.
I can see some similarities perhaps with Viking art, with Anglo-Saxon art, and even going back to the Iron Age where you've got those kind of hidden faces and animals mixed up with geometric patterns.
It's a very particular response to a kind of a Christian system that has a heaven and it has a hell and it has a world that is overrun with sinful bodies and with rejoicing bodies, and so yeah, I think there is a quite a kind of complex inheritance in this imagery.
I love this juxtaposition of the pious text, the Psalms, and then these really playful, funny characters in the margins. I mean, they're just weird and wonderful. The Luttrell Psalter is teeming with those fantastic beasts, but it also gives us a glimpse of the agricultural year and medieval fashion.
By the mid-1300s, the streets of Lincoln would have been awash with a multicultural mélange of styles and fabrics. But no matter your social standing or your costume, by 1348, everyone was at risk of falling foul of the Black Death. Plague had reached Britain's shores. Costume historian Pauline Loven and hair and makeup historian Olivia Free are going to help me understand how nice clothes became about much more than just looking good at the time of a lethal pandemic.
This looks like an undergarment. I'm going to have to get out of this, aren't I?
Yes, afraid so.
Start getting undressed. That's your cue to leave.
It's thought that the Black Death wiped out almost half of England's population, forcing a social upheaval.
Oh, I think it's a bit of a shame to have covered up the gorgeous dress underneath. Yeah.
But for those that survived, there was hope for a better life, as labour shortages meant increased wages, reduced taxes, and an abundance of now affordable commodities.
Who would have been able to wear materials like this, dresses like this?
Anybody who could afford it. So after the Black Death, the population is so reduced.
Yeah.
So everybody's moving and adjusting their position, and they do it through clothing, and if they can afford to dress like a king, they will.
If you can dress in a richer fashion than actually befits your social standing, you could possibly bewitch people into thinking that you really were
more
a
significant.
higher status individual.
Yes, than your birth would suggest. Sumptuary laws were introduced to make fabrics like that exclusive to the elite, and particularly cloth of gold. It was the royal family only.
Right, so I'm regal.
Yes, regal or a merchant wife who's breaking rules.
Oh, I like that.
Scrambling to maintain the status quo, King Edward III attempted to quash upward mobility with his sumptuary laws. Members of each of the 7 social categories were easily identified by their dress and personal grooming.
If women are wearing makeup for their husbands alone, and only if it's natural makeup, was it allowed. But it was lightening. It wasn't all white. It was if you were pale, then that meant that you were a wealthy lady, you were staying indoors, you weren't doing any hard labour in the sun.
So you certainly wouldn't want to effect a tan then? Fake tan would be...
Absolutely not. No, indeed.
That would make you look like a working class woman.
Yes. But you still had to look healthy.
Like I'm not just about to drop dead of the Black Death.
Sometimes physicians were called in to make somebody look healthy. Often kings, lords, particularly the men actually, would dye their hair. And it's all about maintaining this look of a young, robust man.
Yeah.
So a way of keeping hold of his power is looking healthy.
I think world leaders are still doing this, don't you?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes.
The church relaxed its rules on makeup, but still strictly enforced veiling of hair, an excellent excuse for some high-fashion accessorising. So what did the sumptuary law say about veils?
It restricted veiling to a value, so that if you were a lower status, you could only spend so much on a veil.
Isn't it fascinating that there's this constant push and pull between the attempt at controlling people and the way they're expressing themselves, and then people managing to push back, to use a veil as a way of actually expressing your status in society?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. I really think at this point now I need to see myself. I've got no idea what I look like. I've got a mirror.
Yes, indeed.
Oh my goodness. That's extraordinary. I feel different. I think it's really interesting putting these clothes on. I think I know what it felt like to be an elite lady in Lincoln in the 14th century.
It looks stunning as well.
Eat your heart out, Game of Thrones. I've just stepped out of the pages of the Luttrell Psalter. King Edward's sumptuary laws on these fineries had little effect on the huge upheavals that followed the Black Death, an event that brought to an end an era which had seen Lincoln at the heart of the action. A town whose entrepreneurs refined the advances that reshaped the nation's economics, where the great powers of the monarchy and the barons clashed in a brutal town centre battle for the future of England. And home to a cathedral rich in stories and covert messages that dominated the town and its people.
Lincoln beautifully, compellingly captures the story of medieval England.
The secrets of the past are all around us, hidden in our streets, buried under our feet. And in this series, I'll be uncovering those secrets as I explore Britain's most historic towns. I'll be deciphering physical clues. It's like very early animation. And getting to know some extraordinary characters who are often overlooked.
His nickname was the on-crowned King of Scotland.
Really? With the help of Ben Robinson's Eye in the Sky, I'll discover which towns across the UK reveal the most about each period in British history and find out how those stories still resonate today.
You could call it the world's first overdraft authorisation.
It's quite overwhelming.
From the adventurous Elizabethans to the elegant Georgians, from medieval knights through to the height of empire, I'll tell the story of an era through the story of a single town. Today, I'm going to discover how a town's success during Britain's great industrial age created a workshop of radical ideas that changed the world.
That cements the closest, most important political friendship in world history.
Where principled working people endured great pain to ensure the liberty of the enslaved.
Lincoln writes from the White House saying how he was truly stunned that people who were taking the bread out of their children's mouths, that nonetheless they supported what he had to say.
Where brilliant writers and relentless campaigners embodied a never-say-die spirit that lives on.
We see injustice and we're prepared to do something about it because we won't tolerate it.
If you really want to get a taste of the revolution that happened during Britain's industrial heyday, Manchester is the place to come.
modern Manchester, with a population of over 500,000, has almost become a byword for successful regeneration.
World-class sport, science and education, a national media hub, an enviable public transport system, and rampant redevelopment are leading the way.
The 20th century, when Britain's industrial base ebbed away, wasn't kind to Manchester. But now it's back, right where it belongs, a northern powerhouse pumping the rich blood of economic vitality and revolutionary identity around Britain, a role it's been performing for centuries.
Originally a Roman fort, Manchester's position on the crossroads of medieval trade routes and its proximity to the Atlantic established it as a key merchant town. But its golden age arrived as it became the fulcrum of Britain's first industrial revolution from the 1780s onwards. The harnessing of steam power drove highly mechanised production on a vast scale. It brought great riches for a privileged few, but for the factory workers, it was low wages, cramped housing, and continued disenfranchisement.
But out of those dark, satanic mills would emerge radical new ideas and a spirit of activism that would ripple out across Britain through the 19th into the 20th century and beyond. And so many of those revolutionary ripples started right here in Manchester.
Back in 1844, a gifted novelist called Benjamin Disraeli had one of his characters express a telling thought when a friend proposed a visit to Athens. "The age of ruins is past," he said. "Have you seen Manchester? Manchester is as great a human exploit as Athens."
By the time that Disraeli was Prime Minister, some 30 years later, Manchester was an even more impressive metropolis, heaving with factories, with great civic buildings and with game-changing thinkers. It was a city ripe with possibilities. And all of this because of a century of breakneck change, which made Manchester world famous. And yet, going back to 1775, there wasn't a single mill in the city. So how did Manchester change so fast?
To find out, I've come to what became known as Cottonopolis, to meet local historian Jonathan Schofield.
Great to see you. Hello.
Now, Manchester's almost synonymous with the Industrial Revolution, so how did it play out here? What happened in this city?
Well, you have to go before the Industrial Revolution to a whole system which was called the domestic system. And that's individual families producing cotton cloth.
So this was people spinning and weaving at home?
Yeah, we've got the example here. You've got one of those many buildings which you can still see scattered across the city centre. A three-storey building with, on the top storey, you've got this row of windows.
Those windows up there?
The windows there. One long row of windows, which is a workshop, which allows the light to come in so you can do all the fiddly work to do with textiles. So what you get is hand-powered production in vast quantities of cotton cloth. And cotton becomes the, well, to use a modern phrase, cool fabric of the time. So it becomes a fashion, it's adopted by everybody, everyone wants to buy cotton. Manchester becomes the epicentre of cotton production.
The lives of Manchester's handloom weavers and domestic producers across the country were about to be revolutionised. An entrepreneur called Richard Arkwright had shown what could be achieved in a new type of workshop called a factory.
Richard Arkwright has a beautiful mill in the Peak District called Cromford Mill, and that's water-powered. And he thinks, well, where's the big exchange for cotton? It's in Manchester. So I've got these steam engines now. So in the 1780s, he opens the world's first steam-powered factory.
The success of Arkwright's methods encouraged investors to pour money into Manchester, with huge new textile factories sprouting up like mushrooms.
What were all the factors that came together? How did the planets kind of come into alignment to create the perfect situation for Manchester?
I think it's literally all those factors of an established textile business, a raw material coming in, an established workforce that sort of knew what it was doing, entrepreneurial spirit, the raw materials of production, i.e. coal, beneath you, and absolutely that steam power moment.
Those new steam engines needed a constant supply of coal delivered to the door. Ben Robinson has sent his drone up to take a look at the transport network that would do the job, setting the mould for Manchester and industrial Britain.
The drone's perfectly positioned now. I'm looking at the Bridgewater Canal, and it gouges a great waterway through the landscape where none existed before. Now, the whole idea of this was to get coal from the Duke of Bridgewater's mines up in the Worsley area to the northwest of Manchester, right into where it was needed, to the steam-powered industry of the centre of Manchester. And once it tied in with the Rochdale Canal, you're suddenly linked into the whole of the north of England. Now, what I'm looking for here is the next phase of the work. And I'm just looking at the junction here. Yeah, a new branch heading right round to the south, and I can see it curving away here. It links up to the River Mersey, it links up to the sea. This makes Manchester one of the most connected places on the planet. It's all down to water transport. Oh, we've actually got a canal boat on it as well. Fantastic. It would have been a whole lot busier back in the Duke of Bridgewater's time.
The Industrial Revolution was underway, and as the 19th century began, it was that famous defeat of the French and Spanish at sea in 1805 that really boosted Manchester's rise.
The Battle of Trafalgar had cemented the dominance of the Royal Navy, and the greatest threat to Britain's expansion and trade overseas had been removed. There was a huge global demand for cotton cloth, and there was plenty of work in the mills.
This stimulated massive economic migration. From around 1790, thousands who'd struggled from harvest to harvest in rural communities flocked here for a steady wage, crowding into shoddy rows of basic houses. These terraces are what replaced them around 1870. But to find out what life here was like before that, I'm meeting Dr. Michaela Hume, an expert on the history of this Ancoats area.
Michaela. Hello. This looks like a lovely place to live now, but I presume it's completely different to what it would have been back in the day.
Yeah, so now this area is very hip, it's very trendy. It's the sort of place where you want to live in Manchester. But if you went back to 1850, this is hell on earth. This is the last place you'd want to live in the centre of Manchester.
And what was the density of occupation in houses like this?
Absolutely packed. So you would have had maybe 2 families in the basement, in a room maybe 10 by 10 foot square, no beds, so everybody would have slept on the floor or on just straw. And if there was a bed, you know, you would have got maybe 6 people in that bed. No provisions for human waste, so that is literally in the streets. There's also animal waste, because a lot of people did keep animals, they kept pigs. So there's dungs on the corner of the road. So not only was your house contaminated with the stench of everybody, disease was rife, you also couldn't get away from it when you stepped outside.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't see to the end of the road from the smoke of the factories.
And what were the wages like?
Not great. If you wanted to earn a decent wage, you needed to be a spinner or even an overseer. But if you were, say, a throstle spinner, which was sort of the lower end of spinner, you're earning about between 7 and 8 shillings. Now, if you're trying to rent a terraced house, you're looking upwards of 6 shillings.
That's all your money.
So for most people, just rent, you know, would have taken up the bulk of the wage.
And it must have been dangerous work as well in the mills. I mean, if you suffered an injury, presumably, you know, that was it.
Absolutely. As soon as you were injured, the guy who ran the factory didn't want to know. You were out, you know, out.
There's no welfare.
No, let's get somebody else able-bodied in.
Yeah. I think when you stand back and look at it, you look at the Industrial Revolution, and you're a couple of centuries later,
it looks like progress, but to the people going through it, it must have felt like anything but.
Yeah, especially for working class people. Some would have benefited probably more than others, but for your labouring class and your lower working class, those that were handling weavers before, they particularly struggled.
Hardship for the British working poor was about to get much worse. As the efficiency of machinery increased, less human labour was needed. Workers were laid off, and the gap between the haves and the have-nots widened.
To add to the darkening, febrile mood in Britain, revolution was sweeping through Europe like a contagion, guillotines slicing down on aristocratic necks, cutting down centuries of oppression, emboldening previously unheard radical voices. And here in Britain, it was in Manchester that those voices were heard the loudest.
I'm in Manchester to find out how the most successful industrial revolution town became a radical, potent force for political and social change in 19th century Britain. I've had a taste of how tough life was for the working poor here. Slum housing, brutally long hours, and declining wages.
So with all that suffering, surely something had to be done. I mean, Britain is a democracy. There would be MPs in Parliament representing these people's interests. Well, not so much in the 1800s.
Incredibly, after the general election of 1818, sparsely populated Cornwall sent 40 MPs to Parliament, while densely packed Manchester sent precisely none. To find out how this city led the drive to overhaul Britain's political map, I've come to meet historian Dr. Jeanette Martin.
Jeanette, hello.
Hello.
What was essentially wrong with British democracy in the early 1800s?
Well, the problem was it just wasn't very democratic because places like Manchester, Bradford, Leeds, Newcastle, Birmingham, they were driving the prosperity of the country at that point in time, and yet they had no voice at Westminster.
Yeah. So how did they start fighting for that?
Most important of all, they used print, so they used things like newspapers. And a really important newspaper was the Manchester Observer. So London had radical papers, but the Manchester Observer was unique in that its focus was on the industrialising north.
So what kinds of things were being covered in the newspaper?
The Observer was incredibly provocative and scurrilous, so it used to poke fun at the government. It was very direct in the kind of demands it wanted.
And as well as arguing for political reform, were they going as far as to organise protests?
One of the sort of ways in which they built a mass movement for parliamentary reform was to hold meetings and invite gifted, charismatic speakers to explain, you know, what would it mean if you had universal suffrage?
So there's one particular meeting then that goes down in history.
Yes, so the meeting happens on the 16th of August, 1819. Henry Hunt had been invited to speak in Manchester by the editor of the Manchester Observer, James Rowe. And the ordinary people were really, really interested in this celebrity speaker who, despite being a gentlemanly leader, was really interested in helping ordinary people get the vote.
That meeting took place at a field called St. Peter's, the scene of the infamous crushing of a peaceful protest that came to be called Peterloo.
That wall over there is the last remaining structure of the area that was St. Peter's Field. So Henry Hunt and the other speakers were on the hustings. They were on a raised platform. They were there to address roughly 50 to 60,000 people were estimated to have come to Manchester that day.
It's a huge number.
It's a vast number. And that's why the authorities were so scared. It was the largest meeting that had ever really been held.
Yeah. See what happened that day?
So just as Henry Hunt was starting to speak, the magistrates who were in a room overlooking the field sent word to the Manchester Yeomanry to go in and arrest the speakers. The Manchester Yeomanry were on horseback. They had sabres. They cut their way through to the hustings and they arrested the speakers. But can you imagine mounted soldiers going into a packed field, the panic that ensued?
So at the end of that afternoon, 15 people were dead. 3 more would later die of their injuries, and up to 700 people were injured.
And was this written about in the newspapers?
It certainly was. So the Manchester Observer was the first to come up with the phrase Peterloo, and it was coined by James Rowe, the editor. And it was a very deliberate satirical pun on the Battle of Waterloo, a heroic event that had happened only 4 years earlier. And ironically, one of the people killed on the fields of St. Peter's Field was someone who'd fought at Waterloo.
Yeah,
So
very much framing it as a battle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
While the authorities try to cover up the unprovoked brutality with fake news, sympathetic Britons sought to help those suffering in the aftermath. This is Manchester's John Rylands Library, where I've been given special access to an extraordinary record of the money granted by the Peterloo Relief Fund, a nationwide subscription set up to support the families of the injured and killed.
So here's John Rhodes. We've got a very detailed record of the injuries that he sustained. John Rhodes, sabre cut on the head, by which he lost much blood. A woman saw him wandering about, bloody, and took him into her house, shaved off the hair, and put on a plaster. He was dreadfully bruised internally, so that he's not since held up his head. And he died about the 18th of November. And the reason he's recorded here in this book, which is about providing poor relief, is that his father received some funds. This is really important because at the time, there's this alternative version of events emerging where this is a violent riot that's being put down. And we know that that wasn't the case. We know that this is a peaceful protest and that this is the brutal repression of that peaceful protest.
13 years after the terror of Peterloo, the Great Reform Act of 1832 was passed by Parliament. 67 new constituencies with MPs were created, including Manchester. But the hand that giveth also taketh away.
More men now had the vote, but only the wealthy ones. The factory workers certainly weren't going to the polls. And although women had never had the vote, now they're specifically excluded in law, and it would take another 90 years to overturn that piece of legislation.
Meanwhile, a lack of democratic representation wasn't the only concern for Britain's impoverished workers.
This is Manchester's Free Trade Hall. In 1976, the Sex Pistols played a legendary gig here, which launched the punk rock scene in the UK. But this building was originally designed to honour the legacy of a man with even more anti-establishment leanings. His name was Richard Cobden, and he didn't want anarchy in the UK. He wanted reform.
Already a successful manufacturer of printed textiles in Manchester, in the late 1830s, Cobden focused his energy on the hated Corn Laws. For years, these laws had levied tariffs on imported cereals so the great landowners could charge the earth for their domestic products, helping keep them rich and the working poor half-starved and destitute. To learn more about the Anti-Corn Law League that Cobden spearheaded, I'm meeting historian Dr. Simon Morgan.
Hi, Alice.
Hi. So that's Cobden?
It is the man himself.
Why did he become so politically engaged?
Well, he's very much concerned that the economic ills of the 1830s and 40s, there's a huge sort of downturn that begins in the late 1830s, that the Corn Laws are making these worse, not just by increasing food prices, but also by depriving people of employment, because he believes that other countries are retaliating against Britain's tariffs on grain by introducing tariffs on British goods. So if you get rid of the Corn Laws, it's a virtuous circle. Not only does bread become cheaper, you've also got more trade with the likes of the United States and Russia and elsewhere buying goods from Lancashire. So people can afford to employ more hands in the factories.
And of course, eventually we do have the repeal of the Corn Laws. Peel repeals the Corn Laws. Does he do that because of Cobden? Is Cobden really instrumental in this?
There has been some controversy over this because Peel himself was moving to a free trade position even before 1846.
But Cobden had planted the seeds.
Yes, I think that's true. He keeps it really high on the political agenda.
What does Cobden do then? Hang up his boots?
Well, it doesn't bear fruit immediately, but in 1860 he goes over to Paris and he negotiates a commercial treaty with the French, which becomes the basis of a network of treaties across Europe over the next 10 years, and that has been seen as a forerunner of the European common market. Cobden is an idealist. He believes that the more countries trade with one another, the less likely they are to want to go to war with one another, and that you can actually promote universal peace and harmony by freeing up trade.
I like him. He does sound like a bit of a hero.
Men like Cobden sympathised with the working poor, but away from the industrial heartlands, the increasingly influential middle classes of the South had no idea how harsh factory life still was. But in an age of improving transport and literacy, a quieter type of radical would bear witness and spread the word. And so it would be great writing that would keep the Manchester Revolution rolling. I've come to Manchester, the original northern powerhouse, to trace its role as the driving force behind industrial and political change in 19th century Britain. Protests against stark inequalities had led to a somewhat fairer democracy, but it was the democratisation of travel that really got things moving. By the 1840s, there were train tracks across Britain, but one of the earliest and most important was built right here in Manchester.
Ben is taking a look at the extraordinary feats of engineering required to get the world's first public intercity railway up and running.
I'm looking at the railway from Liverpool up there to Manchester. It was the first to use just steam locomotives, no horse-drawn carriages like there were on earlier railways, and the first to use double track all the way through. But as George Stephenson came towards Manchester, he hit a problem. And the problem was this, the Sankey Valley running through the middle. And there was also a canal, the Sankey Canal. What to do? This, the Sankey Viaduct. Never been done before on this scale. It's an amazingly impressive structure. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 arches here, and it's called the 9 Arches locally. Because the canal was still in use, the masts of the barges had to be able to pass underneath. So the canal company actually insisted that the arches were a minimum of 60 feet high or so. Now, there may have been bigger railway viaducts built in the world after this, but this was the one that proved the concept. This was the one that said, we can do it.
Transport links were opening up right across Europe, and in 1842, a 22-year-old German arrived in Salford to get some work experience at his father's cotton factory. His name was Friedrich Engels.
I'm meeting up with Jonathan Schofield again, outside the oldest public library in the English-speaking world, to find out why this young man's observations of Manchester had such an impact.
This is amazing. This is the famous Chetham's Library.
It is very famous. It's the oldest complete structure in Manchester, filled with the atmosphere of a myriad of very important people who came here. The dust motes are just filled with Dickens and Disraeli and Benjamin Franklin and, of course, Marx and Engels.
So how does Engels end up here? Because, I mean, he comes from modern-day Germany.
He does. He's a German. He ends up here because, basically, his dad wants to get him out of Germany. He's been called the scabby sheep of the family by his father.
Really?
And his father doesn't like all his progressive, radical ideas he's taken on board in Germany, so he says, hie thee hence to Manchester, where I part-own a factory.
So his father sends him here to help manage his mill,
But actually, Engels ends up being much more interested in the condition of the people working there.
Well, Manchester is as big as Berlin. There's no German city as big as Manchester, aside from Berlin. And it's, whew.
Absolutely heaving with people, and heaving with people who had a fairly miserable life.
Well, yes and no. I mean, of course, there was the middle class doing very well on the periphery, but you immediately sees that in the breezy heights of Cheetham Hill, you've got the big mansions, and then in the middle, you've got this fetid mess of humanity.
So presumably he's seeing the workers in the mill, but does he actually go to where they live as well?
Well, this is the remarkable thing about Engels, is a young man in a hurry, and he wants to really get to see the nitty-gritty of the life of the workers. Now, we don't really know where he meets this young woman, but he meets a young woman called Mary Burns, who's from an Irish background, living in a hellhole of a place called the 13th District, and he would not be able to walk amongst the very poor quarters of the city of Manchester unless she was with him, because otherwise he loved his clothes, Engels, he was a smart-looking gentleman, he would have been robbed immediately. So she really showed him the people.
So she's really important to this story.
Oh, key to it. She is his passport.
Mary Burns had kept Engels out of trouble in Manchester, but it was his meeting in Paris with a fellow radical that would change the course of political history. That radical's name was Karl Marx.
And where does Marx come from?
Well, he's German as well. Karl Marx is German, of course. And so they meet in Paris, and they just sit down and talk for hours and hours and hours, and then that cements the closest, most important political friendship in world history.
So they've met up, they're aware of each other's work, they've had this meeting of minds in Paris, and then they end up here in Manchester.
Well, Engels comes back to Britain, and he brings Marx with him and says, see for yourself, come along. Marx is very willing to do that, so they come here to Cheetham's, where they sit at this desk and chat and get books out. Not the most interesting books, one has to say, but if you're trying to base your theories on political economy, they're fantastically interesting for them. It's about fishery revenues and public revenues coming through the kingdom, and to do with the cotton trade and the cotton industry as well, which is the prime example of this industrial growth.
Inside the library, I'm heading for the desk where Marx and Engels actually sat and collaborated. 3 years of research and study eventually led to the publication in 1848 of a slim but extremely heavyweight pamphlet.
It was this. This is a copy of the original Manifest der Kommunistischen Party. It's the Communist Manifesto. There it is in German. My German's really poor, so I'm going to cheat and read it in the English translation. I'm not going to read all of it to you. I'm going to give you a very neat précis. Here's the beginning. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. And then if I skip to the very end, which doesn't take long, it's only about 50 pages in total. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite. Isn't it amazing that such a small book had such a huge impact in the 20th century?
This vivid call to arms would become arguably the single most influential political publication of all time. Its theories underpinning the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the creation of the Soviet Union. At the time, however, its impact was limited.
Now, amongst the wealthy, well-educated middle classes, there may have been an abstract recognition of a need for social change. But at the same time, it was difficult to imagine just how dire life could be for working class men and women. And then it's impossible to empathise with them.
It would be a Manchester housewife with a talent for writing great stories that would help change this.
I've come to the house of Elizabeth Gaskell, and it's in Victoria Park, which was a very smart suburb just to the south of Manchester's 19th century industrial centre.
Dr. Faria Sheikh is going to help me understand why it was the writing of Gaskell and not Friedrich Engels that opened the eyes of the middle classes to the plight of Britain's working poor.
Faria, hi.
Hi.
This is Elizabeth Gaskell's house. It's lovely.
It is.
And this is a museum now.
It is a museum now.
Why is Elizabeth Gaskell so important?
Because of the way in which she portrays working life in Manchester. Her novels, Mary Barton and North and South, are the novels, if you like, that depict the condition of the working classes in England, and specifically within Manchester as well.
It seems like quite a strange subject to be writing about. I mean, she's obviously, very comfortably well-off middle-class woman. I would almost have expected her to be writing romantic novels rather than something as gritty as that.
Yeah, I can see where that's coming from. Her novels do have a romantic plot, so her female heroines do end up getting married. But within that, she's also really, really interested in using her fiction and using her novels to bring the plight of the working classes to her middle-class readership. So she sees her fiction as a means of opening windows into what the life of a mill factory worker would look like.
Was there quite a kind of moral impetus behind what she was doing, or was she effectively just exploiting that kind of gritty lifestyle?
I think there's a very, very keen social consciousness at work in her novel. So she's really interested in the idea that her fiction can bring the plight of the working classes to her middle-class readership for the express purposes of changing the way in which they think about their factories, the way in which they think about the conditions of their employees. So it really brings her readership to a new awareness of what capitalism is doing, what industrialisation is doing.
The interior of Gaskell's house records the domestic side of 19th century middle-class life, but I'm on the hunt for evidence of the powerful impression Gaskell's first novel had on Britain's most popular ever author.
Oh, this is incredibly special. I'm sitting in Elizabeth Gaskell's house looking at the original letter that Charles Dickens sent her. Isn't that wonderful? 31st of January, 1850. Just imagine her, perhaps sitting right here, opening this letter. Dear Mrs. Gaskell, he says, you might have seen that I'm starting a new weekly journal. And he says to her that he doesn't know what she's up to, but I do honestly know that there is no living English writer whose aid I would desire to enlist in preference to the authoress of Mary Barton, a book that most profoundly affected and impressed me. I mean, with somebody the stature of Dickens writing to you, it's like having just published something and J.K. Rowling writes to you to say how much she appreciates your work. And it's just, it's amazing. She must have been so excited to open this letter right here. The plight of Britain's industrial workers may have been so severe that it compelled authors like Elizabeth Gaskell to write about it. Across the Atlantic, enslaved people on the plantations faced an even greater struggle. And once again, the people of Manchester would take up the fight.
I've been exploring Manchester, the best place to see how the harshness of life during Britain's early industrial era sparked a revolutionary spirit that would change Britain and the world.
At the heart of Manchester in the industrial age were the cotton mills, employing thousands of workers and dominating the local economy. But the mills were completely dependent on a supply of raw cotton coming in from the deep south of America.
Of course, that cotton was picked by vast armies of enslaved African Americans. In 1861, civil war broke out in America, with slavery the major flashpoint. Abraham Lincoln's government supported abolition, whilst the southern states, dependent on slave labour, found such a policy abhorrent.
It may have all been happening thousands of miles away from Manchester, but the ripples of war would be keenly felt here.
To learn more, I'm meeting Dr. Natalie Zarchek from the University of Manchester.
Natalie, what was happening in the American Civil War that had such an impact on Manchester?
Basically, an economic meltdown. During the Civil War, the Union Navy blockaded all the major southern ports, so the cotton wasn't getting out of the South, and it wasn't coming to the Manchester area. So therefore, there was no work for the cotton workers, and they were mostly thrown out of work and had only really private and religious charity to rely on to support themselves and their families.
And what was the reaction to that amongst the workers in terms of what they thought was going on in America?
They felt quite strongly that the struggle against slavery was a noble one, and that even though it was directly harming them and their families, that it was something that they thought was right, and they greatly supported it.
And how did they express their support for the Union?
They held a big meeting of working people at the Free Trade Hall on New Year's Eve of 1862, where they put together a letter which they sent to Abraham Lincoln, in which they expressed their hatred of slavery and their support of his and the Union Army's attempts to eradicate it.
And how did Lincoln respond to them?
Yeah, he did, and not only did he respond, but very quickly, considering that he was probably rather busy at the time.
Yeah.
Lincoln writes them a letter from the White House saying how moved he was to receive their letter, and that he was truly stunned that people who were losing everything, taking the bread out of their children's mouths, that nonetheless they supported what he had to say.
Do you think at this point, is it possible to say where Manchester was with, I suppose, the anti-slavery movement as regards the rest of the UK?
Manchester was really the heart of the anti-slavery movement. Many famous white and black abolitionists, including people such as Frederick Douglass, came through Manchester to raise funds and awareness.
Frederick Douglass himself was a freed slave.
Well, actually, when he came to Britain, he was only a runaway slave. And eventually, a number of wealthy abolitionists contributed funds to buy him out of slavery so that he would not risk being arrested and returned back to his master's plantation. He was really quite fascinated by Manchester, not just that it was such a strong city for abolitionists, but that it was full of radical political and social movements.
From the fight against slavery to campaigning for affordable food, from marching and dying for a voice in Parliament to the call for class war, 19th century Manchester is like a greatest hits of radical movements and iconic changemakers. And we haven't even yet mentioned the town's most famous daughter.
Time magazine included her in their list of the 20th century's most influential people. She was someone that went toe-to-toe with the establishment, who suffered enormous personal hardship, fighting for a fairer society, for equality. She was the firebrand women's rights activist, Emmeline Pankhurst.
Born in Manchester in 1858, Emmeline grew up in a family steeped in radical politics. But it was in the first decade of the 1900s that she really made her mark. I've come to the People's History Museum to get a sneak preview of a remarkable antique textile that was paraded at the Great Suffragette March in London's Hyde Park in 1908.
Oh my goodness, it's huge and beautiful. That's so impressive. The colours are so vivid. Look at that, Manchester, first in the fight. This is where the suffragette movement started. Founded by Mrs. Pankhurst in 1903. That's when she founds the Women's Social and Political Union. This is the fight for votes for women, for equality. It's an important moment in Manchester's history. It's a massively important moment in British history.
This delicate banner is a rare survivor from the era and was only recently brought to the museum by curator Jenny Mabbott.
Hello.
Hello.
Jenny, I'm so excited. about this banner. How did you come to acquire it at the museum?
Well, we saw an auction listing for the banner, and we went and saw the banner and realised it was authentic.
Where had it been all these years, though?
It had been with a small charity in a filing cabinet, would you believe, and then they decided to put it up for auction. We bid and were outbid by a dealer, but then we made contact with the dealer, had a crowdfunding campaign, got lots of public support, and then we were able to acquire the banner and bring it home to Manchester.
That's just perfect as well that it was crowdfunding that brought it back here.
Yeah.
Emmeline Pankhurst's campaign achieved its aim just a few weeks after her death, when all adult women were finally given the vote in 1928. But her cause is still very much alive and kicking. I'm meeting Caroline Pankhurst. She's no relation, but chose to change her name in honour of her heroine.
Caroline, tell me about the legacy of Emily Pankhurst and how she's influenced you.
I first came to hear about Emmeline Pankhurst at a play at the National Theatre, and it had a massive impact realising what struggle women had gone through to get women the vote.
Yeah.
And then it was a real eye-opener for me personally to have an opportunity to then look at where are we still today.
Do you think Emily Pankhurst would be pleasantly surprised or slightly disappointed by where we'd got to now with equality?
I don't think that she would be surprised, and I think she would be quite horrified at how social media has added another way of silencing and oppressing women. So I think there are a lot of things that have changed in society now that she would probably recognise need addressing. The things that she fought for, whilst she was very single-minded at the time in terms of wanting to get women the vote so that we were able to participate in decision-making, what that ultimately was about striving towards, we're still nowhere near. So her legacy has to live on, which is why it's so important that Manchester has this statue here now.
And is it unusual in Manchester to have a statue of a woman?
So would you believe it if I told you she's the first, apart from a royal statue? And that's not good enough, is it? She exists here and she inspires the future generations, and we need to see more role models. We need to see more of these amazing women in history peppered around our cities in the same way that we've got these remarkable men from history peppered around them.
So many of these radical movements seem to have started right here in Manchester. What is it about Manchester?
I don't know. I think it's the northern grit. I think it's that we keep going and we see injustice and we're prepared to do something about it because we won't tolerate it and we want change. We are a city of change makers, and I, for one, am very proud of that.
It's great to see that tradition of protest thriving in this century. But Emmeline Pankhurst's achievements would be a rare high point for Manchester throughout much of the 20th century.
The textile industry was decimated. The engineering jobs that were created to replace it had also dried up. The turbulent, buoyant years of the 19th century were consigned to history, but they left an indelible imprint underneath it all.
Typified by the spirit of renewal transforming the city today, 19th century Manchester and its people had refused to suffer in silence. Instead, this town collectively rose up, becoming a powerhouse of progression, reshaping Britain and the world far beyond.
I can't think of a more fitting way to end my time in Manchester than to pay tribute to Emmeline Pankhurst and to all the Manchester radicals, those brave men and women who called out inequality and injustice wherever they saw it, who fought for the greater good, for what was right. And their work goes on.